Ugh. What is happening, everybody? Yeah, Finn's tailgate, Capitan. What's happening? We're not gonna do some dolphin stuff tonight. We're not gonna do no football stuff tonight. It's look, man, I love football. Love. That's why this channel exists. That's why the homies exist. That's why, you know, that's why we're here, right? But I've been doing this for a couple years now. Made a lot of friends. And I do the El Capitan bit, right? I'm up here joking around, and but that's also me. And I've not just been a caricature, but I've been myself on here. And if I'm gonna continue to be myself, I gotta say some shit about what happened yesterday, dog. I gotta say some shit, and I got questions. Like what the hell's going on, dude? Um, with it all. And I got some jokes about it too, because I don't, I got to laugh about it because if we ain't laughing, we crying. But it's not a joking manner at the same time, right? Like somebody just took a freaking shot at an ex president, at an ex president running for president, political candidate. Somebody nicked him, dog. Like this is crazy. This is crazy. So it'd be like me coming on the day after if it had killed him and talking football. I'm not going to do that either, right? I'm not going to talk about it. Even if it didn't nick him and just shots were taken, I would say, like, I don't give a shit. Fuck it. I'm going to talk about this nonsense because holy cow, right? And it was surprising to me, as I'm sure it's surprising to a lot of you. Andres, I'm not surprised that it happened. We're going to get into that too, right? Because we're going to talk about this. So if you came here for some football and some Dolphins talk, I'm sorry. Come back tomorrow, dog. I'll pick it right back up where I left off. But today we're gonna talk about the real world a little bit, right? Just a little bit. And I don't like talking about it. And the bottom line is that some people are going to be bothered by it. Some people are going to be mad at it. Some people are going to unfollow. They're going to say that I'm not taking it serious enough, that I'm not fucking patriotic enough, I'm not activist enough, I'm not fucking progressive enough, because I'll have my own personal views and I'm a fucking human, and not everyone sees life through the lens in which you are trying to explain to them. That is your lived experience, and I'm not trying to change your views, you're trying to change mine. And what I'm saying is that this country's supposed to be where we can all have our individual views and we can all have our minds made up on things, and we can also have a discussion, and maybe you can convince that person to see it your way. But when they don't, when there's a line in the sand and you two aren't going to agree upon something, doesn't need to come to that, dude. To fatality. I mean, bro, we're talking about I mean, listen, we are human. It's not like we don't do war, right? It's not like war ain't part of humanity for whatever reason. Fighting, definitely been a part. I mean, we've all been a part in some way of the not so good part nature of humans. None of y'all perfect. But it's a little nuts when someone of a real impact on this world And most importantly, this country is in a position, which is that's something we're going to talk about too. Like, how the heck's this guy in position to even this to happen to him? Who fumbled up that mess, bro? And now, look, I hear the conspiracy theories, right? It's an inside job. Kind of hard to argue when you think about an ex-president being so exposed that a fucking 20-year-old dingleberry, I mean, let's call it for what it is. We're going to talk about that guy too, because apparently he's a Republican that's also a Democrat. None of the political spheres want to claim him, right? I don't think it really matters whether he's Republican or Democrat. The guy's obviously fucking nuts. He got up on a fucking building to take a shot at a fucking once sitting president that's running for the 47th president of the United States. I don't care what his belief system or anything is. Crazy's involved. Problem is, how the fuck is there a clear shot alley for crazy to be a factor in this algebraic equation, this X factor, if we will? How is it that people that are supposed to be protecting a president or a political candidate of any sort in a public speaking forum not accounting for such a fucking close, ridiculous scenario to be a reality, right? So we'll talk about that. And yeah, you can say, if you want to say that conspiratorially that they kind of fucking wanted this to happen, maybe. I would say that if the powers that be wanted it to happen, they wouldn't have missed. And I can go down that conspiracy on that. We fit to play all conspiracies at this point, because to me, that's the only way we can heal a little bit. Because the realities of the fact of the matter is we watched a fucking shit show of our nation, and the conversation that if it would have been, a couple inches the other direction that we could be having could be terrifying of just what happens at this point, dude. Like, what, like, holy cow. Like, I don't know. Like, do other world leading nations look at America and go, oh shit, they're down to their two political opponents and one just got sniped. They're ripe for the taking right now. They're ripe for the taking. They can start attacking. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, that's how shit's done in third world nations. They see dissent where political opponents are getting offed. They're fucking, the wolves smell, the sharks smell blood in the water, for lack of a better term. You know what, Q? I will be dropping the link in a little while, and it's going to be in a sparing nature, right? I'm going to bring some people up, talk about it with the fellas that are going to come up here in a little bit. I got Mr. Polkin back right now. But I mean, dude, there's just so many fucking nuts talking points. I mean, if you want to call it conspiracy, like here's what my better nature and my trying not to overanalyze, take things for what it is, and remember that human error is fucking like a duh, right? People are inherently, I mean, dude, they're human. They make mistakes, right? It's whatever. So when we're talking about the scenario and how it happened that allowed an opportunity for this and how people handled it, and people are breaking it down in such a structure that they're talking like it's some inside job. I don't know, man. I'm not willing to go all the way there with it, but we could talk about it for sure. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't believe so. I will say this, like, when you call a guy threat to democracy and Hitler and stuff like that for a long time, yeah, the crazies are gonna think, holy shit, dude, I could really be the guy that saves this nation. And I'm not saying like they're fucking nuts, right? Like, you're crazy. I don't give a shit what your deal is. You take a shot at anyone, just a random, you have no personal quarrel with that person. They've never touched you, met you, talked to you, but you hate them in whatever form you want to put. This can be applied to racism. This could be applied to bigotry. This could be applied to any type of whatever you want. If you're a person willing to take a weapon and just randomly kill an opponent for whatever belief system you want to attach to that, you are fucking nuts, dude. You got problems. You got problems. You needed help. And I don't know who didn't see the warning signs before this, but I mean, there is hundreds of millions of us. So, I mean, it's going to happen from time to time. But the fact that that crazy person aligned his insane agenda to take a shot at the president, and you can put all these ugly connotations, the ball of wax of conspiracy is saying they put them on a skeleton crew of inexperienced people to guard once sitting president and stoke the flames of what's going to happen if some great godly person doesn't step in and save us all, right? Like that's what a fucking crazy person watching the television and listening to whatever the fuck he's listening to. Listen to dumbasses like me, right? Just listen to somebody like me. Gets it in their head and is manipulated. They've got a sickness. I don't know what it is. I'm not a doctor, dog, but they get it in their head that this is a morally righteous, patriotic, you know, trying to figure that had a prophetizing type of action that they are doing. But they have to find that type of something somewhere too. And when you're, I don't know, right? Like, big lesson today for politics in general, right? Like, and the media behind it. Like, y'all need to get your shit together, dude. You're embarrassing us. You're embarrassing us. Like, I forget where I heard this saying. A person is smart, but people are dumb as fuck, right? You have a conversation with one person and you guys can kind of find middle ground and get it together. You start getting 10, 12, 14, 15 people together and you're trying to organize something, you need leadership or else you're going to have pandemonium, right? You have like just nonsense. But it's hard to have these conversations about how we ended up in this situation. I don't know what else to say. Mr. Polk, I'm bringing you up, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on there, Cap? Oh boy.
Nothing, dude. It's a crazy day, Mr. Polk. Appreciate you coming up here with me and being a part of a difficult conversation because no matter what political sphere you associate with, the facts remain. And we're gonna go down these fucking stupid rabbit holes of conspiracy. Might as well, right? Let's get it all out there while we got time. But the facts of the matter is, on black and white paper, if you want to be real, is that a presidential candidate was out in front of people and some fucking crazy guy took a couple shots at him and he almost got him. Like, holy shit, buddy.
Yeah, yeah, and anybody that takes a shot at a sitting president or a former sitting president, regardless of your party affiliations, it's wrong. Like I said, I may not agree with uh um
Policy and shit like that. Yeah. You might
with
not
his
you might
with
not
Trump's
align.
policy, but the thing is, it's just wrong. To take a pot shot at any former president or sitting president or period at anybody that's well, it's it's kind of hard to say.
No,
It's
yeah,
kind of
listen,
hard to say.
I kind of thought I was cooking a little bit earlier there. Like, it really doesn't matter even that it's a president. If we're going to judge the human that did this is a sick individual, right? This is someone who obviously has it up in his head to do something for I mean, it's the same thing always with these people. There's some form of mental illness and martyrdom that they want to be a part of. And they believe that whatever heinous crime that they're about to commit is outweighed by the good that comes following it, and they will be morally right in the history books in some godly infinite historical manner. And that is a fact, bro. That is a fact. That's with all of these people, right? And that's the type of individual that takes a shot, a pop shot, as you say, at not just a president, but anybody for any sort of belief system reasons. They've justified that to themselves. The shock and
Yeah.
all is that here we are as citizens of the country, and we have a president, a former president, grabbing his ear, dropping to the ground, and bloodied up. And the only thing I could say is that we know that the crazies exist, the one I just said. Hell, they all know it. That's why they protect the presidents and former presidents with the Secret Service and these types of, things, right? How does that happen, dude? How does that happen?
There was failure somewhere in the Secret Service. It was it was failure there, and then also too, we have to right now. I'm gonna be straight. It's a little kind of early to really say what really happened because we have to let um, these agencies do their investigations and then and bring it forth to the public. So it's kind of early right now to say, to really point and
Well, we
say
don't
that
we don't know
this is
this.
what
We don't
really happened.
well, I mean, look, no bullshit. I've got quite a bit of the information with me on what has happened up to date and the reports on stuff and video and picture evidence, all kinds of craziness that I've been getting tagged in. Um anyhow, I there to find out what this one person's true motives were, like if they wrote a manifesto or the complete profile breakdown of this person and what his associations, and we don't know, right? Like, was he affiliated with any sort of like political type movement, crazies, extremists, anything, right? We don't know any of that. I'm just saying on the plain face value, we could take these things, but we do know who this guy is. We do know that guy's no longer alive, right? We don't know what kind of gun he was shot at. There's been reports of it being like an AR-15 type rifle, but I just want to be clear, like, so many rifles look just like that. But whatever, doesn't matter. We do know that you know there was a lot of bad moves that happened up to that. I got video evidence of the fucking snipers on the fucking roof that you could see them like looking like what the fuck, checking some shit out, and then the first shot was taken at the president and the second shot he shot the guy. So there was some people say there was 3 shots taken at the president, at the ex-president. I mean, dude, there's so much, Mr. Paul, and it's like I want to like put a bow on this today because I don't want to fucking talk about this forever. But like, holy shit, this is like super insane type of news, right? Like, this is, no matter how you slice this, history books type of fucking bullshit just happened yesterday. Uh, and it could have been like, dude, what paradigm are we living in if that bullet rang true, right? Like, what a sad day for this country to be at a point where political opponents are killed. I mean, we know that that's a possibility. We've seen it before. We've seen it, whatever. We've seen them try. There's been attempts, but like, damn, yo, like with all the technology we got now and manpower and how rich this fucking nation is, and how much money we spend on bullshit, we can't protect a fucking political official that's like months away from being on the ballots to run in the whole country. Like, holy shit, dude, where's the money being spent to not have this shit happen to this nation, right? Because we could have tons of shit happen. But to me, in a geopolitical look, nothing makes you look more weak as a nation, uh, and just in turmoil, right? Than some bullshit like getting your fucking political opponents offed, because all it does is open the door for martyrdom in the wrong direction with extremism. If you want to be real, the fucking crazies could have went completely sideways on this shit, god damn, who knows what could have happened on that, or the latter, where nations look at us as a complete weak system. And I'm not talking, maybe they don't have to invade us or anything, but you know they're fucking, we ain't getting no good deals internationally no more. Like, it's just a bad look all the way around. Fucking damn.
Because we're a nation with so many cultures, and unfortunately, because of the division, that's part of the reason where we at right now. Because it's just there's so much division and non-respect for the different cultures that make our country great.
Yeah, what the
You
fuck's
know,
that
it's
about,
it's
Mr.
it's it's,
Paul?
it's, it's, it's just no respect. We boy, I shouldn't bring this up. We had a person, I'm not gonna call the name, that felt that one culture was superior to another culture. And see, things like that is what sets a lot of fires, because to make that kind of statement, which is not true, creates a lot of havoc. And then when one person does it, now you got other people doing it. It just gets worse and worse. It's like a wildfire out of control. And until we come together and sit down at the table and respect each other and try to work things out, it's just going to continue. It's not going to get no better. It's
Well,
just going to get
yeah,
worse.
and you know that's that's it, right? Like, whether whether it's to that example that you're putting, or a political example, or a religious example, right? We're talking race, politics, religion. These are fucking touchy subjects. This nation is made up of, that's what I always thought was like the most proud thing about this nation, is that we are a place in which people from all corners of this earth come from, and put aside those three differences for our common liberty in this nation. That's what I was most proud of. And we need to get back to that, right? And I'm seeing people after the shots taken, they're like, oh, you should have aimed better. And like, what? Do you realize? No, I get it, right? Like, young kids, like these young TikTokers and shit. I understand that. When I was young, I was anarchy as fuck too, right? Like, I get it. And honestly, I expect that from young generation. They want to burn the world down because it's a shithole, because they just got here and it's obviously not living up to their standards. And we've done nothing but mess it up, and they're gonna fix everything. That's how the young person thinks. I thought that way. Every fucking person alive thinks that way. That's it. That's it. You was a liar if you weren't young, being all like, "Fuck these old fucks. They don't know nothing." That's just how it goes. When you get a little older, before you're an old fuck, but you too young, you start having a little bit more wisdom. You see things for what they really are, and understand that there's certain shit there. You pick your battles a little bit better, right? And then not only that, but like what you need is different, right? When you're young and you're living a young person type of lifestyle, your needs are different. And then again, when you're old, I don't know, my needs are going to become different in the next chapter of my life at some point, right? From what my needs are today. I got young kids. Well, one day I'll have grandkids. Those will become my needs. And how I believe in my politics will change to that time right there, because that will serve my needs. And that's what the fucking system's about. Serve you. And when it serves the majority of you in this scenario, we're going to fucking cater to that, because that's what it is. And we need to put aside race, religion, and your own fucking stupid ass fucking bullshit uh to try to figure that out, to get to the majority deal. That's kind of what we need. You know what I'm saying? Like, can we do that, Mr. Polk?
It's going to be difficult. It's going to be
Oh god
difficult.
damn, Mr.
And
Polk,
then
that was not the answer I was looking for.
but see, here's the thing. Another thing we have to keep in mind too, with the different cultures that we have here in the United States. You know, every culture has looks at America in
Sure.
a different way, because we're all different and what
Okay.
have you. And then when um different cultures feel threatened, there's going to be it's going to be a reaction, because we're not learning to sit down, talk about it, and try to work things out. We're not doing that. And so
Well,
I'm not saying that no, let me finish. I'm not saying that is an excuse for what happened yesterday. No, because like I said, wrong is wrong. What happened
mhm.
yesterday shouldn't happen. Okay, I'm gonna say I'm gonna be straight. I don't agree with. I may not agree with his policies and what happened, but at the end of the day, what happened to him yesterday shouldn't have happened. But we have to also keep in mind that when a politician puts out his policies, and it may seem a threat to different cultures, there's going to be it's going to be a reaction, but it shouldn't be what happened yesterday.
Well, what
That's why
cultures?
we have to
But okay. Can
find.
you? Let me ask you a question, Mr. Polk. Can you be a little bit more specific? Because I'm not. Okay, without being specific, how about this? Are you saying uh it Trump's policies are enraging people in this manner? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm
Or
not saying
or or
it's enraging.
politics at large is
But
raising people to this manner? Or what cultures are you saying aren't being
well,
heard? Because I need a little bit
here's
more
the
help.
thing. Here's the thing. You know, um, for all the years I've been on this earth, and I and I gotten familiar with the government and what have you. The thing I'm learning is that our democracy runs good because we have the Democratic Party, we have the Republican Party, we have the Independents, and they in their own way keep our democracy in balance. But when um and this does not apply to um one party in particular, but when there is extreme to the point where our democracy is threatened, then like I said, it's not, it's how should I put it? Um, it's going to be a problem because of what. Okay, let's see.
Well, I'll say
Because
it.
of
I'll
what.
say it like this, Mr. Polk. Am I shocked that someone took a shot at Trump? Not really, because I see how many people are saying they hate this man so much. And I've seen tons of people, like super celebrities and fucking politicians, they're talking about killing this dude. Like, that's crazy in a political sphere to talk about the 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 fucking killing of somebody, right? And they've done that, and we've seen this before, but Am I surprised someone took a shot at him? No, because I could see the hatred for the man. Um, what surprises me is that regular old me can see the hatred in the man, and they allowed an opportunity for someone crazy enough to fucking take a shot at him. Like, how the fuck's that happen, right? So, but I want to get back to what you were saying. Like, is that what you mean? Is that you're not surprised that this happened because of how much hate there is for this political opponent?
Uh, oh boy. Um. Well, I'm gonna say it again. You know, no one should have in their mind and to think about, okay, tomorrow I'm gonna go out and kill such and such person. You know, point blank, that's wrong, and that shows that there's something wrong with that person
Pretty
and
meditative
what happened.
murder
Now,
like that, dude. It's
right
crazy.
now, now I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna be controversial. I've actually heard um, our former president, and he's still saying it, that he's if he gets back into the White House, he's going after everybody that has opposed him,
That has a
not
what?
ones that I mean, that who ones who have who are
Opposed him?
on, yeah, or who are opposed, and we're talking about people who are not, people who have not made no violent threats toward him.
So
He's
he made
already
a
saying
violent
this,
threat saying he's
and
going to go get him?
he's going after people who oppose his policies, who speak against him.
What does that
He's
mean?
made that clear.
I got
In
you.
other words,
Okay, even
if he
okay,
gets,
let's say
let me put it
actual
to you,
quoting. I just want to know what does that mean exactly, though?
look, what he's saying is that if he gets back in the White House, he's going after certain people who do not agree with his his what's the word, his policies,
Yeah.
his way of running the government. He's actually
Okay.
thinking about doing away with democracy and replacing it with what he wants in there. Okay,
Whoa.
and for
Hold on a
those
second,
who
Mr. Paul.
oppose that,
Hold on.
he's
Whoa,
going
whoa, wait a second. Hold on a second, Mr. Paul. Let me just ask you this question real quick. He wants to get rid of democracy?
that's what he's saying.
Who said that?
He's been saying that.
What? No way, dude. When's
Yes.
Trump said that, dog? He said he wants to get rid of democracy?
He said he wants to be a dictator for one day, and he's not, and that's not just a 1 day event.
No,
He
Mr. Paul. You don't
like
believe that.
I'm
He said
sorry,
he's going to be a
I
dictator?
he's showing it. He's been
Well,
showing
Mr.
it.
Polk, just real quick, I just want to say something real quick. The guy was president already, and like we've had another president the last 4 years. Wouldn't a dictator still be president if he was already president? Right?
Okay, but but we did not. We like I said, we did not give another 4 more years in the White House.
Well, a
He
dictator
lost.
don't need any more years, Mr. Polk. He would fucking get in the White House and then be the dictator. That's how dictators work. They don't. They don't. They don't go through the process of elections to be dictators, dog. What do you mean? He was already president.
Man,
I'm just
right? He
asking,
was already
like,
president,
yeah, but like we've had another president
but
the next couple of years, but now he's going to be a dictator. Now I'll tell you this, right? Okay, um, and let's call it for what it is, right? There's like there's pretty obvious lines in some instances between the two parties. I gotta imagine that if Trump, no matter how much his supporters or his opposers or how many people he could ever get to be on his side, the American public at large would not stand for someone not doing what has been done. If Trump goes, it's year 4, and now say he wins, right? And it's 2028, and it's the next presidential elections coming up with the guy who's running for Republicans and the guy who's running for the Democrats, and Trump goes, fuck all that. I'm a dictator now, and kills all these political opponents. Say that shit happens. Do you not think that this country would handle that in such a swift manner? Like the lot of us. I'm not gonna stand by while a motherfucker take my country from me. That shit ain't gonna fly. I don't give a shit. All of us, we getting on that ass. Like that's not that I'm not saying like, okay, now if we're talking about like end of the world movie scenarios where like he's gonna roll in the fucking military and hold the fucking citizens hostage, like, are we talking that scenario or is it like weapons? And if that is the scenario, are American soldiers who are also citizens really stand by and kill American citizens for a full on coup? I don't know, man. Like, I just, that to me, if that shit really happens, I will be surprised when it does because I don't, that type of civil war because somebody's going to stand behind a dictator. I don't see how that's going to happen, dog. I don't see him getting in there and doing 4 more years and not leaving. And if that happens, holy fuck. Like, but why? Like, that's never happened to us ever. And now it's just going to happen. I don't know. See what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about here, Mr. Pope?
No, I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, like I said, and this is like I said, oh boy, this is why, like I said, you know,
Like, Mr. Pope, I mean, like, you're not going to say you're right, dog. Say fucking, say fucking Trump wins and immediately just does away with democracy. And I don't know what that means, right? Like, does that mean like we are rewriting the Constitution going forth as a Caesar type of fucking scenario, right? We're now back to Roman deals. I'm declaring war on everybody who is in America, and I'm gonna be Caesar now. Say we get into that. Like, Mr. Polk, I know you ain't gonna stand by and take that shit, right? You ain't gonna take that shit, right?
mm, mm,
No, you're not. And you know why? Because you're a fucking American, dog. That's why. You ain't gonna take that shit. The difference between Americans, because there's other free nations out there, right? But I think the difference between Americans, and this includes the people who immigrate and become Americans and, bring their cultural differences, but adopt the American way of us putting aside our cultural differences to coexist, right? That's the American way. But the people who become Americans, the difference between the freedom we have here and my perceptive freedom of other nations, not all, but most, is that we're not just willing to kill for our freedom. We're willing to die for that shit, right? We're not just willing to kill for it. We're not willing to go all the way. We're willing to die for it. And that's the difference. That's what makes this country what it is in my eyes, right? So when I say to Mr. Polk, you ain't gonna stand by for that bullshit. I ain't standing by for that bullshit either. And ain't nobody left, right, center, fucking Tom, Dick, or Harry, gonna stand for that bullshit. That's what I see. That's what I see out of my brethren and my countrymen from one culture to the next. Motherfucker don't even speak the same language as me, but I can look eyes in him. We could talk, get a couple words across. Like, yeah, that's fucking right. We ain't standing for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't even need to talk all the way because our minds are thinking the same. Because that's what this nation's about. We ain't gonna stand for that bullshit. Crypto, what's up, crypto?
what's up,
Hey,
crypto?
hey, hello. Hey, Mr. Polk. What's going on, Cap?
What's
Man.
going on, crypto? Welcome to the
No,
tough
what's
conversation.
no, I'm just getting in. I didn't I missed everything at the beginning.
Oh
Was
wow.
what was the I missed everything. I bogged down with this
Well,
computer trying to set up my server. So,
we've been talking
so
about the
what's up?
events of yesterday and how it's a shame that you know this shit even happened. You know what I'm saying? The
Oh,
shame
mhm.
of the people that are in charge of like protecting
Then
a political figure, allowing someone to have an opportunity for some shit like that is fucking ridiculous. Really, Crypto, if you want to be real, right? And most recently when
well,
we were
yeah, the
talking about
Secret Service dropped the ball on not
fuck, bro,
securing the area.
what a
Well, they,
what a fuck up, Crypto, right? Holy shit, dude. And then like
well, yeah, especially when people on the ground told you that the guy was climbing the roof and scaling the roof and pointing it
yeah,
in the
especially
direction.
when you're a
Just,
cop and you find a
just
ladder leading
something
to
ain't
the
right.
roof.
Something's rotten in Denmark. Yeah,
Crypto,
that
did you hear the
you're
part?
standing there.
Did you hear the part where the fucking cop went up and down a ladder and he went up the ladder and then came down after people were yelling at
Hmm.
him to get, there's a dude on the roof. First of all, if you got a
Yeah.
president, right? If you got any political figure, I don't give a shit if you got
Well,
Aerosmith.
they get,
I don't care
yeah.
if it's Aerosmith
Some of
playing
them
in
get
concert.
full protection, and ex-presidents get Secret Service.
Sure, I get you, dog. But like, you're a cop and like there's a ladder to the roof and people are saying there's a dude up there with a gun. You climb up the ladder, get it on the roof. Like, let's go ahead and try to figure it out, right?
Yeah, get on that roof. They wouldn't have set up shop on an opposing roof, an adjacent rooftop.
Yeah, they had like a rooftop
Like, why?
behind them
Yeah,
scanning everything. It's,
yeah,
I just
because
can't.
to immediately identify the person within seconds, which means you was aware of the guy sitting up there in the first place, which means
Dude,
you signal to the two people on the ground to remove the person, then off the stage until you can get the area more secure. I mean, that
well,
just seemed like the most common sense, logical thing to do
not
once you've
not only
already
that,
established your
Crypto,
position on the adjacent roof, which means you identify the target well in
and
advance.
it's common practice for events like these to have that fucking security detail canvas the fucking area to look for holes
The
in
entire
fucking that.
area.
Yeah,
Yeah.
how the fuck
Remember,
is that roof 150 feet, 150 yards away not accounted for, dog?
Hmm.
that's way
How is
inside
that
the
not
Yeah,
accounted
perimeter.
that's a
for? How's that not accounted
definitely
for?
drop the ball on that one.
Fuck, bro.
Even if they don't account for it, they put a guy up there on the adjacent roof. You should just took
So I heard,
secure
I,
the people in the crowd away from them.
yeah, fine. You're gonna have everybody on that one roof. We'll have them facing all the directions that have the roofs around there. Let's do that. I guess I don't know. I heard somebody say, why weren't they using
No, because they had
drones?
their guns pointed at the roof. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that particular team of Secret Service have access to remote drones and things like that.
Well,
Well,
here's a picture
as far as drones that got
of
weapon
the roof.
capability, you got drones of surveillance drones. You know.
So here's a picture of a roof, and that's supposed to be the ladder right there. That was to the roof, and there, I'm guessing right here's the guy. That's what it looks like to me. But like, okay, you got this
Hmm.
picture. Where the fuck was this video camera and picture during the entirety for the security team? Why didn't the security team have this picture ahead of time?
Yeah, of all
Feel me?
buildings in the nearby area. Yeah, within a certain
Like,
mile radius,
like,
like a
I
like a 500-foot radius of the podium. You got to have the whole thing surveillance.
what's up, Mountie?
What the hell was there?
Hey, what's good, y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Really,
Hey, I was
getting
reading earlier
Uh,
today. I was reading earlier today because I
some of the
do know.
questions.
I had a family member that was a Secret Serviceman years ago,
oh, word.
and I spoke to him. Yeah, he did Secret Service for I think Reagan.
All right.
Hmm.
So,
So
but
what do
he
you
was
say?
like, listen, he was like, first of all, the that guy was at a over elevated vantage point. So any structures that would have been that because he was in a plain line of sight to that podium, to that stadium, to
Yeah.
that stage. That should have never ever happened. First of all, typically
No,
when you got a
definitely
president
never happened.
that's doing a rally, the soft perimeter is 500 meters.
Dude, easy. That guy was 150 yards away.
Yeah.
Dude,
That's
I mean,
nothing.
that's nuts. That's
Bro, I'm
a guy,
pretty sure,
a reasonable marksman. That's a pop shot.
bro,
And why
you
not
could
a
be a
mile?
fucking,
Why not a mile just to be safe?
well, a mile.
Well, they
Okay,
don't.
he's not
Yeah, but
getting the
weapons don't
presidential
have.
security
They don't have.
detail,
Yeah,
right? But
right.
like,
Well, I get
And
that,
the
but you
weaponry
could
doesn't
but you could
reach that
take your
distance.
last guys and put them as far out as you can and
Crypto,
secure the inner part of that.
crypto, you're
But you
kind of
want to go to the
popping. Crypto, you're kind of popping. Jump in and jump back out.
right.
You're kind of popping a little bit.
So yeah, he's like that. Those he was just saying just any structures that were adjacent to that podium, they should have had Secret Service
Bro,
on
I mean,
those
that's
podiums.
a motherfucking secret. A damn kid that plays paintball could have told you that.
I
A
could have hit
paintball
that
kid
with
could have
I could
told
have
you
hit with a
that.
slingshot from that range, bro.
I'm saying, listen, I've hunted a couple times in my life, and I'm a pretty damn good shot, if I do say so myself. I have killed shit over 150 yards, and I ain't a fucking hunter at all, right? Like I'm not a gun dude.
Yeah,
I
but
have
500 yards or a mile is like that's no rifles going that far.
but again,
Well, except for
150. I don't.
50
150 yards, right? 150 yards is fucking nothing with a rifle to hit.
Think about this, guys. 150 yards. If you look at the upper deck of Hard Rock and stretch across to the other upper deck, that's about 150 yards.
That's right. And if you got a scope, just like you guys have looked
Yeah,
with
you can use a scope.
binoculars on the fucking game, and if you shooting a rifle, you ain't got to be that good to fucking to you know be deadly with that motherfucker.
But
one
yeah,
thing
but a mile is actually 10 times that distance.
Yeah,
Well,
they can do a
what
mile
is this
with
guy,
a
the
they
fucking
can do a mile with a
Chris
team
Kyle
and a
or some
50
shit, that fucking
Right.
sniper movie guy.
Yeah,
No
they
way.
can do a mile with a team and a 50 cal. Like they have hit targets at a mile range with
Yeah,
that.
of course
with
they
that
have. I'm sure
platform.
there's some.
But that's right.
crazy badasses that can
Right,
do it
right.
too.
And a
will
50
need
cal.
some
But
very skilled
real quick, I
person
only
with the
came
high
up real
power
quick
equipment.
because some Mountie had mentioned the ladder, and I do have a little bit of insight I can input to that when it comes to those types of ladders. I worked as a satellite technician where I had to get up on a lot of roofs of a lot of businesses, and typically there's either most of the time there's inside access, but if they can't do that and there's a ladder on the outside, it's usually a fixed ladder bolted to the side of the wall. And
That
regulations,
wasn't a fixed ladder, dude.
well, right, but regulations require in that situation that the ladder be locked. And what they usually have is a shield that goes about 6 or 7 feet up from the bottom of the ladder. It's a door that locks shut so you can't climb on the rungs. If you're a nimble person, a lot of people can still jump that and hang on and get up to the rungs. You know what I mean?
Even if you're super nifty, I'd like to see you
Right.
do it holding a rifle.
The other
know what I'm
thing is those are regulated to be locked, but it's not as if they send around regulators every day. Typically, when I would come to one of those businesses with that type of ladder, the lock was broken by like bums and shit. You know what I mean? Like those things are not ever secure.
Color. I'm looking at the picture
9 out of
right
10
now.
of them that I came across were wide open for anybody to climb up on.
Color. I'm looking at this picture right now. That is a 12-foot A-frame ladder that he had leaned up on the side and walked right up to the top.
They're saying that Google Earth didn't show it before, so you could be right about that.
It's a definite.
But he would have had to if it was Lone Wolf, he would have had to be seen carrying that ladder with his rifle to the side of the building. You know what I mean?
Or maybe he fucking stashed the ladder by these bushes at some point beforehand, right?
And that at some point would have had to been between the time that Secret Service swept the area and the time the event started.
Well, I would say, sweeping the area was one of the things that probably went wrong, right?
Or didn't happen, or who knows? That's the
So,
question.
and because
right now. That's the stuff we don't have any information on at the moment.
And because of any way you want to look at it, the conspiracies fly, bro. Like,
I mean, bottom line is you guys already hit it on the head. 150 yards out, a rooftop. Why is there not somebody posted there?
why is
Isn't
there
that one of
not
the spots that they would want to put their own sniper?
just how is it not accounted for? That's what I want to know.
Well,
I don't know what you
Yeah,
want to do
and-
with it.
and-
Put a sniper there,
and you
fucking
setting
tear
up
the
on
roof
the other one.
off.
Yeah, you're setting up in position
I don't know
on
what the
another
validity is.
adjacent roof pointed.
I don't
No,
know what
but
the
also-
validity. I don't know what the validity
They
is.
should have gotten Trump off the stage immediately.
No,
The-
but also
the-
with the technology, you would think there would be drones.
Yeah, one drone,
and-
Mr. Paul, because all it takes.
okay,
right,
so I did
drones.
hear
How many bucks
hold on a second. I did hear something about why drones couldn't be used, because typically in these scenarios they either A, use drones, or B, they jam the frequency for no one to be allowed to use any aircraft over that area. And
Right.
so they're assuming, now this wasn't confirmed, but they're assuming that they did that. They
Couldn't
they
they
went
have
ahead
an
and jammed it
isolated
all.
frequency
But-
that
No,
they
you can
use
use
for their
a
own drone?
No, I'm telling you, there's a whole fucking scientific thing, and I looked it up a little bit, and I'm like, all right, this is getting way too in the weeds, so I'm just going to take it on face value.
Right, but I'm
maybe
saying, Cap,
maybe someone smarter will go in through it and tell us differently that yes,
Cap,
you can
it's
have
like
a specific.
it's like when remember it's like with remote control cars. Every
I got
car
you.
had a
You ain't
different
running-
crystal in it.
You ain't
and a
running no
different
remote
radio
control car.
frequency.
You're not running any radio frequencies outside of the one secure
I'm
talking
saying,
radio
I'm
frequency.
saying, why doesn't the government have a secure spectrum that they can run their own drones while still suppressing the rest of the drones?
I don't know. I don't have the data or the technology,
It
and
seems
maybe
pretty
they
simple
don't.
to me. With RC cars, we just changed out our frequency crystal, and you
Well,
couldn't
color-
control your buddy's car. You know what I mean?
I want you to fucking give me the data on that, and I will take that conspiracy to the top, because that's the only hard evidence you can nail them down with for why they did or didn't use them, because they have a built-in pretty good excuse at
I
this
mean,
point.
there
'Cause I
are
gotta take
radio
it at face value.
frequencies that the public is not allowed to
Sure.
use, even
No-
in
no
radio
debate.
airwaves.
No debate, right? No debate. But I would
Well-
say, go ahead, Manny.
Well, one of the things that I know a family member who was an ex Secret Service is that one thing he didn't really understand is after he was shot and they directed him, after they, I guess, realized that he was shot and they rushed the stage, he said one thing they would have never allowed after they knew the shots rang out, and especially after they knew he was hit, they allowed him to then do a fist pump to expose
Yeah,
his
dude.
face and head.
That
They would have
to
never.
me-
Secret
me
Service would have
was
never allowed him
wild
to do
as
that.
fuck.
Yeah.
They
And
would have
not
never
only
allowed
that,
him to
Which,
do that.
by the way,
Not only that,
he's still gonna, obviously he was probably still would have fought them to try to do it, but you're right. Protocol is he ain't even control of his own self at that point.
No.
Well, yeah,
You're a
adrenaline is
figurehead
adrenaline,
At
right?
that point, you know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah,
you're
I
being
mean,
Secret
protected
Service,
no
he
matter
would've been
what.
around.
Hey,
yeah,
Cat,
because not
I
only
do
that, he
know
wanted to
that.
achieve his show.
hold on a
Can you hear
second.
me?
Yeah, we
Can you
can hear you, John. Go ahead, John.
Good.
We've been waiting.
I understood that Trump asked for more security, and he was denied by the government. Okay,
Yeah, the head of the Secret
and what
Service
he
did deny him.
has
I heard that too.
is not top-notch security because they wouldn't give it to him. Okay, that he doesn't have the best because they didn't give it to him.
It would be right, the green help. It would be the green people. The
Well,
ones that
yeah,
just got in.
What's his name? Benny Thompson or Benny Williams, the dude, the ranking member of the DHS in Congress. They tried to strip him of his Secret Service
That's
protection.
true. That's true. There was a committee that tried to take
mean,
away his Secret Service protection.
JFK
completely.
Jr. doesn't have any right now.
But listen, I okay, denying him Secret Service extra stuff. If it was malicious intent and they wanted him dead, to me that's where we'd be. He'd have been dead, right? Was it malicious? Was it
Do you know the only
malpractice?
thing that
Was it malpractice that they did with spiteful intent? Sure, but it's kind of blown up in their face, right?
Yeah. It's the only thing that saved his life is he turned his head to look at the chart. That was the only thing that saved his damn life, or he would have been dead. If he looked straight at if he looked straight at the audience, he would have been dead. Okay,
It
I
likely
know that.
saved our country right now.
So
A
okay,
millimeter. It took a millimeter.
I'm gonna pull up the video that you're
Real
talking
quick,
about.
Kat, what you just said about
They have a picture of the bullet passing right by him. They froze it.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, dude.
what
I seen that. I wouldn't. I don't trust that picture. First, hold on a second, color. That picture with the bullet going right by him, John. Let's wait for that, dog. That ain't nobody got good enough cameras and all that shit like that. Like maybe, but let's wait because that very well may be a deep fake type of fucking picture. Because
if you pause the video
I don't
yourself,
believe in that picture.
if you pause the
I
video,
don't know,
yourself,
bro. Like, dude,
guys,
like,
hold on. If you pause the video yourself, you can actually.
You're telling. Hold on a second, color. I just want to say something. The same incompetent people that fucking literally couldn't protect the guy from getting shot. Now we've got a picture of a fucking bullet in the air. I just got to call bullshit until otherwise.
You can pause the video yourself and see the heat trail behind his head after the shot rings out. You can see it yourself if you pause the video.
Maybe, dog. I don't know. I mean,
it's not a maybe. I've already done it. Like you can literally do that.
I got it. I could, but like pixelization, I'm not gonna get in all that. Anyhow, I'm gonna go full fucking conspiracy for. We're in here in an hour. I'm gonna go full on conspiracy because the way I see it, peeps, fuck it. We're in one of three scenarios, right? With what happened yesterday. Either A, it's the one side scenario that a political side is trying to kill a political opponent, and there was some malicious, deep state, crazy fucking madness that is trying to prevent this guy from taking office because the elitism establishment hates him, right? Like that's scenario one, and which would inherently mean that this guy is a person that does really care about us and is really the guy, right? For whatever. B, it's a complete fuck up. It's an embarrassment on all of us because this is a powerful nation and this is what it's come to, where we can't keep soccer fans out of the stadium, where we can't control our media from being the way it's being stoking this type of violence. We're tearing shit down. Like, what the fuck is going on? Now we're shooting political opponents. Like, that's the hold on. That's the hard reality. Or it's C, right? In this scenario, that it's the long game for the cucking, and this was all a setup, a ruse, if you will.
I would call that purposeful maliciousness. I'm sorry. Let me correct that.
Well, hold on. Let me land on the C. Let me land on the C because it's all a ruse that Donald Trump is not fighting the establishment. He's the figurehead of the establishment, and they've cohorted and colluded together to make him look like a sympathetic figure in this manner. And we're really fucked because they're all in cahoots and we're being cucked for some big World War III play that we're all going to be scared of. So it's either A, B, or C.
It would take a half an inch for them for their whole plan to go freaking to shit.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
hold on, John. The C answer is it was a purposeful lapse so that if something did happen, coincidentally, we'd have plausible deniability. It's like a purposeful lapse.
Whoever said Trump said he wanted to be a dictator.
What was that, John?
John, you're covering up your mic or something.
I'm covering up my mic.
Oh yeah, now it sounds good.
Okay, I got to speak louder then.
No, you don't have to speak louder. You don't have to speak louder. I think your hands are covering your mic somewhere down there. I don't know where.
Well, I got an earpiece and
okay.
bug it, earbuds,
Right. You're
and
good, buddy.
We can hear you.
it may not be great. I don't know. What was I going to say? Whoever said that Trump was going to be a dictator,
I don't know. What were you gonna say, John?
Can't hear him.
they misunderstood him. Okay, when he says the dictator, he's saying he wants all the illegals that cross the southern border illegally.
John's cooking. We can't hear him. John, your mic is messed up. You're fucking cooking like a son of a bitch right now, and nobody can hear you. I can hear him like you're like muffled. Look, you're like kind of muffled. Check your connection on your mic.
I'll drop out and come back.
All right, go ahead, John. All right, buddy. Man, I don't know what John was saying, but he was on one, right?
If I were to be charitable to the Secret Service and law enforcement, I would say that, look, something like this hasn't happened in a very long time. And a lot of times you get a lot of turnover in these bureaucracies. And so the team of Secret Service people that were on that site, they probably never even fathomed that they would actually have to implement their training.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
And so
like
when
a lot
the
of those
moment
guys
happens, there's a lot of surrealness that comes into play. There's a lot of wait, what are you talking about? And if you look at the report from the people that were telling the cops about the guy on the roof, that's what they described. Was the cops were kind of like, wait, what? You know what I mean? And before anybody knew it, the shots were ringing out.
Yeah, that's kind of where I sit with it.
And to me, it's like, after the attempt on Reagan, we went through about a 10 to 20 year period where it was like, you can't even breathe on the president without getting shot. You know what I mean? And people would, like the idea that you're paid to give up your life for this office. Yeah, they're trained and they know that, but 40 years removed.
That's their only job.
Hold on, 40 years removed from the last attempt.
Can you hear me now?
People get complacent. It's no different than 9/11 when we're sitting there going, how'd that happen? Well, it's because nothing like that has happened in so long that people just don't realize that it's actually happening in the moment.
Well, yeah, it's
again real.
I'm not going to fault people.
I've read it. That's me trying to be fair to the Secret Service. Like, I get it.
All right, hold on a second. I want to let John cook. We can hear you now. Go ahead, John. Cook away.
Good. I don't have any earbuds in. So, okay. I'm going to go back to where whoever said Trump said, as far as being a dictator, dictating means getting all the illegals back out because they're not supposed to be here to begin with. And that's about 20 million right now. Okay? I mean, I don't know if you really know that. It's about 20 million that aren't, some aren't accounted for. Okay? They're saying 10. It's double that. Okay? By the time it takes office, which is another January, basically. And
I would say this, John, just to add a little context to what you're saying, right?
But after that, I mean, that's all he was talking about. He's not talking about being a dictator like a South America,
or Stalin or something,
or our current president,
Russia or whatever.
Our current president ain't a dictator. I haven't had any dictators in my life.
Well,
so
actually, that's arguable. But
he's not a dictator, okay?
Well,
he never will be. Never was. Yeah. Okay.
Well, he was saying he would dictate something.
I don't never used the word. It's media propaganda, bro.
He may have used the word, but you gotta look at.
Okay, hold on a second. No, I want to hear it. Go ahead, Mr. Poe. Got to look at what?
No, you may say he used the word, but he's actually shown it because look who he's been what's the word? He's been given praise to. Vladimir
Oh,
Putin, the guy who's
Okay.
Another
over
lie. That's an
North Korea.
outright lie.
Leonard,
Nah,
well, hold
It's
you
an
up
are
now.
outright
really
lie.
don't
I'm sorry.
judging.
With all due
Hold
respect,
on.
Mr. Polk, that is an outright lie.
Hold on a
You,
second. Hold
no,
on a
yeah.
how's
second.
that outright lie? It's on
Hold
TV.
on.
The man
You
is
are
actually been
stretching what
given.
he is saying.
Hold
You
on,
are
John.
misunderstanding it and twisting it.
No. Come
Hold
on now.
on. I want to hear
Come
what
on
was
now.
on TV, Mr. Polk, because I gotta hear it. What was on TV?
Listen, when Trump went to what was that meeting? He went to what meeting that was? He actually sat down. They showed a picture of him sitting down and Trump sitting down, and Putin sitting down, and he's
Uh,
actually giving Putin his kudos. I'm sorry.
He's hold
That's
on
what
a
I've
second.
seen, and
if,
Wait a
Well,
second.
you
Wait
can
a
Mr.
sit,
second.
you
Hey,
can
hey,
sit,
hey,
if
listen,
Trump
LCAP,
said
listen,
Mr.
By that.
Putin
y'all can
was
sit up
Can
there,
smarter
y'all can sit up
than
here and tell me
Biden,
something
he
All
different, but
right.
that's
probably was
what it's
right.
One
showing me.
at a time. Hold on a second,
That's what
everybody.
it's
We're not
showing
gonna
me.
do this. We're not gonna do this.
Okay, what
One
other
at a
president
time.
has done that with Vladimir
can
Putin?
I can I, so
Every
Okay.
Mr.
single
Polk,
one.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Mountie.
Oh,
Polk, Mr. Polk, could I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
no.
question, Mr. Polk? Can I ask you a
Yeah, go
question?
ahead. Go ahead, Mountie.
Do you know what, as it refers to video, do you know what time sequencing is? Do you know
Do
what
I know
time
what?
sequence, as it refers to video, do you know what time sequencing is?
Mm,
Not really.
It's okay.
Okay.
Let me.
The
No.
I'll
reason,
explain it in a quick manner, if I may. Time
okay.
sequence is that you could take a linear amount of video time, right, or audio time, but you can then chop it up and put it into any order in which you want it to do for movie purposes or music purposes and shit like that. Go ahead, Mountie.
And I just, and maybe a year and a half ago, I found out what that is. And now
okay.
these media outlets, mainstream media outlets, they're very good at that. What they do, they time sequence, they chop things up, they clip things up, and they change the narrative and the context of what Trump's saying. So he'll say, like he said, "Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath if he doesn't get elected." That's not what he said.
That's
He
it.
didn't use it in that context.
No,
He said about that was about the auto industry.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was
See,
about the
the
auto
media,
industry.
see,
Okay.
the
they
media
yeah.
will chop
He
and
was
screw
giving a
stuff.
speech to the union auto workers. And
Oh,
besides,
yeah.
But see,
besides,
here's the
hold
Well,
on, hold on.
unfortunate thing.
I know what
Everybody
I'm
doesn't
facing.
understand the games the media
I want
plays.
to
I know what
squash
I'm
this
facing up
narrative.
there.
I want to squash this narrative that he sat in front of a world leader and praised him. Because first of all, they're supposed to do that when they're sitting in front of world leaders for meetings. Reagan met with Gorbachev.
That's
Okay.
right.
And secondly, Biden just got through saying, if we're going to get in the weeds here, Biden just got through saying not a week ago that Xi Jinping from China is his friend. And he just talked to him on the phone.
Mm.
So what are we doing here?
What see
Hey,
the
I'm
part
going to tell you
that
something.
the people that baffle me is the people that don't get it. They don't understand the games and the manipulative games that the media plays to
Yeah,
spin things, to change context, to make people look a certain way. That's what they do. Just like they called Trump when they said Trump, he called our veterans suckers.
that's right.
That's
Hey,
nonsense. I said, first of all, I said it's no way a sitting president would ever say that about our
no,
veterans, our heroes.
no,
No, they
not
lied.
even Trump
That's
would, no, Trump
bullshit.
wouldn't do it.
That made me angry as being a veteran of 23 years. That made me very angry. That's
The
bullshit. That
veterans
should
that
be
were standing
illegal.
around him that day have
My
already
dad's
testified that he didn't say it.
Air Force. My dad was in the Air Force, and yeah, no, you're
And you
right.
try to quote that a president said that? Are you? That should be illegal. That's bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's the Atlantic, and guess who's going under right now? Because they reported that somebody said he said that. And then the 5 vets that were standing around him testified that he never said that. So who do we trust? It's propaganda, every bit of it.
The
Well,
Okay, well,
I would
left,
say there's equal amount of
I'm sorry.
propaganda on all sides.
I'm sorry. I
That's
just
what
don't
I
agree
meant.
with
Oh,
y'all.
that's what I meant,
I'm sorry.
Elcat.
the
I just don't agree
Democrats
with y'all.
only and the government only care about one thing. They only care about power. They don't care about you,
Hey, so
or
you tell
you.
me the Republicans are
Okay?
not like that? Get out of here with that, John. Get out of here with that. This not just
See,
a Democrat. Republicans are just as
hell
bad.
nah, dog.
I don't want to hear
No,
See,
that.
no, no, no,
I
no,
it's
don't
a
no,
want
no.
to
us
What
hear
it
versus
that.
is,
them,
what it,
dog.
what it,
It's a
what it,
us
No,
versus
what,
them,
what,
dog.
that's okay.
and,
Listen,
and what it is, I will venture to say this, and I won't really say it on your channel because I don't want your channel to get a strike because they'll
Oh
do
shit.
bullshit like that when you're. Listen, it's not about
Oh shit.
Democrat or Republican. It's about a bigger cabal. It's not.
Oh
No.
shit.
It's
Here we
and
go.
and
Here we
I'll leave
go.
it there.
Mr. Polk's
I
right in
don't
that
want.
respect.
I don't want you. I don't see Cap. I don't want to get your page a strike
You,
or get
I
you
mean,
fucking.
listen. I think you
no,
can dance
that's
around it
okay.
mightily, Mountie. Go right ahead, dog. I ain't scared.
It's a bigger
You know what?
cabal. But
I
they
ain't scared of
use
no
Best to
the
leave it
bullshit.
two.
alone.
People
It's
think that
best to leave it
YouTube is going
alone.
to censor people for using the word deep state. Fuck it. I'll use it.
I
Okay.
already said it earlier, dog.
And the fact of it is, Mr. Polk's right in one respect, that it ain't a Democratic or Republican issue.
Hell
They both
nah,
want
dog.
power. And the point here is there's one man standing in the way of both of those factions.
Who?
And that man just had an attempt made on his life.
Yeah.
Well, goddamn, color.
There's El Cap. There's to be
Power
honest
to the
with you,
people. That's it.
I know what I know is I know from some people that I've spoke to that were close to that kind of stuff. There's certain, let's say, secret societies that are a part of the dysfunction of this.
Oh
This is their
shit! You talking about
playbook.
like some skull and bones bullshit?
Yeah, I'm not.
No,
Well, I
I
didn't
know
say
about
that.
to
I'm
talk
not gonna
about.
say. I'm not gonna say. I'm not
What
gonna
you talking?
say.
You talking? You
No,
talking
I know.
the fucking owls out in the woods and
Well,
shit,
well,
dog?
well,
No, I
well,
know.
well,
I know
well,
about
What
well,
you
talking about.
talking, dog? You
But I'm
talking
not gonna say it
Illuminati,
either.
dog?
well, LK,
What you
Cap.
talking,
I'll sit.
Masons? You talking
Cap,
Freemasons,
Cap,
dog?
watch your cap. Watch your
Watch out,
cap.
dog. What you talking New World Order shit, dog?
Yeah,
What you talking about George Soros
absolutely,
and shit, dog? What you talking about George Soros?
absolutely.
What you
Hey,
talking
Cap,
about?
I'll call you. I'll talk to you on the phone.
Oh, don't even bother, Mountie, because they're out with it now. Like they
Yeah, don't
literally
you
are
know,
saying
dog?
it.
That shit ain't fucking. That shit ain't fucking. That's old news, dog.
It's not new.
That's old
I just
news,
watched
dog.
a report. I just watched a report on one of the CNN or something the other day that they identified Soros as a funder of some other thing.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just out with it now. They don't
Hey,
even
what
deny it anymore.
about BlackRock, dog? What about BlackRock, Mountie?
State
What about
Street,
them? Oh
State Street,
shit! What about State
Vanguard,
Street? Oh, don't say
Larry,
Vanguard.
dude, Larry Fink,
Don't say Vanguard. We might get
Larry
shut down
Fink,
now.
Larry Fink is one of those guys, a part of
Yeah,
those
well,
societies. I
listen.
know it for a fact.
I'll tell you this and this alone, right? Whether or not everything on as far down the rabbit hole you can go, to as much as you're looking at something and you're gonna take it at face. I'm a person that I take jack motherfucking shit on face value. I don't believe nothing, and yet I believe everyone. You understand what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah.
believe anything that this thing says ever. I don't believe that TV. I don't believe this. I don't believe that. I allow things to slowly present themselves
Well,
before I have a belief on something, right? Granted, my point is that, but I trust everyone. I hear you guys. I'm listening to you. You're making your points. I'm going to formulate my opinion by those around me that I know and respect, agreeing or disagreeing on things, right? And to me, I will say this. There is them, and then there is us. That's it. When you want to know who's them, I don't give a fuck. Put whatever you want. You want to put Madonna in there? You want to put fucking Jay-Z in there? You want to go down that fucking dark rabbit hole? You want to put Soros? You want to put yes, them who have everything I don't have, and them trying to tell me how I'm supposed to live my life when they ain't gonna do shit to live the life they're saying I gotta live. They don't have to do. We don't have to worry about nothing. Don't tell me how to live my life. I don't want that. The ones that tell others how to live their lives or make the decisions that affect our lives. Plain and simple. I give a fuck about one thing, and I tell everybody this eventually. How much is gas going to be, and how much are my groceries going to be, and how much are my bills to live going to be? Show me how that's where my shit comes. I'm worried about that. That other stuff, yeah, I'm going to listen to it, and I agree with a lot of it. Whether I can prove or you're going to present me the proof on the thing I just said that I don't trust, debatable, right? Maybe I like a little, maybe I don't. Maybe go fuck yourself on what you want to know about what I really know. But I will say this. I need lower gas prices and lower groceries, God damn it. So somebody make that shit happen.
Everybody does.
Cap, I want to be fair to Mr. Polk for a second, right? Because I think he's touching on a very important point. You know, from the moment this happened, everybody's said, "Oh, you know, this side perpetrated it," and now there's reports, "Oh, this guy's a registered Republican, so that side perpetrated it." Why is nobody in the conspiracy world pointing at the third party who has the most motive out of anybody to take one of these two out of the race? Who actually?
Well, hold on a second, Color.
Nobody's talking about that guy. Nobody's saying, "Hey, wait
Color,
a minute,
I want to respond.
I want to last name. Hold on. What's his last name?" Because the last time that before Reagan that this happened, it was two brothers that were starting to expose the quote unquote deep state. And both of them lost their lives.
It's true.
And one of them shares a name.
Reagan called it the cabal.
And one of those brothers shares a name with that third party candidate I'm talking about.
Talking about Kennedy?
We can play this game. If people want to take it off Republican and Democrat, let's do that. Who had the most to gain in this political cycle, in this election cycle for Trump being taken out? Who had the most to gain? The Trojan horse. That's who. And I'm not going to name his name because I don't want anybody to sue me. Allegedly.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Excuse me, Color. Good.
We could go all night with that stuff.
Real quick, I just want to shout out Rhino. No more words than true what Rhino says right here. If you want to help others, you have to help yourself first.
Exactly.
I literally, words to live by. My dad told me it so long, and I can remember being young and struggling, and my dad would always say this to me, and it was first things first. You got to take care. You got to first things first. You got to take care of number one, yourself. Fuck everybody else and everything else. Y'all can get some once I get mines, because if I don't get mines, then I can't take care of what I have to. And if I got $20 and I'll give you 20, now I need to borrow 10 from so-and-so. Now I'm in the whole 10 and you owe me, like, see what I'm saying? You fucked your deal up. Start with your first person first. Color, what you're saying.
Well, I'm just asking the question. What do you think that family? Do you think that family's gotten over the fact that two of their brothers were killed?
No, I don't think anyone gets over the fact that somebody is killed in a political sphere of,
and not to mention his nephew. How does the nephew mysteriously die as well?
Whoa, Mountie sliding now. Don't even Mountie.
Oh, that was the plane crash, wasn't it? Ted
exactly. And let's not talk about, wasn't he slated to take that seat in New York before Hillary Clinton got it?
Well, listen, if you want to be real, Hillary scares the shit out of me, dog. I don't know whether I could believe this, that, or the other, good or bad, or about the person.
I'm just saying.
That person scares me, dog. There's some people out there that scare me. Like, I see them like, I don't know, man. There's something up with that.
Well, remember the younger one.
And I ain't scared of shit, but I don't like that.
Back in the late or late 80s, early 90s. Remember that the
Right.
brother or
Which is
the one
terrifying.
cousin or whatever, they got taken out in a plane, allegedly.
Oh, shit. We're in it now, boys.
I'm just saying,
Okay,
it's
well,
really funny how that family name starts rolling around in our political world again, and all of a sudden this shit's happening again.
But okay,
Just saying.
real quick, Color.
Okay.
And I just want to hold on a second, Color. And Mr. Polk, I want you to respond because I know you've been waiting. But I want to take everything that you're saying, Mountie, Color, and myself, because I understand. And I want to roll it in onto the other side, playing devil's advocate here, on that all of the perceptive wrongings might not be wrong, that you got to fight in every way, shape, or form or manner, because what you're stopping, and now I'm playing devil's advocate here, is a person that is determined to bring this country to a World War III, that there is going to be a handover with a partnership with Russia in some manner, and that it's going to come in an extreme dictatorial type of ruling, at the minimum 4 years, potentially longer, and that all the work we've done good abroad in a geopolitical manner on being the world leaders, right? Perceptively from this and everything else, the world's going to turn their back on us because of what this man's going to do. And he's going to set this country back culturally, progressively, and just being the right thing, going to set us back for potentially forever if this guy really gets his way. So when we're talking about stopping that, do you understand how the parallels work on both sides of these arguments from everything you were saying, Mountie?
So El Cap, are you talking about L45?
Am I talking about what?
Are you talking about President 45?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. I'm
Okay.
talking about him on this time coming around, that there's motherfuckers are going to pay, and
there's a
he's going to
reason.
get it
There's
right
a
this
reason.
time.
There's a reason. Well, Cap, I'm gonna tell you this. There's a reason as to why they're going after him so hard, the left, because he's not a part. See, what it is this. Just say he's basically his own man. He can't be bought. He can't be manipulated.
Right.
He
He's a
can't be
homo
controlled.
You're right.
He can't be bought. He can't be influenced. So they don't like it. See, what this goes back to the to JFK. They kill who they can't.
Hold up.
Look at theater.
Hold on, Mountie. Wouldn't the characteristics of a dictator be a guy who can't be reasoned with, who doesn't work with others? Do you see how this?
So has he demonstrated that? No. Has he demonstrated that as of yet?
You also got to stop using the word dictator, because dictator is actually a legal term that can be granted by the Senate. With the word you guys are actually needing to be using is tyrant.
Yeah,
exactly. See,
we have something in our country called martial law. That is dictatorial power, and the Senate can grant it.
So okay. What El Cap? One thing I would encourage all of you on the panel and others to read the Chevron ruling, this immunity thing, and others that Trump worked so hard to get done. This Chevron ruling is huge, huge. These three-letter organizations hate this, and just so wondering how often it's just coincidental how this ruling comes down from the Supreme Court, and now they have an attempt on his life.
So
they have no more power. They have no more power.
Well, listen, no bullshit, right? I look at it is in more than one way, right? And I'm just gonna, again, I play devil's advocate. This is what Capitan does, right? Fuck yeah, right? You're talking about mixing shit up. You're talking about, I mean, listen, we already know the bad things the CIA has done. We already know the bad things the FBI has done, and everybody on both political spheres can talk about them. What they did in the fucking 80s, what they did in the fucking 70s, what they've done in the 90s with profiling and shit.
What they
Let's
just
not
did
act like
3 weeks ago.
again, we can go ahead and look into all that shit, right? So when you're telling me you're gonna try to like fucking, I don't want to say punish, that's like a term, but like G check these 3-letter organizations in that manner, I'm about it, right? But on the flip side of that coin is that wouldn't a perceptive potential threat of a dictator, or as Color wants me to call it, a fucking tyrant, right? Wouldn't a tyrant try to weaken these agencies on his way to becoming a tyrant? Isn't that where it begins?
Absolutely. That's the goal of it.
No, because a
Yes.
tyrant needs those agencies.
Why would a tyrant need those
No,
agencies?
not
How
if
He's gonna
it's loyalist.
He's going to
Power-
weaken those agencies to then
but
flourish
LK.
his own.
He don't need
Right?
But LK,
And
until he
they-
can
those
get until,
agencies are the instrument of his power.
Not if they consider career bureaucrats.
but he can't possibly become a tyrant or a dictator as long as we have Congress and the Supreme Court. That's why he's just 1/3 of the government.
And look what just happened.
That's the problem. When Supreme Court relinquished their duties and obligations,
What about a
You don't need
little
them.
known what about a little known concept called consent of the governed and the Second Amendment? Y'all act like we're a bunch of Englanders from the Victorian age or
the
something.
person that had the rifle had a Second Amendment as well.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
what
that's
does
how
that
he got the
even
gun.
mean?
That's why he had the gun, Crypto. I mean, that's what it is, right? Like that's part of it. But I would say I would take but again, Crypto, I would take the potential of yesterday's I would take the potential of yesterday's tragedy a million times over than the potential of not being able to do something if a tyrannical government took place in my own fucking nation. And I don't know anyone on this panel or anyone I talk to or any member of my family down to my children that ain't gonna do their part to not stand for that shit, dog. That's kind of my deal, right? Like,
but El Cap, I don't know
if
any
you're telling me
president.
this
I think that's a red herring. That's tyrannical when it comes to fighting against the military. That's a moot point.
well, hold on a second, Crypto. Are you telling me
Well,
that
then
you
why hasn't it already happened? Then
Hold
why
on a
hasn't
second.
it already happened?
Hold on, Color.
250 years and
There
not
ain't
one
no
person
freaking
has
strong
decided
man
to
that's
take
done
those
it.
powers. 250
Because no one
years
ever,
and not
no
one
one in
president.
200.
Oh, wait a minute.
No
Actually,
one,
one
no
president
one
did take
ever,
those powers. Wait a minute. One
no
president
one,
did take
no
those
one
powers.
ever in
His name was
250
Lincoln.
years.
His name was Lincoln.
No
and
one
he
ever did that in
jailed
250 years.
journalists.
So,
Yeah, but yeah, no one would ever
The man
contest
put
our military,
journalists
even our
in
own
jail,
citizens.
bro.
anyhow, yeah, I don't really trust
Well,
journalists.
he put journalists in jail at what you call, they're the fourth estate.
Yeah,
There's a
Lincoln
freedom
put
of the
them in
press.
jail. That's right. Lincoln put them in jail.
What's wrong with Lincoln? Lincoln was the homie, right?
Nothing's wrong with Lincoln, but we survived that tyranny, didn't we?
I wouldn't call Lincoln tyrannical, if you want to be real. I thought he was a guy that had to
If
do
you
what
talk
needed to
to
be
a
done
Roman
to
and
push
ask
this
him about it,
country
he'll
to a
tell
better
you that's a
place.
tyrant.
Well, I mean, at the time, yeah, that's what they thought of him. I don't know anybody who doesn't know their history on Lincoln, but they fucking hated him. If you don't believe me, just look at how they killed him. Okay, so what are we talking about
The
here?
man suspended the freedom of the press, bro.
But
I
anyhow,
I don't know about none of that, but suspending freedom of
It
the press.
doesn't matter whether you know about it or not. It's fact. It's history.
well, okay, hold on. I want to hear what Crypto said. What did you say,
Well, that ain't
Crypto?
got nothing to do about what today.
What's going on today,
The press
then?
today and how the press is being treated today.
It has
It's different
everything
from the
to
press being
do
treated
with
then.
the fact that a tyrant needs the consent of the governed in America.
Well, hold up,
No, they
Crypto.
don't.
Hold
they
up,
don't.
Crypto. Hold up, Crypto.
No, they don't.
You trust
at
the
all.
press, dog?
Well, then what are we even doing here then, Crypto? We might as well tear up the
You tell me.
Constitution and call ourselves something else.
Well, there were political figures out there touting to tear it down in the first place, so that's neither here nor there.
This is true.
Yeah, we know they were rioting in the streets all last summer. We saw them.
No, it was the guy that his life got attempted
The summer of
assassinated
love.
yesterday.
Or how about the guy? How about the guy that went above the Supreme Court decision? Speaking of dictators, okay, and canceled everybody's student debt against the Supreme
Yeah,
Court.
because he can do that.
Against the Supreme Court order.
Because that's an executive branch. All he can.
Yeah,
what branch of the government controls the United States
executive power
Treasury?
to do it. You're right. He's got
No,
executive
because he's got the fucking
dictatorial power
because he's
to
the
do it.
executive. No, he don't.
Yeah, but-
because he got executive
did it.
power
He
because
did
he
it.
controls the
He did
Treasury.
He
No,
did it.
the executive branch is in charge of the Treasury. And what fucking idiot out there is going to rail against your freaking debt being canceled when you got $100,000 left on your fucking debt? What
The Supreme
fucking
Court
idiot
did.
are going to
The
fucking
Supreme
do that?
Court did
Yeah,
on
they
behalf of
are.
the people. The
They,
Supreme Court
they
did.
are. No, because they playing political fucking games. That's what the Supreme Court did. Because
That's
I don't
Hold on
want
a
no
second.
fucking.
Political
They're
games.
not
It's all
speaking on my
political
fucking
games when
behalf.
something you don't like.
They're not
When it
fucking.
protects our-
They're not
when it
fucking
protects
speaking
our
on my behalf.
Constitution, it's
Yeah,
political
the
games.
student loan debts. You
When
know
it
what?
protects
Because
our
a fucking
Constitution,
idiot
when
would
it
tell
protects our
somebody with a lot
Constitution,
of
it's
money,
political
I
games.
don't want you to pay off my debt. Yeah,
Okay.
what fucking
Playing the
idiot's going to
game.
do that?
Playing the game.
Because I don't want
Keep playing
nobody
the game.
interfering when somebody
Keep
else,
playing the
when
game,
somebody else
Crypto.
is out there
Keep
fucking,
playing the
when
game.
somebody else out there who wants to cancel my student loan debt,
Come
I don't want
talk to
some
me when the
fucking
game is over. Come
person
talk to me
fucking
when the
black
game is over.
robes, an unelected official in black robes stopping another individual from paying off my fucking student loan if he's got the money and power to do so. What fucking
What?
idiot's going to intervene with that
What are you even
transaction?
talking about, bro?
What are you
What
talking
the
about,
fuck
Crypto?
you think I'm talking about? No, you
Nobody
said something
knows.
about fucking somebody counting canceling student loan debt. That was a brilliant fucking decision because a lot of people accepted it
And it
because
was
the burden is
unconstitutional.
shifted.
And it was
And it wasn't.
unconstitutional.
Where in the Constitution it say you
Well,
can't
hold
do
up.
that?
The
Where in
Supreme
the
Court
what article?
decided that, bro.
What article? What article?
The Supreme
Where's
Court
the
just
article?
decided that.
What article?
Ask,
article?
Look at the Supreme
The
Court
Supreme
opinion.
Court
Yeah,
is the
the
land
Supreme
of the
Court-
law, isn't it?
What fucking article?
Why don't you look at
What
the
article
Supreme
did
Court's
they use
decision
to
and
say for
find
the
out?
Supreme Court? What? What was the decision? Yeah, because they freaking being political guys in hats and robes. That's what they're
no,
doing.
every
because they don't like the guy that did it.
Every time it goes against
Yeah,
your
because they don't like the
Supreme
fucking
Court
guy
is
that
the
do it.
Supreme-
That's right.
Because
That's
it's not
law,
it's not
isn't it?
Playing the game,
unconstitutional to
Crypto.
cancel my
Let me
debt.
know when the
Just
game
like
is
it ain't
done, bro.
unconstitutional
Let me
for
know
the
when the
federal
game is
government
done.
to give me a
Let me
housing
know
loan.
when the game is
Just
done.
like it's not unconstitutional for the federal government to give me as a veteran a housing loan. It's no fucking difference. It's no fucking difference.
All right.
When they finance the fucking debt, they have a right to cancel it. It's their fucking obligation. They control the Treasury Department. The executive branch of the United States control the United States Treasury. They have carte blanche to relinquish anybody's debt
then
when it's
guess what?
funded and backstopped by the federal government's Treasury Department.
Guess
That's
what?
full carte blanche to do so. That's
Guess
an
what?
Article 2 issue. That's an
The Supreme
Article
Court
2
disagreed
issue.
with you, bro.
That's an Article 2. That's an Article 2 issue. I don't give a shit what the Supreme Court says. They would say stepped outside their Article 3 boundaries.
Well, at
That's
least
what
you
they
admitted
fucking
it.
did.
At least you admitted it.
They fucking overstepped their Article 3 boundaries. That's what they did. It was a purely Article 2 function. Them freaking telling the Treasury Department to release the freaking debts. He had full power over the Treasury, United States Treasury. That's an executive function in Article 2 of the United States Constitution.
So real quick,
And you
Crypto.
got unelected judges. You got
Supreme
six
Court justices are all
unelected-
corrupt politicians.
Six
I know.
unelected. Yeah, Uncle Thomas out there.
Oh,
taking
so
fucking
we should
rides.
throw out gay marriage
That's a
then.
fuck.
So we should throw out
Uncle
gay
fucking
marriage
Thomas.
then.
No,
Why
that's
are we
illegal. That's
throwing out-
within their jurisdiction because that's what they do.
Oh, because it's
That's
a
a legal
decision
function.
you agree
That's
with.
a part.
Oh,
That's
okay,
a
I got
function
it. I
of
got
the
it.
That's
I got
that's
it.
a function
Playing
of
the
a
game,
court.
bro. Keep
That's
playing
the
the game.
function
Let
of
me
a
know when
fucking
the
court.
game
You
is done.
fucking keep playing a court and keep deceiving people about how the fucking government works.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
a-
I'm
that's
doing.
a
I'm
court
deceiving
function.
people.
Well,
I'm
Yeah,
an evil deceiver.
that was
I'm an
5
evil
conservative
deceiver.
justices.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
that's
I'm an
5.
evil
That's
deceiver.
5 conservative justices that gave the rights to those fags to freaking get married in the first place.
Whoa.
Now, how
Take it
you
easy
like
on the
that?
fags.
I
Yeah,
don't know why that's
yeah.
supposed to like. Is that meant to insult me?
Well, if
Okay.
you take it for what it is, if the shoe fits, wear it because you don't like those fags.
Oh, what?
Are you
That's not
serious,
true.
Whoa,
That's not true, Crypto. Don't
Yeah,
No,
but
say
why the
sorry,
that.
fuck
man.
you
I'm
bring it
sorry,
up?
bro.
Why the
sorry,
fuck
man.
you bring it up?
I'm sorry.
No, Color, you can't do that. You were
bro.
yelling just as
No, that's
much.
crossing a
No,
fucking line, man.
it's
That's
okay. I
crossing a
got
fucking
it.
line,
But
bro.
I'm
Well,
gonna,
guess
I'm
what?
gonna
Then
listen.
I'm fucking out of here. I shouldn't have even come up with this
Well,
first
hold on,
and this
Color.
is exactly why I didn't want to. Okay?
I
I'm not
understand
going to
that.
sit here and be fucking insulted like that, bro,
I
by
know.
somebody that calls me his friend.
I got you.
Okay?
Color. Well, don't
Bottom line.
I get it, and I'm pretty certain.
And if I'm insulted like that one more time by anybody on this fucking team, I'm fucking out, bro.
I got you, dog. I'm pretty sure this is a crossing Article 3 into Article 2 type of scenario for crypto.
I'm not the one that just used that fucking word. Bigot.
True, crypto.
You fucking bigot.
All right, calm down. No name calling. God damn it, boys. I told y'all this wasn't going to be the thing. Y'all stop it
I don't
right
give
now.
a shit about the queers getting fucking married. You the one hate them.
Oh my
You the
God.
one
Okay.
fucking hate them.
You fucking
You
bigot.
the fucking one that hate them. You the fucking bigot racist. You concerned about what those.
All right, Color. I'll see you at another time. I gotta remove Color and crypto. This isn't working.
Damn.
I mean, now a bigot. This is what the problem is with politics, right? Because this was a disagreement over college funds at the executive branch and whether it's federally recognized and should be implemented, right?
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of gray area. That's why fucking government sucks, right? It's why it's not cool. I don't know if you've ever dealt with any government type of programs when it involves citizens. Maybe not so much working for the government. Shit, I know government workers have it rough as well. There's all these red tape and all this nonsense, right? But whether it was good or not, I mean, look, if you're telling me that college kids don't have to pay back debt and there's some type of help and it'll help stimulate the economy and relieve pressures, I'm about that. If you mean that I got to pay for all that shit, why the fuck am I paying for it, right? Now, how that works, I don't know. Here's what I don't like, and I'm just going to be plain and simple. And I've always said this. I just need a president that don't fuck with nothing, right? Don't raise my taxes. Don't find some new way to, we need more money so I can fix these problems. Don't tell me none of that shit. Leave it. Americans are fucking, we're an industrious, fucking really adaptive people, right? You still don't fuck with us. Gas prices are high, grocery prices are high. But if you don't fuck with it long enough, we'll figure it out. We'll get settled in. We'll work harder. We'll get to a point where we can have things and it be all right and it not, the inflation. But when you're just consistently putting the bar and you're spending money on nonsenses, I mean, debatable, right? On a paying off student debt, right? Like I
common sense.
Well, I could see the benefits for a lot of people in that, right? But here's the deal, right? That ain't really how the government works with anything. What they do is they go, okay, we're gonna take $100 million and we're gonna fucking erase debt. Well, right off the rip, we're gonna have to pay all these fucking assholes to do all this, and it's gonna take this long, and it's gonna be all these people, and we're spending $12 million right off rip. So we're down to fucking 78 million now. And then the years of it working, they have, say, like 3 years to get all this debt stuff. And then they start all these programs with all this red tape for people to have to jump through all these hoops to get like a payment plan to take them down and do some bullshit. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's what it seems like a lot. And, I get it, right? There's good things the federal government does and can do, but I also see a lot of wasteful spending as well. All right, I'm gonna bring color and crypto back up here, but I don't want to hear all this bigot,
Yeah.
racist
Yeah, I don't
bullshit
like
ass talk.
I don't
Y'all
like
ain't
the
gonna do
hoops
that
either.
shit. Neither one of you. You gonna stop it? Crypto, don't fucking do that shit. That's fucking bullshit. And no name calling color. God damn it, y'all need to stop it.
I'm gonna call fucking anybody a name that wants to call me fucking that shit.
Okay, well, there's no more of those name calls, right? Crypto,
We don't have
right,
an
color?
issue. No, we don't have an issue with the government bailing out corporations and giving big bailouts to banks as in such as a banking crisis. But all of a
Actually,
sudden,
I do.
someone comes along.
Yeah, actually,
Someone
we
comes
do.
along.
Actually, I
Someone
fucking
wants
do,
to come
buddy.
along
That
and
was
bail out the
that was
fucking
President
students
Obama that
because
did
they
that.
won't fucking there. No, it
Listen,
wasn't because he wasn't in fucking office.
I
That's
can hear you.
that's
First
how
of
I know
all,
you're gaslighting. No, he
first of
wasn't.
all,
He wasn't even
crypto.
sworn in office yet. So stop the
What?
nonsense. The bailouts came in September of 2008. Obama wasn't sworn in office until 2009, you asshole. Are you that fucking blind, you racist? He wasn't in fucking office. The bailouts came in September during the Lehman Brothers crisis.
Why does
Jesus
that?
fucking
Why is that a
Christ.
racial
Learn your
thing, though?
history.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I can't want to say because that was Obama that did that. That was Congress that bailed them out in the first place.
Yep.
And George W.
Yep.
Bush on his way out the door signed the
we
fucking
disagree,
bill.
so
Oh,
because we disagree, I'm a racist, right? Okay, fuck you, you fucking bigot.
No, because you want to blame it on the Negro.
Fuck
Barack
you,
the Magic
bro.
Negro.
Oh,
fuck you,
That's
fuck you.
What we
You know what? Never mind.
what?
Y'all just, god damn.
So I deserve that,
Where's
Cap?
that?
Color, I'm not gonna. I gotta separate you both right now. This is I gotta talk to y'all about later because I'm pretty sure I texted in the chat that this is not the shit I was gonna have on that.
Well, it started in that chat.
I'm
a fool.
Honestly,
No, Cap, fuck all that. Let him get this shit off.
Shut the fuck up, DM. Shut the fuck up.
Let him get it off, goddammit.
Listen,
Hold on.
I don't want.
This man texted me. This man texted me in a group text for our team that I'm a fool. Right out the gate, called me a fool.
A fool, color. I got it, but a fool is now. See how getting pissed off that fool ends up with you're racist. Like it's a slippery slope. Like let's. I get it. He who casts the first stone.
Yeah, I didn't
don't live in
retaliate.
glass houses. I got that.
Call me
but
a fool. I didn't retaliate.
Okay.
And
but
you know I didn't.
I didn't read the fucking text. I'm not gonna lie, dog.
I asked him not to call me a fool, and that was the end of it.
I say let him get this shit off.
I'm bringing him back up, but listen, I don't want the
First of
fucking
all, I don't want to
bullshit.
address the peanut gallery in the chat. No, Obama signed a stimulus package in January of 2009. That was to stimulate the fucking economy. They had nothing to do with the bailout of the banks. The bailout of the banks came almost 5 months prior to that because they had to jumpstart the economy because of the financial crisis of 2008. So number one, when he came in office in January 20, he signed a $1 trillion stimulus package to stimulate the fucking economy.
And did it?
Absolutely, he did. With the largest stock market,
Listen,
most
no lie.
consecutive
I remember
job
when I
growth in the
got that
history of the
money, I was
freaking
like,
civilization.
hell yeah. I needed that dollars.
In 2009, in January 3rd, 2009, Bitcoin was launched.
Well, at least you're keeping it to crypto. Thank you for that. Let's not no more name callings. EM, I'm glad you came up here.
Administration wants to eliminate crypto.
And the current administration freaking approved the ETFs that just got developed, in which we reached an all-time high of $73,490 a Bitcoin. Exactly, which means the stock market, you and every other individual investor can invest in it indirectly. Now in a regular private brokerage account. That was this administration, SEC, freaking Gensler that fucking approved it with the ETFs of Ethereum right on the horizon, backed up by Solana, next in line with Cardano. So that would be 4 ETFs approved by this administration. So all this nonsense and rhetoric that they freaking want to get rid of it, you can't get rid of it. Number one, it's a freaking code.
Who wants to get rid of it?
And it's global.
Who wants to get rid of it?
No one can get rid of it.
Well, I will say this.
Regulate it.
My fucking crypto took a
doesn't mean they want to get rid of it.
at some
Well,
point.
the point
Just
of
like any other
crypto, the
brand
point
new
of
industry,
cryptocurrency
just
is
like
to
any
not
other
be
fucking
regulated.
regulations.
The
Hey,
point
I'm
of
not.
cryptocurrency is to not be regulated.
Yeah, that's
No,
true.
it's not.
Well,
No,
hold on a
that's
second,
not what it
crypto.
evolved into.
I got that's
No,
not
it's
what it
not.
evolved
There's
into, but I always thought like
decentralization and there's centralization.
I
All
got you, right?
embedded within the industry.
Hold on a
Yet
second, crypto.
again, the growth from 2009 and now has been the
Crypto.
greatest in almost any asset in the
Crypto.
history of civilization.
Crypto. I just want to say, like, I thought the cool part about crypto was that like no one was gonna know that I was moving my money around, and so nobody could
some
tax
of
me
it's
on
a
it.
store of value. No.
Yeah,
I
Because
get
you
the
have to
store
operate.
value. I
decentralized
always
currency.
And
It's
you
I
don't
always
and
assumed
decentralized
when you
currency.
use it, you
Why do you
don't have
what
to
do you think
freaking you have to
what do you
off
think
ramp it.
DeFi stands for? It's decentralized fiat.
No, it's decentralized finance. That's what DeFi
Okay,
stands
whatever. Keyword decentralized.
for. Yeah,
Okay.
get it right. Get your facts right.
and all right.
Damn.
Okay.
I think they agreed to disagree.
I like that. That was a good way to come back around again, boys. Welcome. I blame EM for all this.
Man,
All I want to know, where were you last night, EM? God damn it, with all this mess going around here. Did you start this whole mess? Is that what the hell's going on?
Oh shit! God damn,
Damn.
you can. All I gotta say is you can't blame Ian for this one. God damn it, you
All I know
cannot
is the average
blame.
investor can invest in crypto without getting a fucking private wallet.
I
All
don't
right,
think
They do it through their
crypto.
regular brokerage
Cap, I
accounts. They
I
can
don't
get
think.
it through fucking Fidelity, freaking Charles Schwab, and freaking Merrill Lynch.
What?
That was not possible without this administration.
I don't know. I can't tell if crypto's for bailing out the banks or not bailing them out. I'm not gonna lie.
It works alongside them now.
What? Does that mean you didn't like it in the beginning, but now you understand it?
Yeah, now that the bankers, the big wealthy billionaire bankers understand that they need to get on this train. And now
Okay,
they're now
so
full tilt into it.
I get it, right? Like I understand where your point is. I wasn't on for bailing them out.
Despite what
I don't
fucking Jamie
like none
Dimon
of
is
that
saying,
shit, dog.
he's lying to you, telling you that, oh, it's a scam, and why he's sitting up there buying up huge
Who's a
bags
scam?
over the counter.
Who
Freaking
said that?
numbnut Jamie Dimon, the
Who?
owner, the freaking CEO of the world's largest bank. Yeah, that Jamie Dimon, the one that's
Yeah,
lying
well,
to you in public,
crypto.
telling you
If you're
how
telling
it's a
me,
scam, and then he's going behind closed doors buying it over the counter.
are you saying that the bankers aren't to be trusted? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's just selling you wolf tickets, and he's gobbling it up over the counter. That's what he's
All
doing.
right. Word up.
Just ask the CEO of Coinbase.
Thank you for the cryptocurrencies.
So in other words,
real quick,
status quo.
KP, what is up, KP? What's going on? And we have Big Nick that just strolled into the house as well. What's up,
Hey,
KP?
what's going on, El Cap, man? Hey, just want to know if Tua's signed yet, and if any other big news has happened this weekend. I don't know.
A Tua
Anything going
signing
on
is
up
what
there?
we need to change the outlook of America right now, is what I think. The Dolphins should bite the bullet for the betterment of the nation and sign Tua like during this podcast, just to turn the whole thing around. I say pay him with a little bit more money to get this deal done right now. We need a win around these parts.
Tua will become Tua the idol, huh? Will bring us peace.
Yeah.
Well, if Tua doesn't sign by the beginning of the season, you're not going to have a season.
No, the season won't go on.
Well, who do you have for a backup?
Right
Do you
now, I
trust
think
them?
there's Mike White and Skylar Thompson.
Do you trust the backups?
I don't trust anybody on the roster personally. I don't know any of them.
That's what I'm saying. Your season may be gone.
Well,
If
they're
Tua
not.
doesn't-
Supposed
You think
yeah,
if
that's
Tua
true.
don't
It
sign-
may be gone. Maybe gone. It may not.
You think if Tua doesn't sign, he's not going to pay for that $23 million guarantee? Is that what you're trying to say? That he's
I'm
already under
saying-
contract?
I haven't
for?
said that. I have not said that.
I'm saying if
Not
Tua's
you,
not there,
KP.
you don't
Not
have
you.
a-
Not you, KP. Do you
trust
think Tua is not going to play for the contract that he's currently up under that's paying him $23 million guaranteed.
I don't think Tua is making decisions sometimes. Is he?
There is no way in the world Tua is gonna sit out and leave $20+ million sitting on the table.
Quarterback.
There's no way.
Yeah, it's impossible. to sit
I
at
gotta
that stage.
say, I don't
agree,
see
yeah.
there's no way Tua doesn't
I
take a
think it's
deal
impossible at this point.
because guaranteed at signing would be 120 million, right? Like the longest he could even hope to hold out for that type of contract would be to like get more money would have to be the friggin' bye week, right? The early bye week. That's when they would have to do it.
Cap.
It's cool to voice criticism. It's cool to voice criticism, but don't just say shit for controversy, man. That don't make sense. That's why we get so frustrated and we get accused of being certain types of fans, because criticism is cool. It's legit criticism, but don't make up dumb shit just to get a rise out of people thinking you won some kind of fucking prize or something. That's the dumbest comment ever. If Tua doesn't sign, the season is over. What the fuck? He's under contract for $23 million guaranteed. He's gonna
They got
play.
him. They got him for more than that if they're being real.
A lot to turn down at this
No, but you're Big Nick. You make a
I'm saying
salient
if he
point.
doesn't play, I mean, he could hold out, couldn't he? And just
all 53 players can hold out.
We can't hold out. Hell no, not under this CBA.
Well, hey, NFL stands for not for long. Any of the 53 players can hold out, and their job is done.
And then you already don't think Tua's worth the money in your mind. You don't think Tua's worth the money. You probably don't think he's a good quarterback. So you advising him not to play, to sit out a year, and then go. You think?
No, there ain't no way he's not gonna play. There's no way he's holding
It's called critical thinking, man. You got to think deeper than just I don't like Tua. Maybe if he don't sign, the season is over. That's stupid. He's under contract for $23 million guaranteed.
Yeah, he's
and if
he's
he plays
definitely
on
gonna
that
play.
contract, he's playing for an even bigger bag next season.
That's true.
Exactly.
Cap.
Or not so big. What's up?
Yeah, not so big if it doesn't go his way. That's right.
That's right.
Okay.
What's up,
Can
Mr.
you,
Paul?
can you ask the panel, the new guys on the panel, what we discussed a little earlier?
What's that?
What happened yesterday?
Show topic.
Oh
Mr.
yeah.
Polk is
What happened
information
yesterday?
gathering. He wants opinions, man.
All
What's the
right.
question,
Yeah.
Mr. Paul? Ask the question, Mr. Paul. What's up?
Yeah. Please help refresh my
Let
memory.
Let Cap the question.
All right, I got you, dog.
Uh-huh.
I got you. Let me get my game face back on. KP, Big Nick, EM, welcome, and Amicus sliding
what's
in the
up,
back
EM?
door over here.
Big
Look
Nick,
at this
what's going on,
motherfucker.
fellas?
Is that Amicus over there?
What's
Holy
good,
shit.
gentlemen? KP, salute, bro.
Salute.
What's good, El Cap? What's good?
What's good, everybody? All right. So, look, crazy as fuck yesterday, gentlemen, ladies, chat, everybody. Like, crazy as fuck, no matter how you slice it, right? But think about what could be if that fucking bullet rang true, and we're talking about a dead presidential candidate, ex-president. Like the fucking the Secret Service with, I mean, the malpractice on that is, I don't even know how to talk it, right? Like, how do you even, like in today's day and age with technology, like, how do you even talk that shit?
You can't sue the federal government, so
I have to tell you, I don't use a gun, but I didn't think a gun would sound like firecrackers. It almost sounded like a firecracker.
Well, okay.
All guns sound like that.
They all sound like that, and guns.
You never shot a firearm before?
No.
It depends on the caliber. The caliber of the rifle.
I'm the biggest
I told
pacifist on
this one time. Okay.
I'm probably
Listen, when you shoot an AR-15, it don't sound like no motherfucking firework.
Real quick, so he can hear. So he can hear how a firearm sounds when somebody's letting them off. Do I have your permission to do that, Cap? I'm kidding,
Absolutely.
bro. I'm kidding,
Absolutely.
bro.
Go ahead. Pop it off. Go ahead.
22, man.
Listen, first of all, hold on, John. Let me just explain something about the sound of gunfire. It could sound a lot of different ways, right? It always can sound like a firework, but just like a firework, however close it is or however far it was, then when the sound makes it to you, all makes a difference. Is it in a confined space? Is it in a fucking hallway? Is it inside a house? Is it in a wide open space? The gunfire can sound extremely different. Bullets sound different. All that shit.
Yeah, but LCAP. Hey, real quick. Here's the thing. If you're listening, hold on. I haven't said nothing, man, for 20 minutes.
Go ahead, Amicus.
I was just gonna say, like, if you're in person, it don't sound like no motherfucking fireworks. I mean, if anybody who shot an AR-15 knows it doesn't sound like a firework. But if you're listening to things over, like a cell phone or something, I mean, yeah, it can sound however, but not in person.
When you're from a distance, absolutely, it sounds like a firework. It sounds like firework.
Well, who's from distance? When you're right fucking there, 130 yards away, it don't sound like no fucking firework.
130 yards away, it sounds like a fucking firework.
Listen, guys, there's no need for the argument here. Listen, acoustics solves this issue very easy. Hold on, right? Let me go first, and then you get in.
I personally don't want to participate.
Now, hold up, everybody. We need one out of fucking time.
I want to go. I'm trying to go.
Let me go, Big Nick. Then it's you. Right? The acoustics of the setup at the event explain this perfectly and easily. There were no microphones near the shooter's position. Therefore, you would not have heard the loud bangs that would have come out 130 yards away where that gun was fired, right? What you heard, in fact, was an echo of that gun being fired 130 yards away where there were no microphones. That accounts for why the sound was muffled.
Absolutely.
And you're hearing it over audio, not in person.
You heard echoes broadcast over microphones set for the stage and for Trump's voice.
The microphones were likely clipping.
All right, let me say this, and then I defer to you gun experts, right? Because although I took an oath to defend the Constitution, that means I will defend your right to bear arms. However, I fucking hate guns, right? So let me get that out of the way. I'm the least informed person when it comes to guns on this panel. But I do believe in rationale, and I do believe in probability. Now, with that being said, from the time that I heard the shot, which means he was close enough for us to hear the shot, and Donald Trump's reaction time tells me that there's a high probability chance that what caught Donald Trump was a fragment, right? It was a fragment. It was a ricochet. I think that's more plausible. I think that's more probability than the shooter.
That's exactly what happened, Nick.
Missing Donald Trump, because the time that I heard the bang and the time he reacted, it doesn't happen. If you can hear it, your ass reacting. As soon as you hear that sound, your ass already on the ground.
Big Nick, I got a quick hypothesis I want to run by you and see.
It is, Cap. It was too close for us to hear the bang and for that reaction time.
I'm just telling you.
It was a fragment. It was a fragment. I think it was a fragment, a bullet fragment.
Big Nick, I got a hypothesis I want to run by you.
Already established. Big Nick.
Go ahead,
Just
Color.
to let everybody know.
Go ahead. Hold on, John. Go ahead, Color.
I got a hypothesis I want to run by you, Big Nick, and it kind of might correlate with what you're saying. I honestly believe that the first shot that was fired that you hear is from that police agent sniper. I think he missed, and I think it caused that the shooter to squeeze off as quick as he could, which were errant shots, which caused him to miss, and then the second shot from the sniper took the gunner out.
Okay, so they actually got video of it, right? They show. And what happened was the sniper is trying to figure out what the fuck that is on the roof.
Right.
He raised his head up to look.
It's a random shot right there that misses.
Hold on. He raised his head up to look. Once he raised his head up, that's when you heard the first shot.
Right,
so we know the sniper. We know the sniper didn't shoot first.
Took was from him, and he missed because he tried to.
I don't think the sniper would miss at that distance. I don't think the sniper would
miss.
He
wasn't a professional sniper. He was a 20-year-old amateur.
No, we're talking about the service sniper.
He was local police according to the uniform he was wearing.
No,
He
he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yeah,
No, he
he
wasn't.
wasn't
Maybe
from
you're right.
the.
Maybe they were just wearing each other's
Color's
clothes.
right. He was sheriff's department, probably their SWAT
quick,
team.
real
in a
quick.
small county for
Who
sure.
the shooter was? The
Well,
shooter
they're
was?
highly trained.
No,
the
They're
sniper.
highly
The
trained
the sniper
marksmen.
the police he took down.
The sheriff department also trained marksmen.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
even then, that man, it was one. That dude,
They're
that
not
sniper
literally
fired one
trained
round.
Trump,
I get
I
it, right?
guarantee you that sniper, that
Okay.
sniper fired one round. That
Yeah,
trained
so that
sniper
begins-
But the
fired
point is,
one round.
the assailant
saying.
should have never made it to the roof. There was a lack of security.
Yeah.
Finish what I was
Exactly,
saying.
KB. He should
All right, so go color, tie it up, and then I
So when
got
you
a
look at
rebuttal.
the video of the police sniper, I don't know if he could have been a Secret Service agent. He was wearing a police jumper, okay, that said police on it. So I'm assuming he was local law enforcement being contracted. Okay. Secondly, when you look at him take the first shot, you can see him scanning around. He sees the shooter. You can almost see a surprised look in his face. He immediately tries to acquire the target. And I think that was the first shot you hear, and that one missed. At that point, this is my hypothesis. At that point, the shooter panicked, started squeezing off rounds, which is why he missed Trump and caused a ricochet. The second shot from the sniper killed the guy.
But that would have meant
This all
because
But there
happened
was
the
8
within
shots,
3
weren't there?
seconds. Yeah,
But remember,
No,
there
there
were two
wasn't
other
eight.
people who were hit. There were other people hit in the audience.
All I'm asking
there
you
was
to do,
certainly more
one
shots.
person got hit.
that
I thought there
hypothesis.
were
There were more than
8
just
shots.
two shots.
God damn. All
Well,
I'm
color,
asking
you've been
you to
going
do-
for a minute. You've landed.
got
I
it,
think
bro.
we're on there.
I got it.
All
I
right, go
got it.
ahead. Land away, color, because we're all trying
All
to
I'm
get
asking
in, dog.
everybody to do, because people are misunderstanding my motive in saying this, Cap. That's why I'm continuing. Okay.
Yeah.
All I'm asking people to do is think about the hypothesis I just offered, and go watch the video of the trained sniper again with that hypothesis in mind. And
Color, the only problem that you have with your hypothesis is that they show the police sniper or Secret Service sniper lift his head up first, and that's when the first shot from
Well,
the
hold on.
the other sniper was had.
But Big Nick, I think what color's
You're
trying
right
to
there.
say is that as that pickup, when he went to reset, he took a shot, which wasn't a good shot, and that's the first blast we're hearing, is what color's
Oh
saying.
no, he losing his accommodations, he losing his marksmanship,
that may be,
he's losing
but
all
he's
that
local
shit.
Oh no, yeah,
No.
But if
he's
local-
talking about like when you first see the guy and he takes his head up and looks in that direction and goes back down. That's when you first hear the first shot, and maybe that was him pulling a squeeze on the dude not lined up, missing, and then that guy rang off a couple, and then they
he
got
was
him.
able to acquire the target and take him out.
It could be because there was like a fifth round type of shot.
I don't understand the relevance of this discussion. Why does the order of fire even
Style
matter?
goes colors
You
of
can hear
brooder.
the audible
That's what I'm
difference
trying to
in the
figure out.
round. That's why.
Man, why are we discussing this? Why does the order of fire matter, guys?
The reason
I think
formed that hypothesis is because you can hear the difference in the audible difference in those shots.
Well,
but
I can't
why-
trust the
why
audio
is it
because
not?
audio. Listen, I
Yeah,
can't
the
trust
audio
audio
is the story.
because the
No, I
audio
understand,
echoes.
I
And
understand. I'm
that's
talking about
the
the
thing.
difference between the shots. Not
Here's the deal, right? We're gonna
overall
know the
audio.
sequence and shots being taken, and we're gonna know if that was a bullet. Look, I don't know if you know this or not, but a bullet, it doesn't have, depending on the caliber of round, especially when distance and you get into the physics of things, it doesn't even have to hit you to make you cut you like that, right? It don't even have to really kind of graze you.
Right.
Just the force of it getting close enough can rip you open, right?
Mhm.
So that could be something. It could have been whatever.
Yeah, but now you gotta explain the pow and the reaction time.
Well, I got to know the caliber. I got to know the the caliber, the grain count, the bullet, the type of bullet it was. That shit's all minutia in it. But I will say this though.
I think the bigger issue, right, over everything that transpired yesterday is that before he was even the shooter was able to get off shots, right? When he was just climbing up on the roof,
Yeah.
there were eyewitnesses that went on the record. and they were pointing him out to law enforcement, like multiple, like all,
No,
and
that's not the bigger issue. The
and they
biggest
completely
issue is
ignored it.
eyewitness shouldn't have been the one to inform the motherfucker. That
Yeah,
shit should have
right, but I agree, but that's
never
the
even got to an eyewitness.
I agree 100%, but that is what was that's what was available in terms of protection for Trump, right? So the fact that
he climbed on the roof, he was identified at the perimeter as being a suspicious person already.
They were there's video of them pointing him out. They're screaming at law enforcement, right? And they're completely ignoring these people.
So the real issue here is how is there such a fundamental failure in the security?
But don't you guys realize that whenever there's a presidential visit, Secret Service is like 72 hours ahead of the president.
What was that?
For a reason.
I wanted to hear what you were just saying, Crypto.
No, I said the sniper was already on the roof positioning and their rifles toward the shooter. At that point, they should have signaled down to the stage and say, "Take
to get him off the stage at the very least." Yeah,
right, 100%.
Right,
100%. Why was he even allowed to get up on the roof? Is my point. Is my issue.
The people on the ground were pointing up to somebody and alarming people of it. They should have rushed Trump off the stage.
Exactly.
Do you guys understand why they send the Secret Service advance of the president like 72 hours in advance of the president?
Yes, we do. That's why we're upset about it.
They have to assess the surroundings and determine which buildings, which floors on which buildings are going to be closed. So for them to miss that area, I just don't understand that.
Well, they didn't fucking miss it. That's the point.
You know this from the military.
Maybe the fix was in. And they just fucked up. Maybe the fix was in and somebody fucked up somewhere.
I don't want to believe that either because if that's the case, that means that everything.
I just got to say this, right? If we're talking about super powerful people and the fix is in, they don't miss that shot, though, right? Like, even if this kid, say this kid is a full-on MK Ultra project, right?
Or maybe a higher power got involved. I don't know. Maybe it was some divine intervention or something. I don't know.
Oh shit!
I'm just saying.
I don't like that.
I'm just saying.
Scares the fuck out of me, dog. That's biblical shit. Don't do that.
Hey man, we all watch those movies. We all watch those movies to know that
like we've seen in life, we've seen.
We watch too many movies to know there's always a plan B. If this shit would have been our power,
that's the problem. That is the problem. We do watch too many movies.
Can we pump the brakes a second? I'm going to apply Hamlin's razor here and say that you shouldn't ascribe malice to that which could be explained by incompetence. But
the human factor is always
could have been just an incompetent shooter or a disgruntled person.
That's kind of where. All right, hold up, everybody. This is where I'm seesawing here right now, and we all are, and we're going to continue because we're looking at the events that took place last evening.
What's that, Crypto? Hang on, Cap.
Hold on. Let me land on this. We're looking at these events that took place last evening, and either A, this is gross negligence and incompetence, or B, we're looking at malice and intent. And that's kind of where we're getting at it, and that's a fucking hard thing to face.
The hard part is, Cap, is
but if it is malice and intent, none of us have any of the answers. We have to admit to that. We're all guessing. If it is a conspiracy, none of us have that information.
We know that
I mean, really. Hey, hang on, real quick. Look, first off, let's not be so quick to dismiss the possibility of. Because I've seen a lot of people coming out saying, "Oh, it's a conspiracy." Let the conspiracy theories start. But I mean, considering what happened, just with the whole JFK situation. I mean, after being years removed from what happened on that day, right? And actual documentation come out to support that there was a conspiracy involved. I mean, come on, bro. Are we gonna sit here and just dismiss the idea of the dismiss the possibility? Let's not do that.
When I say,
we don't have a warrant.
When I suggest that,
we don't have a warrant court to decide that.
Hold on, everybody.
That's all I'm saying.
All right, everybody. KP responds to EM. Go ahead, KP.
In response to EM, all I'm saying is that if it is indeed a conspiracy, none of us is at the level to have a qualified discussion on who it is, why it happened at this.
And I agree. All I'm saying is
So there,
Go ahead.
I agree with you, Ian. I agree with you. So therefore, we shouldn't entertain it because it's a bottomless hole, right? We should deal with it at the level of the facts that we know at this time.
I agree, KP. I agree. I agree.
Man, but you guys are also discounting people like
and I'm
me,
not
right?
discounting that it could be a conspiracy, but
But
that
you guys are always
there is a
you guys are always discounting people like me,
One
and it's
at a
all
time. One at a time.
think Kennedy
I
was
want
actually killed by the
Hey, real quick. Now, again, not to get biblical or anything like that. Well, I might be getting semi-biblical right now, but I don't give a fuck. But at the end of the day, I don't know if anybody's seen that video from this guy.
Don't do it, homie.
Hang on.
Let him go.
Do it, Ian, do it.
Hang on. Hang on.
Hey, everybody, I want to hear what the video is.
This is counterproductive here, bro. Come on, let me get my shit
Y'all
off.
quiet the devil.
I haven't interrupted not one person up here. And again, I'm not stating anything as fact. All I'm doing is presenting evidence in documentation. That's all I'm doing.
Right,
so there's a video floating around about someone that had a call it a dream, premonition, vision, whatever. And again, look at the date of the video when he came out publicly and said that he had a call it whatever you want, vision, dream, whatever, of this. I mean, he described basically what happened down to a T. So me personally, this is my own personal belief, and I don't give a fuck who disagrees with it, right? But in terms of there being a supernatural aspect surrounding, and again, not just this situation, but we see videos of unexplained situations that happen daily throughout this world, right? So I think people shouldn't be so easily dismissive of there being a divine or a supernatural element to this whole thing. So again, I encourage everybody to go pull that video up. You can look it up on Twitter, on YouTube, or whatever. Go look at the date of that video when that man was sitting up here and he described what happened, everything down to a fucking T. How do you explain that?
Using some humor here, Ian. You're saying Trump may be the Antichrist.
Tag me in the video, Ian, please.
Thank you for Sunday service, Ian. We appreciate that.
No, this was an episode on The Simpsons. I'm telling you right now.
Right.
The Simpsons already played this out.
Well, you can say what you want about the Simpsons. How much shit have they predicted over the years? We gonna ignore that?
Quite a bit now. We on track.
We're going to ignore that? Really?
Ian,
well,
there was
earlier
I wanted you to hear. The third option is purposeful incompetence.
I understand what you're saying.
I don't know if you guys know this, but I think it's really important that you guys should know this. That and I know it for a fact because I'm a part of this very large contingency of people due to the policies that this particular person represents and the fear that we have if he's implemented again. There's a large contingency of us that just don't give a fuck whether it's conspiracy or not. Who gives a fuck?
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you, Big man. Because that contingency of people are called African Americans. We done been through the roughest and came out the toughest. And if you don't understand the black experience, you won't understand what I'm talking about. But we done dealt with slave ships, chains, the worst shit, and we still here. I don't give a damn who. I don't give a damn if he is the Antichrist. If he's the Antichrist, I'm kicking his ass.
I don't care if Donald Trump don't see one day in prison. I don't care if he get all his cases overturned. I just don't want that motherfucker to be president.
Can I?
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. That's you all.
About the MLK assassination too. So KP's spot on, man.
Malcolm X. The list goes on. Medgar Evers. I mean, we could go.
He was a
we didn't face. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not disparaging the man's name, but he was a saber rattler.
I will say this, right? Seems like the powers that be are always trying to kill the ones they can't control. That's just what I've noticed in history.
I think Martin forecasted his own death.
Whether or not you're saying that Trump is or isn't, and that's between you and your political beliefs.
I think MLK forecasted his own death with that "I Had a Dream" speech.
Hey man, 2 months ago, Donald Trump was absolutely controlled. His ass ain't violate that gag order no more, did he? So you can control his ass. Don't act like he's uncontrollable because he ain't violate that gag order when that judge told him it's your last warning. He can be controlled.
Right, but it was a
No,
last
he didn't
warning, which
violate.
means he did
That was
test
the
it.
last one.
Yeah, but he was. I don't
Yeah,
give a damn you
he
tested or
tested
not.
it
The
to the
bottom
limit.
line is that our accomplice is controlling your
I
ass.
think
He knew he was cornered. You're right. He
MLK's
was cornered.
where's Shake Money at? Shake is up here. He said something
No.
about MLK with the
But
that they
by the
actually
way,
he didn't die from the initial gunshot wound. He actually got smothered in the hospital after they took him to the hospital. That's
Now
what they
that's
said.
crazy. I ain't never heard that
Hey,
angle.
God
So I
damn.
gotta
Yeah,
look about
I ain't
that.
never heard that either.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's new
I've
for
never
me.
heard that.
Shake Money got some details. He had an article or something. If
Yeah, I
Shake
gotta
could bring
look
that
into that.
article, I'm like that one blew my mind. I didn't know that he was smothered in the hospital after he got shot.
Well, I mean, damn,
That's
if
new.
he survived that blast, bro, like they blew off the whole side of his face, bro. Like, so I mean, if he
I know
survived that
that's
enough
my point. Yeah,
to where they had
I
to
thought he was
they had to
gone.
smother him at a hospital to to finish the job. I mean, damn. But I again, I've never heard that, and I don't know where Shay got that information from. But no, I think he
Yeah,
was
that one-
I
that
think
one-
he
that
died.
one
I
was
think
new
they
to me,
he died instantly. I think he died instantly, based off the photos of the wound and everything.
Photos.
Mhm.
And if they were,
I don't
and
think
if
Kenny
there was
survived
still
his
a
wound
pulse,
either.
if there was still a pulse in him, they could have tried to intubate him with his face all mangled like that, and that could have looked like somebody was smothering him. You know what I mean?
I don't know. That was
I'm just offering an alternative. I'm not saying I'm not trying to disregard it. I want to look into it. It seems it's fascinating. I never heard
it's
that.
crazy. Yeah,
But I will say this in terms of like I will say this in terms of like it appears, in recent history that anybody that opposes the machine, they're not playing with those individuals. They are exhausting every
Who's
resource
opposing
that
the
they
machine?
have to get them out the way. You know what I mean?
That is a legitimate interpretation, but there's an alternative interpretation as well.
But wait,
It could
who's
be,
opposing the
could be
machine?
that if you wanted to install a dictator, right, and insulate him from the kind of critical observation that would call him a felon and all that kind of stuff, that you would use an event like this to distract, right?
And
this
that's
is where
why
some of the
it's a
conspiracy
stupid
comes in as
move
well.
for whoever tries to
I mean,
do it.
anything is possible. We've learned what we've learned, right? Like what we've learned over the years that anything is possible.
Yeah,
So
but Ian,
I'm not
who
going to
is
dismiss.
opposing the machine?
Well,
Ian,
I
who is opposing the machine?
well, I think
Hitler,
again,
Mussolini, Castro all benefited from attack.
hang on. Let me answer his question. Let me answer his question.
On surviving them.
Let me answer his question, right? In terms of like, you look at John F. Kennedy, right? He opposed the Vietnam War. There were members of our government that were hell bent on getting that and establishing that war, right? We all know how that worked out, right?
Then there's RFK
Kennedy
right
actually
after
sent him
that.
You look at Robert Kennedy. You look at Martin Luther King, right? During that time, in terms of the civil rights movement, right?
Well, I
He
think
was
you
a
missed what I said,
major
Ian.
opposition to the
Hold on.
machine.
I think you missed what I said. I said who
Okay,
is
can I piggyback on
opposing? I said who is opposing the machine?
What do you, in our time right now?
Economically or militaristic?
Well, I think. Well, hang on. Let me.
Question.
Can
Hold
I?
on. You can't ask that question. That's a loaded question.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
Can I attempt to answer his question?
Trying to see if you're trying to say that Donald Trump is opposing the machine.
Well, what I do know. Well, listen again. Well, what I do know is that he opposed this Ukraine and Russian conflict. I do know that. That is a fact. Bro, what are you talking about? He ran on that in 2016. He ran on that in 2016. He was clearly opposed to that conflict between Ukraine and Russia.
But is that genuine or is that?
Come on now, let's keep it factual now. Let's not live in our feelings. Let's keep it factual.
Is that genuine or is Trump a spy of Putin?
Okay, listen,
I don't know that. I can't answer that. I can't answer that. KP. All I am saying is again.
Ian, that is true. Donald Trump is, right? But so does every president would oppose that.
That's why I said it's a two-part question.
No, obviously every president has it because look at the position that Joe Biden is taking. What are you talking about, Nick?
Oh my! Okay, y'all got to let me have this because this man here.
Go ahead.
He knows what he's talking about.
Why are we? Why is NATO involved? Why is NATO?
Sir,
Why is NATO currently
let me ask
involved in
you a
this
question.
conflict
Let me ask you a
unofficially?
question. Take NATO out of it, and use
I'm
the
just
United
asking
States
you.
of America.
I am just asking you, right?
You can't
Why
be
are
asking me
we?
anything because we're talking
Why
at the
are
same
we
time, Ian.
investing? Why are we investing so many
Economically, no
resources
one opposes the
into this
machine. They
conflict?
all are part
I
of the
will tell
machine.
you. I will tell you if you allow me.
Go ahead.
First of all, do you believe the United States of America should keep its promises?
His promises in
Do you think the United States of America should keep its promises that it makes across the world?
Yeah, I would agree
Okay.
with that.
All right. Fine. Good. You agree with that, right?
Mhm.
Are you also familiar with the Budapest Agreement?
No, I'm not.
Okay. The Budapest Agreement is when Ukraine separated from the Soviet Union, they had all these leftover nuclear
Oh,
weapons.
yeah.
Right?
You're right. My
So
bad.
what the
You're
United
right.
States did, what the United States did along with other countries is to go to Ukraine and they said, if you get rid of these nuclear weapons, we will provide your
Right.
security for you. Right?
Right.
So that's a promise that we made to
Right.
Ukraine. You know who else honored that promise? Donald
Right.
Trump.
Oh,
Donald
okay.
Trump. Remember the first time he got impeached? You know what he got impeached for?
What's that?
Withholding funds that was due to Ukraine until they can
Ukraine?
find some dirt. Till they can find some dirt on Joe Biden. They didn't get the dirt, but they got the funds, right? And second of all, see, you have been duped to believe that we are sending dollar bills to Ukraine.
We haven't been. We haven't been.
We are sending. What can they do with the dollar bills? We are sending equipment.
We hadn't been sending weapons. We hadn't been sending weapons over there.
We're
sending them to.
We're not sending.
No, we're not. We're sending them
What
equipment.
what I said was.
I'm trying to educate you, brother.
No. Hang on. What I said was, I said we are invested in that war, and that can come in. That can come with funds. That can come with weaponry. That can come with troops, etc. I said we are invested, right, in this conflict between Ukraine and Russia.
Any funds that are being directed as form as any type of forms, whether it's material or it may be some cash, right? That has already been made into law into the defense budget. The only thing the United States of America could possibly do with that money is exactly what it's doing with that money.
And what are they doing with that money?
Is providing weaponry and resources for Ukraine.
Exactly. We are invested. We are involved in that conflict.
And that is not that is not a president's thing. That's the United States of That is not he can't listen. He cannot unilaterally say we're not going to give these funds to Ukraine because it is the law. It is the law.
Out there saying that the president can do that with the money. That's the treasurer.
No. It is Congress. Congress is in charge of
we have to allocate those funds.
Listen, already appropriated.
Via the law.
No, you don't. You don't have to do anything.
Those funds.
You know,
the president can require and ask for them, but Congress has power first.
When it comes to the
the only way
which Joe Biden clearly has done multiple times, has he not?
Listen, Ian, please.
I'm asking you.
The only way Joe Biden or Donald Trump or any president can prevent those funds from going to Ukraine is Congress will have to repeal the law.
Correct. Congress is in charge here.
But again,
if it's
not a president, he has no.
So what you're saying is they're going behind Joe Biden's back and funneling all these resources to Ukraine, and he don't have to say anything.
Joe Biden is.
That's what you're saying.
They obligated by law to give the funds.
My point is, no. You're missing the point, Nick. Right? You're missing the point. Did Joe Biden go before Congress and ask for resources to aid Ukraine? Did he not do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, my only point is this, right? I have my only issue. My only issue is, again, I'm distinguishing. Joe Biden has done that multiple times, and Donald Trump didn't.
Right, but only because the power has been vested in him to do so, Ian.
He didn't know. Could it be that he just didn't? He did not. He didn't.
The executive is getting.
All I'm saying, listen, hang on. Could it be that just he did not believe in this conflict in the first place?
But you're getting too caught up in the personality of the individual called Joe Biden.
Absolutely.
Let me explain.
The man.
You don't
What?
want to
No,
hear it. I'm
EM, you're
trying to
Okay,
right,
tell
well,
you.
but
go
you're
ahead.
missing
Go
the
Okay.
go ahead. Go
congressional
ahead.
part of
All
it.
right,
Go
listen.
ahead. Go
The
ahead.
president of the United States has expressed certain things that he's supposed to do, right? He's basically hired by the Congress to execute its will, right? That's the meaning of executive action, right?
We understand
Congress,
that. I
okay.
understand that.
So what Biden has, what you see Biden do when Biden says, "Listen, we need $8 billion more. We need $7 billion. Congress, will you give it to me?" Right? That's him having been hired by Congress, reporting back to them and telling them, "Look, this is what we need you guys to open up the purse
I
for.
understand
Are you
that.
going to
I
do it or
understand
not?"
that.
But this is outside of the realm of his own personal. I want to give it to you, Ukraine or not. It's beyond him.
No. But if he wanted to stop, if the president of the United States did not want to go to fucking war with anybody, right?
He would have the
want to
ability
give up the
to be very
funds. Yes,
influential,
he could
but he
stop
could not
asking
overcome
Congress. Yes,
Congress.
but
You
Congress
guys are
also
too
can
busy.
say no. I'm not
This is
Congress
why
decides
You're
who
too busy telling us what you
Nick,
don't
you're
understand, and we're
pointed
trying
out
to tell you.
why Big
you're
why
right, but you got to remember
what?
Congress.
this is
If
why
they
Trump
keep
got in
giving them
trouble
the
with
So
money,
Congress
then he got
decides
no
on
money
who.
to give.
Hang on. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? So Congress decides on who we go to war with and who we don't. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
you're wrong. You're wrong.
Ultimately,
That's
they
basically
can
what you're
shut it down.
saying.
Actually do
That's
that.
basically
Ultimately,
what
they
you're
can shut
saying,
it
bro.
down.
No,
If you're
listen,
talking about just a matter of declaration of war, yes.
That is basically what
Congress
you're
only
saying.
has to declare
Yes,
war. Yes.
that is true. That is
please,
true.
brother.
Power to declare
KP,
As a
please,
war.
matter of
brother.
constitutional
Are you
power,
with
yes.
I don't. Hey, look,
Congress
All
KP.
right, everybody. All right, everybody.
Can we get
One
some
at a
order here?
time. One at a time.
Yeah,
Go
they're
ahead,
not
go
KP,
ahead.
respecting it. They're not respecting
Okay,
us.
let me
KP,
give you an
EM,
example.
respond to
partially
Ian's
right. I want to
question,
explain to
Let me
you.
give you an example. I
Go
want to
ahead.
explain.
and then I want Crypto to
Okay.
go. Then Big Nick.
You got to give me 20, 30 seconds here. I'm going to go as quickly as I can. Listen, if you go back to post-Vietnam, right? The executive branch, Nixon, onto Ford, even into Carter, they wanted to do more when it came to exerting American force around the world, but they couldn't because Congress would not release the funds for them to go fight in Afghanistan to stop the Soviets, would not give them the funds. And so what do? They had to go covertly using executive sources, CIA.
I understand. I understand that.
So I mean, I'm only bringing
How's
this
that
up as an
relative?
example.
How's that relative to what we're talking
Here's
about?
how
To the
it's
point where
relevant. Because it's an example of how Congress is in charge of whether we go to war or not. That was the question you posed. And I'm giving you an example.
no. What I'm saying, can Congress declare war on another country?
Yeah,
is
that's not what you
what I'm
said.
saying.
That's not what you
Is
said.
what I'm asking you all.
Yeah, but you didn't say that. That's the
So
reason
you mean
you
to tell me?
explained it.
So what you're telling me is this? Okay, you have the president of the United States and you have Congress, right?
Yes.
If the president says, okay, if Congress is saying, okay, well, we want to go to war with Cuba, right? And
Yes.
the president says no. You mean to tell me that legally, right? They would
Yes.
go. They legally they have the power and the authority to go behind the president's back and start a war without his consent.
No,
They would vote on it.
Okay, well that's the okay. Well that's the point that I'm trying to. That is again.
The problem is you're asking too many scenarios and you yourself don't have the answer to them. When we're trying to break it down to get rid of
No.
scenario,
Y'all are not making any sense because the point the only point that I made, right? What sparked this conversation, right? Was again, Nick, you asked me. Hang on, can I finish? What you asked me was what sparked this conversation was who is fighting the machine? Who's opposing the machine, right? And what I said was in turn. Now again, I'm not saying you know Trump is this messiah. He's this he is even the best candidate for America, right? What I am saying is he clearly was against a Russian conflict. He clearly was. He ran on that. He tried to extend his olive branch to Russia during his 4 years, right? So he clearly was opposed to any possible conflict with Russia, officially or unofficially. That's the point that I made.
Any new conflicts to your point, but he escalated current conflicts that we already existed.
See, that's what I'm saying. Nobody, I can't get in.
private
Right?
chat.
I just want to get
Again,
in.
you asked a question and I gave you an answer just because you don't agree with it. Oh, I'm wrong. No, this is facts. This is what we know during his 4-year term, right? He was trying to avoid at all costs any military conflict with Russia. Period.
But the ones that we were
Hey, I don't want to talk
engaged
and
in,
sit
he
on microphone
escalated
everybody so nobody can hear. I'm just asking for 30 seconds just like I respect everybody else to have there. That's it. right? So listen, first of all, EM, you have to stop thinking you have what is called the Dunning-Kruger effect. You know a little bit of information and you twist that around and make it seem like you're an expert on the subject.
Did
You
he?
are wrong on so many instances.
Did
First of all,
did we go to war? Did we declare war? Were we investing the level of resources that we have under the Biden administration, under the Trump administration?
Technically, we only
Did we?
declared war against Afghanistan. That was the last
Come on, I'm asking you a yes or no question. I'm asking you a yes or no question.
Actual war.
I am so sorry that in the
I
middle
just
of
asked
my
a simple
sentence,
question. Yes or no?
in the middle of my sentence, I interrupted the beginning of yours, so I apologize for that. Right? But I was literally trying to get my sentence out before you thought you can ask me a question, without even hearing if this may answer your question. Right? So listen, when Donald Trump was in office, Russia was only in Crimea, a little peninsula of Ukraine, right? There wasn't a full-fledged conflict. So
I understand that.
So every year, Congress negotiates a budget. A part of that budget is the defense budget. The lawmakers, they write all of the rules inside of that budget.
How is that relevant to the Ukraine conflict in 2024?
Listen to me, Crypto.
100%. Big Nick is 100%. No. Keep on going.
We understand that. That's not groundbreaking. We all understand that. How is that relevant to the topic at hand?
I'm trying to get to it.
Please do, because, bro, again, please do.
All right. Now, since Russia had only entered into Crimea, a small little peninsula, this amount of money was budgeted for that conflict in order to help Ukraine. Hence, that is the reason why Donald Trump only was, at the time, he tried to hold up $30 billion, right? However, since Donald Trump left office, Russia started to invade deeper into Ukraine, which means the budgeted amount of money is still there to supply if we were still in Crimea. However, it has expanded. So now what Joe Biden has to do is go to the Congress and let them know that this is a larger conflict now.
100%.
We need to still support Ukraine, so I need more money.
That's exactly what's going on.
So Donald Trump would have did the exact same thing.
Again, that's speculation. That is speculation because we do not know that. You do not know that to be 100% factual. You don't know that.
And he might have done it.
Congress could have easily said no. Too. So we're not going to let Congress off the hook.
Yeah, I agree with you. Trump would have been resistant to that action. That is, we know that based on his track record, that he would not have wanted to expand the purse to Ukraine.
Because nobody wins with an escalation with Russia with another nuclear power, bro. Nobody wins in that scenario.
You never served Vietnam. You never served, did you?
Not in the military, no.
Let me tell you something, EM. Let me tell you something, and you can take this however you want to take it. But I'm gonna tell you straight up, man to man, it ain't a fucking military outside of the United States got the balls enough to do anything to the United States of America.
Man, bro, you think, bro, stop it.
Okay,
bro.
All right.
Like, well,
in the history of the world, every major country basically has nuclear weapons. In the history of the world, only one motherfucker used them.
And that was
them motherfuckers know who it was. And
that was how long ago? And that was how long ago?
It ain't a country.
That was how long ago? Why you want to be in a situation when you want to tempt another nuclear power, right? You want to box them into
the Holocaust.
There isn't a country on this planet militarily who has the balls to fuck with the United States.
So, okay, Big Nick, real quick. Hold on, real quick. With that knowledge, Big Nick, why the fuck are we paying for any war? Why aren't we just saying no wars allowed on my watch?
That's right.
Period.
You just said we got, ain't nobody gonna fuck with this G.
Yeah,
I agree.
If you ask U.S. politicians, they would agree with you. They'd say that's
we're not here to police the world. We're not here to police the world.
Why am I funding it? Why am I funding it then?
You're not funding it. You're not. Well, I tell you what. You're
Actually,
absolutely
I
right. Your
kind of
tax
am.
dollars.
Hey,
Okay,
EM,
give me a
think about
minute.
it. You need to watch the
Give
day after.
give me a minute.
Watch that
Give me a
movie.
minute.
No one has interest in
Give
nuclear
me a minute.
holocaust.
Give me a minute. So
Okay.
you're absolutely correct. The budget is made off of our taxes, right? That's how they get the
Sure.
budget. They use our money. And part of your money that you have paid into the federal government is sending equipment over to Ukraine, right? However, I guarantee you that whatever we sent to Ukraine so far is not as much as the $1.2 trillion you're not on here bitching about that Trump gave to the top 1%. Imagine what the fuck we can
Top
do with
1%
$1.2
what?
trillion. Imagine what we can do with $1.2 trillion in our economy right now.
Top
He talking about the
1% of
tax
what?
law in
You're talking about
2017. Cap.
taxes that they
Yeah,
didn't have to pay. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, $1.2
Right,
trillion
which
tax
I gotta
cut.
be. I gotta
it's
be
corporate
honest,
welfare.
dog. I don't give a fuck about a dime the government don't get. Gotta be honest, because to me, they're my
Right,
enemy.
and
They
remember
don't give
that
a
dime
fuck
that the
about
government
me.
would have
They're
gotten
giving
if
my money to
Okay,
repayment
fucking
of student
Ukraine.
loans would
You
have
say
gone
they
Dennis,
get
also for the same thing.
1.10
look,
trillion
look, look.
dollars
Hey,
in
Cap, can I
money
say
from
something?
somebody else. That's
That's a
another
good point,
citizen.
Cap.
I don't
Cap,
give a fuck
Cap,
how rich he
Cap,
is. I'm
can I
just
say
saying
something?
he gonna pay.
You're right.
You're saying,
And
oh
remember,
Cap,
Hey,
I should
Cap.
feel grateful because other motherfuckers didn't pay the taxes that now I gotta
Hey,
pay.
Cap.
Is that what you're saying?
right,
How
that
about
means
fuck all
that
these
would have been
taxes
going
I'm
into the
paying
treasury.
Hey,
anyhow?
Cap.
Treasury.
Why am I paying for any
That
bullshit like
student loans
this?
that they would
Hey,
pay back
Cap.
to the government also
With
would have
all
been
due
back to
I don't
the
give a
respect, Cap.
fuck
government. So
about
those
all that.
Hey,
How's that
Cap.
help me,
deserve to
dog?
have relief
Okay,
too.
okay. I'm just gonna
Corporations
say
How's
this.
that help
relief.
me?
I hope this don't offend you, Cap. I hope this don't offend you.
Ain't nothing
But
could
with
offend
all
me.
due respect, everything you just said is a product of your fucking white privilege, right?
Oh my
Because
fucking
what
god!
you don't understand,
First of all, Big
because
Nick,
what
you
you
ain't gonna
don't
play white
understand,
privilege on me,
Cap,
dog, because I
Cap.
ain't never had it, dog. I
Okay,
ain't
Cap,
never
listen,
fucking had it. You could say
listen.
that I have,
Sarasota.
but you
Somebody
ain't gonna
got to
know
build a
my whole
highway,
deal
Cap.
to prove you
Cap.
different. You can
Big
play
Nick,
the
you
white
should have stayed
privilege on me,
American.
Big
Damn.
Nick, but you're fucking
Somebody,
up big
Damn.
time, dog.
He
hey,
said you
I
from
ain't trying to
Sarasota,
offend you.
Cap.
White
Big
privilege to charge
motherfucking
language
time,
on
dog.
I ain't
Damn.
Big
trying to
fucking
offend
time.
you. I'm
Because
just
I'm
It
telling
calling it
you
does
like it
this.
is.
fall
Damn,
I'll tell you
Cap.
this, Big Nick.
security.
I have
Shit.
lived
On
as
American
impoverished
Damn.
as it fucking comes.
Hey,
not
I
for
have
Hey, the man's
suffered
from
as much as
Sarasota.
any
oh my
Shit.
motherfucker
God.
walking the
That's the
streets
problem.
Damn.
today.
You
Do I have
equate
the historicalness to
privilege
go
with money.
against it? No,
You
but if you're
equate
talking,
privilege with money. You equate privilege with money. Whenever
okay,
somebody tell you or use the term white privilege, you motherfuckers think that we
no,
mean
that
y'all
was
should be living on
one
top
of
of
a
a
million
mountain in a mansion.
examples I just
Privilege
gave you.
and
But go
money are
ahead.
two different things, homie.
Okay, how
Privilege
am I
and money are
privileged
two
then?
different things.
Then
And
tell
let
Well,
me
me
tell you
well,
why
how
we're
I'm
enlighten him on.
privileged.
Please
Cap,
Yeah,
enlighten
tell
him on
me,
what you mean by
tell me how
privilege.
I got a better start than anybody
EM,
else. Go
hey,
right
EM,
ahead.
you
let me
know,
Oh my
mediate.
God.
Let me
EM,
mediate
you
this
know the
conversation.
hell.
No, let him get his shit off.
But
Enlighten him
No,
on what.
EM, you know.
it doesn't have to be. But Cap, listen, don't
No,
get
no,
don't
no,
get
no.
when
Let
Nick should
Nick
have said
explain to
I
Cap
he
what
should have
he
said
thinks his
American
privilege is.
exceptionalism. That would have
If
been a
you
better
don't
EM, can you hear
believe,
me?
if you don't believe that
uh
you should contribute
We
to
can hear you a little
taxes to
bit,
help build
Crypto.
fucking highways, to make sure water is clean, to make sure air traffic controllers can make sure your plane land, to make sure that motherfuckers in the military
to make
Yeah,
sure
that's
is
that
my
not
job.
nuclear
That was
making
my
you
arsenal
job
is
be
right
able to
there.
get
maintained,
on this
giving the
channel
United
and
States
do
a
this
Trump
show.
card
So for
militarily.
anybody who
That is
think,
from
for,
tax
for
dollars.
How
anybody
the
who
fuck's
don't want
that?
to pay
How the
taxes,
fuck's that got a dollar or a cent to do with the trillions of dollars they're sending to other countries in this Ukraine example you're saying? I
No.
never said don't give me roads and
tell me,
schools.
so
What the
tell me
fuck?
all the countries
I ain't
combined.
saying
So,
I don't believe in
Cap,
taxes and the proper uses of them
so
in small
Cap,
because
Cap,
municipalities,
you
state
upset
venues,
about,
even
or
Nick would agree
federal
that he
money
never
used
you don't see
for
the
right
correlation.
federal things that don't
You don't see
infringe
the
on my
correlation.
bullshit, right?
But you
But
don't see the
here's what
correlation.
I got, and you could say this is privilege as much. I care about number fucking one. And that's the only privilege I give two
Well,
shits
Big Nick,
about. What's
So you
going to
don't see
serve
the
he
me
has white
correlation.
privilege
today?
too.
So you don't see the correlation, right? That's what you just explained to me. You don't see the
Oh,
Big
no,
correlation.
Nick
I
has
don't
The
think
white
correlation
privilege
you
is this.
see the
too.
correlation.
This is the correlation right
What
You
here.
is the
think there's all
correlation,
these
Nick?
Correlation
What
you think there's
is that
2,000
define
million
what the
divides
correlation is,
when
Nick?
our
he don't want
correlations
his
are
tax dollars
aligned.
going.
Hang
He
on,
don't
Cap.
want his
Let him
tax
get it off.
dollars going
What's
to
the
Go ahead, Big Nick.
Mitt
Go
Romney
ahead, Big
said
Nick.
corporations
This is
are
the
people,
correlation.
so
Is that he's
corporations should be like
outraged about his
people that
tax
pay
dollars
taxes
going.
as well.
Your name ain't Nick,
That's what Mitt
man.
Romney said.
Go ahead,
This is
Nick.
the correlation. This is the
Well,
correlation because you don't want your tax dollars going over here around the corner, but you can give a fuck about the tax dollars that's being wasted right here in your face.
Oh no, I give
So
I give a lot of
what
fucks. I
about
see the tax wasting money. I don't
do
like
you
that shit
think?
either, dog.
Let me.
What you
Okay,
think? You think I like all that? No,
you didn't.
I just said
I haven't.
I don't trust the federal government with any of my money, and you list off
bro.
every single
You
thing on
had
earth
several
that they do.
opportunities.
I don't
See,
want them to have
again,
any dollars. Tell you what, I see the pothole in the
that's
road.
gaslighting
They say
now.
there's
Now you
money that I
gaslighting.
need to get it. I'm willing to dole that shit out.
Now you
I'm a true
gaslighting.
capitalist, bro. I'm a true
Now you
capitalist because people
gaslighting,
take care of their
homie.
shit.
Because you had every opportunity to speak about. If you're
If
so
you do
upset
that,
about
we
where your
instantly
tax
become
dollars go,
Somalia overnight.
if
Okay.
anybody is ever so upset about where your tax dollars go, and the first thing you don't scream about is what that $1.2 trillion can do in our economy right now, then it's fake as fuck how you feel about your tax
Big
dollars.
Nick. Here's where your problem is. Here's where your problem is, Big Nick.
Turn up, Cap. Turn up.
You're saying, shut up, you. You're
Corporations
saying
are people,
that
my friend.
you're telling me now. Look,
listen
Big
to they
Nick. Hold on, Big Nick. If you're saying that if Big Nick had $1.2 trillion and was going to dole out the money in a way that was going to be effective, because that's pretty much where your projection is, that this money is going to be spent in a positive manner that's going to impact your life. I'm going to tell you that you're fucking wrong. You're wrong. Because those motherfuckers, the reason I know you're wrong, Big Nick, is because you're telling me how bad your situation is, and they've spent gazillions of fucking dollars trying to make all of our situations better. And the only motherfucker to make my situation better was me. Me and me alone. Not no government, not no other shit, not what somebody's gonna do with some money because they took from this motherfucker. It was me that make my life better. Do I expect certain services? Yes, we live in a civilization. We need mailmen, we need firefighters, we need govern. I agree. But every time you say all this tax money on some shit, like I get to watch, dude, these motherfuckers waste money testing fucking crack on fucking birds and shit. I seen the dollars. They wasting money. I don't believe these punk bitches. Because guess what? You know what gets those? Crypto? The corporations get those big dollar contracts from the company to waste your $1.3 trillion fucking dollars. That's what ends up happening. That's the facts. You guys want to trust the government with your dollars? Go right the fuck ahead, dog. I don't trust nobody with my money.
Every dime.
No, bro.
I wanted my
right now,
the balance.
you gaslight me like a motherfucker. You are gaslighting like a motherfucker.
Gaslighting, Big Nick. I just told you how I feel and how I sees it, and I'm the rightest motherfucker up on this panel right now. That's what I said.
Every dime when I was in the military.
You don't really feel like that. But it's impossible for you to feel like that and then be upset with this portion of the same tax money that you agreed to give $1.2 trillion to. A portion of that is going to Ukraine, but you're only upset about the Ukraine portion. Why the fuck you ain't upset about the $1.2 trillion portion?
What I'm trying to figure out. What I'm trying to figure out is why is Nick why is Nikki, right? What does that have to do with his alleged quote unquote privilege?
Yeah. All right. I was trying to get there, but
that's what I want to know. Please,
please
elaborate on that.
Taxes right now, dog, that I got to get settled up with. I didn't get none of that 1.3 trillion that you say I got to get. Where's my privilege at, dog? My taxes went way up.
But see, listen, dog, listen. For real shit.
He benefited from it.
About an hour.
He brought it up. Nikki brought it up. Let him attempt to explain.
Big Nick.
He brought it up.
That's all I be trying to do right now. This ain't about the Dolphins, so I ain't trying to get zingers. I'm trying to educate people, right? So they can understand the argument that they're having.
You can try, but go ahead.
Hey,
go ahead.
Don't let me
about 30 minutes ago,
Big Nick.
About 30 minutes ago, you brought up the fact that Barack Obama gave us stimulus check, right? You said
no,
you was
I never.
happy to see.
I said I benefited from it.
God damn,
I just said I benefited from it. I like it.
You just want to participate so bad. The man is here and he's answering.
I didn't say that. That's crypto, nigga. What you talking about?
Okay,
I didn't say a word.
I apologize.
Go ahead, Big Nick. My bad.
All right. Now, the purpose for the stimulus checks was to stimulate the economy, because people that don't have a lot of money, you send them $600, they ain't putting that shit in the bank. They finna go spend that shit. And that's how you stimulate the economy, right? That's how you get the economy.
Theory. Go ahead.
Right? Now, the same thing works for the $1.2 trillion that was taken out of our GDP. Because everything,
yes.
Because everything that is here it's already got to be paid for, homie. Ain't nothing gonna be shorted. Nothing is going to be
I'm
shorted.
not
Right?
mad on
Now,
that.
now listen,
Right?
now listen to me. That GDP is still going to accumulate a certain number. Whether that $1.2 trillion is absolved of them, that GDP still has to be met. Right? So that means people on the lower class, on the lower tax bracket, have to shell out more in order to
Relative
make
value.
the ends meet.
It's about
So
relative
by
value.
putting that $1.2 trillion inside of our economy, the people that's on the lower end of the tax bracket, guess what? They can have better wages. They can stimulate the economy more by spending more money. When you remove $1.2 trillion out of the economy, it hurts the lower and middle class. That's why you should be outraged.
Well,
what does that have to
Now,
do with his alleged
as far as
privilege,
me
though,
telling you about your
Nikki?
privilege, as
Yeah,
far
go
as me
ahead with
telling
my
you about
privilege.
your
He's a part
privilege,
of that stimulus
is
deal.
because the things that you say, why do we have to pay taxes for, right? That tells me that you're not worried about surviving in the type of America that people like me has to survive in. I don't have a fucking third uncle who's a fucking co-founder of fucking Home Depot, right? I'm not saying you
Man.
do.
How'd
I'm
you
not
know my
saying you
uncle was
do.
the co-founder of Home Depot, dog?
I'm not saying you do, but I
Yeah.
guarantee you,
Hey, I need
somebody in
a
your family.
sledgehammer, Cap.
Okay.
I guarantee you, somebody in your family is set up for generational wealth some type of way.
My
It's
mama's
easy for you
daddy.
to
My
think like
mama's
that.
daddy was an immigrant from
I need a
Italy, and my
step ladder
dad
too
comes
from
from the
Home
trailer
Depot.
park.
All
So I
right,
don't
I
know what
guess
the fuck you're
so
talking about.
nobody in your family owns a business, right?
Nope. Me
Oh,
and my dad had a family business for a while. It didn't. After 16 years, you had to do it. I had
Yeah,
my own
all white
business for a
people.
little
Hey,
while.
Come on now.
look,
Not
My
all
own
white
I
business
people are
for
think
a
the
my
way.
while.
family,
But
I think my family.
both of those businesses
Hey, I need
were off
some
my
Home Depot
fucking blood and
privileges,
sweat.
I think
goddammit.
I
I
live
need
The
on
to
the
only
get
thing
some
cusp.
things
again
around
I
the
ever
house.
had was because of
damn,
me.
I think I live on the
I will
cusp
say
of
this. I will say this.
I
Hold
wanna
up. Let me
know
oh
land. Let me
shit.
land. Everybody, free jump in. Let me land. I will say this. On my dad's mother's side, going back a couple generations, they are Menorcans, right? They moved to Florida back before Florida was a state. It was still a territory. It was one of the first things. In fact, it's the Pawns. You can go to fucking St. Augustine right now and find a couple of my dead
Hey, Cap,
relatives
you
on
against
that side.
socialism?
Yeah,
Are you against
hold
socialism?
on. I'll answer that in a second. Let me land. Anyhow, the U.S. government took all of my land after he gave a
mixed
bunch of land to
economy,
a bunch of
Big Nick.
after a bunch of immigrants came here and got screwed over by the governor of Florida. They were lied to. They were from all of South America and Central America. They immigrated here and they were supposed to get land and they put them in indentured servitude. My great granddad went ahead and gave them land and had them all walk from New Smyrna to Jacksonville and put them all up and gave them free land. And then the remaining amount of the free land that was left, the U.S. government took and built a naval base on for World War II. And that was the end of any money my family ever had for the entirety of my lineage.
You ever heard of the reneging of the 40 acres and the mule? You know what? You ever heard of that?
Part of that was gonna
I
be
don't know.
enforced.
Refresh my memory. I've heard of a lot
You
of
know
stuff.
that was actual. You know that was an actuality 40 acres and a mule, right? But what happened was during Reconstruction, a certain demographic got screwed.
Yeah.
Right?
Every demographic that wasn't English.
They were supposed to have it in Florida.
Every
Southern
demographic that wasn't
okay,
English.
Cap. All right,
That
Cap.
includes the
I don't wanna go
Irish.
there.
That
I don't
includes the
want to go there.
Scottish.
Okay.
Field
That
order
No,
includes
no.
the
52.
What
fucking
you
Field
Italians.
order
That
52.
includes the
what you running
indigenous
from, Nikki?
folks.
No, no,
That
no.
includes
Because
What?
I'm not running. I'm
slaves
not
that were
running.
no
I'm just
longer
not
slaves
interested in
Federal
making
after
all these
Street,
fair
the
Field order
comparisons.
Revolutionary
15.
War, all the way up
I'm
to
interested in making all these fair comparisons with a certain demographic, right? So I'm
this
really
country
not
ain't that
interested in
old,
having that
dog. It's not
conversation.
that old, if you
Right.
remember.
And all these fair
Not that old.
comparisons that you're bringing up, I mean,
Yeah, I
I don't
got
want to
it.
talk about the fair
Yeah,
comparisons.
we're deep in the weeds, fellas. Come on now. Let's get
Yeah,
back on
yo,
the topic.
it's too late.
I
It's too
don't
late.
know.
It's too late. We already there.
They're trying to
So
turn up. You trying to
I
take
feel
this over,
good.
Neil,
I
and
feel
I'm
real
not
good.
gonna
I
let
don't know
you
what
do
you're
it's
it
too
talking
late.
now.
about.
We already
Because
there.
your ass
So
you don't want to have that
Out,
fair
man. We're
Look
comparison
like
too
you got
easy.
started.
I'm
Deep
not
in the
finna let
woods,
you
so
you
pull
got
me
started.
in, EO. I'm done with it.
Yeah,
what
Mr. Pope.
you running for, Nikki? Oh,
So
you
2
went
paces
there.
out.
You took it upon yourself to go there,
No.
right?
And I decided not
We're
to.
here now.
I
Okay.
decided to hold up. How about that?
What's that?
I decided to hold up. How about that?
For
All right. All right.
see,
Yeah.
No,
eh,
Nick.
Yeah.
We
this
need
is
to know
I
about
counterproductive
decided
the
to
here,
clean out the
chicken out.
thing
All right,
deal.
right?
let me
I
just
decided to
clarify.
chicken out.
Oh,
I
no,
decided
sir.
to kick him out.
Let me
And
just
that's
clarify.
it.
Big
Can I
Nick
say
was
something?
referring
I
to
want to hear from KP and Crypto.
General Sherman was referring. Sorry,
You got it,
Big
Mr.
Nick
Paul.
was referring to General Sherman's Special Field Order 15 and the effort to change that general's order into permanent legislation that never happened. That's where 40 acres and a mule comes from.
Mhm.
It was a promise. It was worked on by the Reconstruction government,
Proposal.
and it never became law. It wasn't passed through Congress.
Mhm.
Vetoed by Andrew
What a
Johnson.
shame.
Yeah.
What a shame.
That is a fact. That is a fact.
Yeah,
That's some bullshit.
right. Never became law. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
just
mean, look,
one of many piles of bullshit that black people
oh, bro, I
experienced.
don't even have to go. I don't have to go back that far to look at how they set people up for failure, and
Oh,
how
absolutely. Yeah.
and how they take the poorest of the poor and put them just close enough to the working class to pit them against each other. Then, when the rich on the other side of the poor, as the buffer between the middle class and the poor, the rich lie on the far end. When they want to purchase up all that poor space, they do it in the most heinous of manners. But the latter part is that then they put all the money into these communities. Now these two communities have been warring, and it's a problem. I've seen it happen with my own eyes in Palm Beach when they did that stuff. And it's part of capitalism. You could say whatever you want about these neighborhoods and how things get blended, but again, to me, people, Americans at that, as long as nobody keeps fucking with us,
Did
we're
you
all
say
gonna,
blended? You
yeah,
said they become
blended.
blended. They get blended.
Yeah, like a poor community versus a working class communities.
Such as
And
that.
what? Go ahead. You want to put colors on it? Is that what you're trying to do, Big
No,
Nick?
I'm not gonna do it.
'Cause
My apologies.
I'm just saying, because there's no color for poor.
Yeah, but I'm right, and I'm also just saying that you remember where that area that John R. Leonard was in. I don't see that being incorporated with blending. I see the community where
Bro,
Twin
what are
Lakes
you
was at
talking about?
being incorporated with blending.
I live 5 blocks
It's
from
there.
John I. Leonard, bro.
It's
And
there
I'm the
now,
only
Big
white,
Nick.
I'm the only white guy in my neighborhood. What are we
It's there
talking
now,
about?
Big
Well,
Nick.
I
But
think you understand the comparison. What I'm trying
I
to
do
say,
understand
whatever fucking
comparison.
neighborhood,
Absolutely, I do
whatever
understand the comparison.
whatever neighborhood right now to this day is still predominantly white. Why isn't that regentrification happening over there? Why is it only happening in the marginalized communities?
And
It's
what
not,
marginalization
bro.
do you think?
I
Because
live
I've
5
seen.
blocks from John
I
I. Leonard.
I
God
I can
damn,
think
man.
of.
You know what I just, you know what I understood? Hey, Crypto, you know what you just helped me understand, Crypto? I'm sorry, Color. This is what you just helped me understand, and I swear to God, I'm going to mean this. I'm going to follow this for the rest of my life. I have to face the facts that when I'm around certain individuals, that my complaints aren't real. So I need to understand
So
that and
you're not
respect
being
that.
heard.
And you're right. I'm being fucking challenged on my black experience by
Well,
somebody who's not black, and that's not cool.
Well, I will give you this, Big Nick, to the black experience, to the
Damn.
personal experience, to the what you want to say is my personal white experience.
Damn.
I think you're way too leaning on the differences in our experience than all
Let
of the
me-
commonalities we have.
Let me offer
And
this up.
that's a problem. That's a problem.
Charleston, West
Because I'm
Virginia,
telling you
which is
this,
one of the
for as many
white
differences
communities in
you
the
think
country,
that there might be
has
on a
gentrification happened in
communal
Charleston
thing
yet?
of that nature, it's sad you feel so
I think that's
alone
funny where you're going.
in that perspective.
Hey, Cal, let me ask you a question, my brother.
May I say something?
And all black people listening, all black people listening on YouTube and all black people on this panel would absolutely not one of them dispute this, right? They can all relate to this. When we go to the mall, when we get out of our car, before we step into the mall, black people have to mentally prepare themselves to go into a fucking mall.
Exactly.
The food
So
store.
don't tell me
Go
about our
fishing.
differences are that
Hey,
different.
last week I had somebody ride by me on a bike
So
downtown Miami
you
and
don't
say
experience
that
that,
they
Cal.
are Jeffrey Dahmer.
You've
That they're
never had
Jeffrey
to
Dahmer.
mentally prepare
They
yourself
said
to
what
go into a mall.
Some dude on a bike rolled by and said, "I'm Jeffrey Dahmer."
Mm.
Now that's
No,
just regular shit that happens to me when
I
I go
got
fishing.
no, I got one
Jeffrey
for you.
Dahmer?
It's crazy.
I guess he wanted to threaten
That is,
me and
That's
suggest that he
crazy.
wanted to
And
kill me.
I was threatened in Normandy,
you see how
Missouri,
no
and
black
told
people
my
disagree with that, Cap?
right, and I was
Man,
threatened in Normandy, Missouri, and told my
No,
time was up while I was sitting there
Now,
servicing the
now look at
cabbage.
this. Now look at this equal comparison that
It's
color
not. It's
Can I
continues
not.
make
to
that
do.
my life?
I'm on Big Nick's side here,
So
100%. The black
I would
experience is unique in America. That's why we
I
call
would give
black.
you I would give you
and
I
Cap,
will
that's what I was trying to
abs
say earlier, Cap. That's what I
well,
was trying to
Mr.
say a little
Polk,
earlier.
Well,
Now that
I
doesn't mean that there are not poor whites and that poor
hey,
whites are
Mr.
also
Polk.
I'm just saying,
exploited. They are.
look,
They are.
When it comes to our history, hold on. When it comes to, let's take the
But
poor
we are the
people, right?
most exploited class
When it
people in
comes to
history.
our history, the poor
That's not
people
debatable.
versus the poor people of white people, right? Is that a fair comparison?
so
No,
I would
that's
say
why I
this.
mentioned
Okay.
Charleston, West Virginia.
One way to look at the history
Do
is in the
you think when
manipulation
we
of
talk
poor
about
whites
atrocities,
based
when
on
we
a
talk about
promise of
atrocities that have
and
happened in this
accumulation,
country,
they're
when we talk
manipulated
about
to promise
atrocities,
greater wealth,
there's only one
democracy,
close, there's
privileges,
only one
and that comes
close
on the back of black
fair
people.
comparison, and that's an indigenous people, and the only reason it's close because it was almost a complete genocide. But other than that, when it comes to the history and the shit that has happened to them, every demographic in this country, there is no fair comparison when you're talking about the black comparison.
But that
So
is true, Big Nick, but you still cannot discount poor white suffering, which is
I'm not
real.
discounting it. I'm not discounting. All I'm saying is, don't bring up a fucking parallel story to my existence because it's
But,
not fair
how about in an
comparison.
effort to have common ground, man?
Who did that, Nick?
Isn't it
Who did
Fred
that?
How is
You know
anybody
who
Hampton
did
ever
that
and the
supposed
Black
to
fucking
Panthers?
yo.
This is what we're working
How is
towards.
anybody ever supposed to relate if we're not supposed to make
Yeah.
parallels and
Okay,
understand?
so color. That was a rap group. I forget the name of the rap group, right? But the rap group made a song, and it was a pretty big song. It was called "Mr. Me Too." Do you know what that means?
Enlighten me.
Mr. Me Too is every time I said I did something, you say me too. Like I can't never have in my own experience something that's for me without you saying, yeah, I got a story that matches that as well. You a Mr. Me Too. And on that topic, your only responsibility was to say, damn, I can't relate to that shit.
But I
But
can
no,
relate
you
to
why
wanted
that
to
do you
draw
want him to
you
lie to
wanted to
you,
draw
Big
some
Nick,
type
or
of
do you want him
comparison.
to
You
just
wanted
keep
to
his
draw
mouth
I'm
some
not
type
shut?
of
human, so I'm
comparison.
not
Because
human. I can't find a way to relate.
well,
You
not even
still don't
relate,
get it.
but okay,
You
but
still don't get it.
what if his shared experience
Oh,
matches yours from his own perspective? There's no relation involved. If you want to be so special because of whatever choice you want to do, listen, he's not or I'm not wouldn't say that I could know the feeling you have
I'm
because of
not
the
saying the man
heritage and
has felt.
history you're supposed
Listen.
you have behind wherever your experiences take you, right?
So
But
I
I
don't know if
can't.
I'm relaying to you guys that I'm speaking for me as an individual on this conversation, right? I'm
Okay.
speaking to the histrionics of my people in this
I
And
country,
I'm
got you.
just really
But that's
right?
that's
So I'm
what
not
that's
speaking
how
on me. I'm not speaking on me as
am
an
I supposed to
individual, right?
equally
So
carry this
when
histrionics
I'm
on
telling
that?
you,
Because wouldn't that
when
be a bold misstep by me,
what
an overstep to try to carry your histrionics onto me? Wouldn't that be the case?
no, I'm not. No one is asking you to
I
do
want
that.
But
No
you're
one is
saying
asking
that I
you to
can't
do that.
relate
Big Nick,
to
I want
lived
No,
you to
life
I'm not.
understand
experiences
for me,
because of something I'm I'm not allowed to carry
So
or understand.
it actually
relatability.
pains me that you
Hold on,
feel that
color.
way, Big
I'm
Nick.
trying to educate.
And I'm trying to figure out
Relatability
how to
and
help.
relatability and comparability are two different things. Absolutely, you can relate to me.
I
I got
understand.
jumped
And
by
I'm
5
letting
white
you
guys.
know,
You
and I'm
got jumped
letting
by
you
5
know as
white
a man,
guys.
Big Nick,
Look, I
I'm
got
letting
jumped by
you
5
know,
white guys.
Big
You
Nick,
got jumped by
can I
5 white
respond?
guys. That's
Can I
relatability.
respond,
That's
please?
relatability.
Can I
I got jumped
respond,
by 5
please?
white guys because I don't look like those 5 white
Can I
guys.
respond to that,
You got
please?
jumped by 5 white guys because y'all having a beef somewhere in between all 5 of y'all.
Can I
That's
respond to
not
that,
What
fair
if I
please?
told you, Big
comparability.
Nick? What if I told you, Big Nick, that I got
Uh,
jumped by 5 white chicks for being white and they beat the mortal fuck out of me? One of the worst beatings I ever took in my life.
That will be a hell of an
It
experience.
wasn't.
And I
It
have to take
wasn't.
your
It
word
wasn't.
for it.
It wasn't 5. It was 4. I was probably 11 years old when that happened. I was
Then
up
I
at
have to take
Cumberland
your word
Farms.
for it. I
Huh?
have to take your word for it. That's all I can say.
Oh, so you're saying it didn't happen?
No, I'm
No, I'm
saying
telling you, it
I'm
did.
taking your word for it.
And that was one of the worst beatings I ever took in my life.
Right. I mean, okay.
I'm just telling you, it really happened.
5, 6, Cap?
Big Nick.
No,
Big
it wasn't
Nick,
5.
I
It wasn't 5.
I
It was
want you to
4.
know from one
But
person
yeah, dude,
into
blonde.
another,
it was
you're
brutal
saying
as fuck.
to me that you feel that way, and I'm simply trying to help. If I'm wrong in the way that I'm going about that, then I appreciate the correction.
So
Yes.
so this is how I feel. This is how I feel. And EM, I'm about to go there. You want me to go there? I'm about to go there, right? But everything I
I
say,
want you to
none
do
of
whatever
it,
you feel. No,
none
don't
of
put
it,
him in
none
it.
of
I
it
want
is
you to do whatever you feel led. Whatever you feel led to do.
everything that I say, right? None of it is intended to be malicious, right? When we talk about the fight to end racism, as a black person, I should just shut the fuck up. I have no dog in the fight. When we talk about how racism is affecting black people, the only thing you should be doing, Color, in that conversation is listening and shutting the fuck up.
Well, then
That's how I feel.
then there's
That's
no way
how I
for me to
feel.
relate, bro. I
Oh
cannot
shit.
function that way, bro. I am not built that way. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh
All right.
That makes
shit.
me evil.
And you're
If
not
that
built
makes
that
me
way.
evil,
You're
then I
not
don't
because
know
you're
what.
not
Sorry,
Color.
I'm evil.
Color,
Okay,
Color,
I
because you're not
apologize
built
to the
that
whole
way.
world that I'm evil. I don't know how else to
I
do
don't
it.
know how it turned into
Color.
Color being evil.
Hey, I
Oh
don't know either. I don't know
shit.
either.
How
Hey,
did it turn into
Color.
Color being
I was
evil?
not. I was
I'm gonna
Hold
give you
on a
some
second.
advice then,
many
Color.
people. Hold
I'm
on.
gonna give
I
you
was
some
taught
advice,
by
Color.
many people of
Color.
many different backgrounds and many
Color.
different colors. My epistemology.
Okay,
That was
Color. I'm gonna
taught to
tell you
me by
something.
many different
I'm gonna
people.
tell you something that you might not know, Color.
Well,
Since you are not built
I
that
don't know
way,
nothing.
every
Apparently,
time you have a conversation with people of color, you can expect some of us to feel the exact same way that I feel.
look, I understand that, bro.
And it's gonna be because of you won't just shut the fuck up and listen to us
What if
tell
I
you
told you?
the black
What if I
experience.
told you,
shit.
Big Nick? What if I told you, Big
Sorry
Nick,
I
that
ever
that's
spoke.
not
I'm sorry
just
I
to
ever
people of
spoke,
your
bro.
color.
Shit.
Other people of different
don't have to
colors
say
feel
that.
that way about color too. God, there's
I
a lot
agree
of
100%
colors in
that.
one sentence.
Look. If you guys, if all the white guys on this panel want to get around here and talk about the white experience,
Right, bro.
I'm just gonna
I'm
fucking
never having
listen.
the conversation again.
I'm just gonna
I just
listen.
want to talk to Chad and Brian and Scott about my
never gonna
white
have the conversation
experiences.
again.
Me
And
and
you
the
wonder,
dudes were out surfing.
why there's fragility. You
See,
wonder why there's fragility.
color is offended by that.
No,
Color's offended by
I'm
that.
offended by the fact that people want to go around and call everybody fragile and then tell them to shut the fuck up when they speak.
Oh
No,
shit.
that's what you got out of that?
Hey Cap, drop that goddamn link.
For who?
Is that what you got out of
I
that?
think you trying to pull up.
Oh
Color,
shit!
all I was saying is, Color,
I
all
think
I
there's
was saying is,
some other
I don't
individuals that
care
want
how
into this
many stories,
conversation.
I don't care how many
Want to
stories
talk
you
on
come
this? Is that what
across,
you're saying?
Color, is never going to compare to when I'm telling you I feel some type of way about how the system has treated me. It's never going to compare with me. So I'm going to push back every time you do that shit when I'm telling you something about my fucking people.
Hold on a
and you
second
wanna
now.
come
Hold on,
in.
Color. Wait a second, Color. Wait a second, Color. Color, wait. Real quick, Big Nick. The system, how the system has treated you, is this system
Absolutely.
you're referring to the one in which you wish that got 1 point whatever trillion dollars more in money? Because if you really want to get down to the crux of where the racial problems have started, began, and need to change, it's with the system. And I'm right there with you. But you want to give the system money.
So check this out. I can't use because
Mm.
we don't even have to go down there. Because again, once again, I'm gonna speak for all black people.
Okay.
I have the
Speaking
power
for all
to speak
black
for.
people. Okay.
I have the power right now to speak for all black people.
All right, hold on a second. EM, he's speaking for all black people. You co-sign that?
No. Hell no.
I guarantee he gonna change his mind.
Hell no. No. I don't rely on no other man to speak for me in my household.
Well, that's just how I think. Like, I just got to be
What I
real.
got going on in my household? No,
You're
hell
right.
no.
I'm not an
Ain't no other man
African-American
got
man, so I
authority to
don't
speak
know
on
the
my shit.
experience. But I will say that.
Well, go ahead anyway. I want to hear what you. But I want to hear what you got to say. Go ahead.
I'll tell you why you're gonna agree with me, EM. Because this is why I'm speaking for all black people. It's because you asked me about this system. I participate in this system because I love this country, and this country hasn't always loved me. So regardless of the system, I love this country. So I'm gonna do everything I can to keep the little good shit I got going on possible for me. So that's why.
So
Well,
again, serving
okay.
yourself, right?
Well,
Right.
I do
Number
agree
one.
with that, right? I'm a part of that same system, and again, I've experienced, probably more direct racism, probably more so than everybody on this panel, right? But
You
I'm
must
with you,
forgot
Nick.
what I do every day.
But I am with you, Nick. I love this country, right? And again, I've been blessed that me and my family have been, God has, He smiled on us in a lot of ways, right? And I'm appreciative every day for that. But I'm part of that machine. I'm part of that system. I'm with you. I do agree with you 100% from that perspective.
I told you. I speak for black people on that. We love
Well,
this country, man.
I
We
guess he
love
got
this
you there.
country. We
That's
love it.
good.
We love this country.
Who's not
But we
gonna
know
say
that this
But I
country
just don't.
hasn't
I
always
just
loved
don't
us
want this
back.
country. I just don't want this country to go to turn around and go back into the dark ages. That's what I don't want.
Nah,
Right,
see,
and we're at
And
a precipice right
I
now
don't
when the
think
And
kindergarten.
that's why I
I
said what I
don't
said
with
to you
that. I don't
earlier.
think that it will.
Backtracks in history are
Hey, Mr.
possible,
Funk,
and
I'm
that's
with
what
you.
we're
Not in
weary
that
of right
aspect.
now. Okay,
Not
No, I'm
that's
saying
what we're all
why
weary
it's
of
not
at this point.
possible. Oh man, y'all
Well,
better
I
listen
don't
to
know
this.
much, but I'm on my second life right now. Okay, I told El Cap my story. Okay, I'm gonna go a little deep here. When I was 4 months old, I'm gonna go real quick. When I was 4 months old, I had double pneumonia. I passed away. They brought me back. I was paralyzed on my left side. I still am. Okay, but I could do mostly everything. And I had, when I was 10, I had I'm an epileptic, so I've had seizures, and it's been 15 years since I've had one. Okay, so I've been on. I can't. I haven't worked. I don't have much money to my name. I don't even have a credit card. Okay, but I don't know about. I'm sorry about your black experience. Okay, but don't put it on somebody else. Don't blame it on somebody else. I mean, you can't blame.
I don't think that's what Big Nick is doing. I don't think Big Nick or anybody who
No, I
spoke
don't
is
be blaming
blaming
them.
any individual person. But what he's referring to is the structure of how things have worked over time, right, to demean and diminish black life relative to others.
But if I
Thank you.
wanted to make
That's
an
what I was trying to say
argument,
earlier.
if I wanted to make an argument where I can say someone is to blame, I'm pretty sure I can make a very strong argument.
Okay.
I don't think you can make. I don't think you can say that about. And what I'm assuming, Nick, is that the implication is that you're going to try to make an argument that just the all white people are to blame. Is that correct?
No one's saying that. And respect
Hang on,
to
hang
your
on, hang on. Let him speak for himself, KP. Hang on.
I'm
I'm
not
asking him a question.
No,
Is
I'm
that
not saying that. But I
okay?
would
Well,
say this. I'm
okay.
not saying that. I'm not saying that. But I would say this: that all white folks has benefited from it.
Wait a minute. Say that again. What you
All
said?
white people. All white people have benefited from it.
Well, listen. Here's what Big Nick is trying to say. He's trying to say that the racial label white, comes with privileges in the society. Has done so historically, and until recently, it took legislation at the federal levels to try to make things equal. Yet those inequalities still persist. So there is something to what he's saying. Now, on an individual level, right? It can be a little bit burdensome, and this is where I hear Big Nick coming from when he's pleading almost for all non-blacks to understand this distinction. It's important. It is important. I'm hopefully Big Nick, you with me here. I'm not trying to take away from anything you've said.
Right. That's my whole thing about fair comparisons. I don't want to have a fair comparisons
Right.
conversation.
But at the same time, you got to respect that there are other struggles There are other that exist in other dimensions, and that
But
people
when
are,
I say
are
when
maybe
I say
not
I don't want to have
equally
a
as
They do,
agreed,
Casey. Yes.
but
but
when I
they
say
are
but
legitimately
hold on, what you
agreed
gotta
as
understand,
well.
when I say I don't want to have a fair comparison conversation, I'm not saying that other bad shit ain't happened to other people. I'm not
Right.
saying that. I
Mm-hmm.
acknowledge the atrocities that are happening across this country to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I acknowledge those atrocities. All I'm saying is it's not a fair comparison. It's not.
I look.
It's not.
Listen.
When a
In
part of
other
our
words, Big
vernacular,
Nick is saying there's
listen,
levels
part of
to
our
this.
vernacular right
Yes,
now,
there's
our
levels
That's
everyday
to it.
basically what he's
vernacular.
saying.
Let me
Listen,
give you an example.
all the
Let me give you an
greatest leaders
example.
He's
in our
saying there's
history
levels to this.
have tried to make
Listen,
coalitions between people who have common ground and have been agreed.
KP,
Even the Black
KP.
Panthers, Fred Hampton, led a coalition between poor whites in Appalachia and poor blacks from the ghetto in Chicago
It still
and
didn't
in urban
diminish.
city,
It
and they
still
killed him
didn't
for it.
diminish.
They
It
killed him
still
for
didn't
it.
diminish the things that my
No,
people went through up
no,
until that
there's
point.
no. You cannot
So
diminish that.
so so
You
listen,
can.
listen. Let me give you a quick information that I have used it tonight. We all use this word. It's a part of the English vernacular. The term motherfucker that literally came from
Residue of slavery, breeding,
male son
breeding farm.
slaves mating with their own mother.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
breeding
That
farms.
literally came from that
Mm-hmm.
situation, right? So
1807 to
there
1865, breeding farms
there are no fair
of human beings.
comparisons. That's
Absolutely,
all I'm
that's
saying.
genocidal level
So what do
atrocity.
you want, Nick? Nick, what do
Right,
you
it's
want?
levels to it.
I just want you,
No,
right?
Crypto's right when he says there's
I'm gonna
levels to
tell
it.
you what I want. I just want you to understand that what I'm telling you about a situation is real, and I don't have a race card to pull. I'm just telling you that the experience that I just experienced is real. Don't dismiss it. Don't tell me it ain't so. Don't tell me it ain't true. Don't try to say, well, when I was in the third grade, a girl grabbed me on my butt when I was in the third. Because the difference is, when I was in the third grade, the male teacher bent me over. So don't try to compare your atrocities to mine. That's not fair to me. That's minimizing the shit that I and my people have gone through.
But you recognize the error in that. You are issuing a rule from the bottom. You know what I'm saying? You're
No,
telling people not to.
I'm not issuing a rule. I'm not issuing a rule. I'm just telling it straight up. That shit ain't comparable, and I don't give a fuck about how you feel about me telling
Can
you
I
that shit ain't
can I
comparable.
speak
How can
freely
you enforce that though, Big Nick? How can you
I
enforce? How
can't.
can you
Can I
enforce
speak
that?
I can't.
freely?
I
Well,
can't.
It's
I'll tell
I
definitely
you
not
can't.
how,
enforceable.
I can't. But
KP.
I can
I'll
make
tell you
sure.
how,
I
because
can make sure that you
at
no longer
some
want to have this
point,
conversation with me.
no matter what I could listen to and digress and have a statement in which to respond to said experience
Is
of
there
Big
an
Nick.
echo?
Yeah, there's an echo. I think it's on KP's end.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
You're good. I'm not allowed. I can't make a comparison because I am trumped by your lived heritage that you carry. And at some point, no matter what point, you'll deem when it's time for me to just stop talking and only listen. And I got to say, you're over here taking it in an offensive manner as if I'm trying to diminish your black lived experience. And I don't understand why you're so defensive. I didn't
Well,
do
it's
any
not
of the
about me
things.
being. It's not about me being defensive, right? But when you use the term, I like you're trying to. That's not the point, because you have to understand that subconsciously you do things that you don't know is wrong.
No. That ain't gonna fly
Absolutely.
with me. Subconsciously, I do things that's not how it
Absolutely.
works with me. No, it's
Absolutely.
not.
That's you're human.
So it's a psychological trumping of an argument right now. So you're a more well educated person because of your heritage experience. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm telling you is that inherently you have biases that you don't perceive
No.
as biases.
Inherently, you are putting those
Can
biases on me.
can
That
we
is the
get
Okay.
most
some
All
bullshit
exam?
right.
I've ever heard
Okay.
in
Can
my
we
I
get
life.
agree.
can we get some
All right.
examples,
Okay.
Nick? Can we get
Okay.
some examples of what you're talking about?
I mean, I have to be a photographic memory to go through all of his speech that he's ever had to me, but I'm sure every white person that's been on the panel with us, I'm sure I've raised an eyebrow to her at times.
Okay.
I'm sure I have.
Well,
But do
hold
I
on,
take
hold on.
Just use
serious?
me. Just me.
Hold on a minute.
well,
Why
I'm
didn't
gonna
you
need
raise
I'm gonna
your
need
eyebrows?
some examples to properly assess
Well,
the
I will call it out the
situation.
next time it happened immediately. I promise you that.
Okay, well that's fine, but why me?
No. Okay. So all criticism isn't mean to cut you to the bone. All
Doesn't cut me to
criticism
my
isn't
bone.
meaning to all criticism isn't meaning to even inspire you to do better, right? Sometimes it's just to make you aware of something that you may not be aware of. I'm not
What if I
trying to become
told you,
enemies.
Big Nick?
I'm not trying to become enemies with you,
No, I know
Cap.
you're not, Big Nick.
I ain't
But
trying to bump heads with you. I'm just telling you, right? Because in
That
your lifetime, the majority of the time that you have spent in your lifetime has been around people with people like you, right?
okay,
You
yeah,
spent small fragment compared to your lifetime around people like me.
that's right.
So
Well,
for you to just
debatable.
think that it's gonna be lock and key the moment we meet is not gonna happen. You're gonna
And
have
and
some
and in
beliefs.
that
You're
same
go-
argument, Big Nick, your preconceived notion that I need to be quiet to listen to you because I don't know your lived experience because of my limited time with people like yourself, while you have limited time with people like me, wouldn't you say it would be equally as knowledgeable that you don't know about my lived white
no,
experience, as
because
we'll put it in quotation? But
because
you do know,
hypothetically.
or I don't know.
So hypothetically, I just gave you a situation about a word, the MF
Okay.
word, right? And what's the origins, the history of that word, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So now hypothetically, we can trace all the way back. We can trace black people. I mean, we can trace all the way back the dynamics of the effects that that particular word
Hmm.
psychologically, emotionally has
Hmm.
done to my community, all the way into this day, if that was possible to do so, right?
Okay.
If
Okay.
we're having that discussion, how could you possibly? What could you add to that discussion?
Well, I would say this is educationally for me to learn. But that was I interjecting saying that that's a lie, or that
Right.
I don't
So,
know about
There's
that? I
so
gotta believe
there's
it
still an
because I
echo.
remember the
no.
conversation just happened, and I was sitting here listening and learning it with you guys.
So again, I'm just trying to tell you, right? I'm just trying to tell you. There's certain conversations that black people have based on the history and the emotional toll that that this country has placed on us, right? That
Sure, I
we
know. I've
all
learned
have these
all of the
understandings.
emotional toll that has befallen the black men from
Right.
listening to black people talk about
Right.
it.
There are some
let-
conversations that we have that we
can I
don't
jump?
need you. We don't like. I don't need you to tell me that shit. I just got 6 tickets last week. You know what I'm
Can
saying? Like,
Oh, but that's because you feel like I'm supposed to be empathetic or
no,
deferring on you. But
no,
you're just saying I'm
no,
not allowed
because
to talk. You
because
understand how fucking
because the
crazy that is?
chances, cap, because the chances of you getting those 6 tickets was because you had 6 infractions.
6 infractions?
Yeah, the reason you got those 6 tickets last week, because whatever the cop said, chances are that's the only reason he pulled you over because of those infractions.
I'm missing the analogy here. I'll tell you this: the only time anything happens for me again is me doing it, and anything that's happened to me,
Is
I
he the
can
only one
relate
missing
to
the
somebody's.
analogy?
Huh?
Is he the only one missing the analogy?
Do you understand the
So you
analogy?
got pulled over. You got pulled over. You got six
Uh huh.
tickets. The first time you got pulled over because you were speeding. The next
Okay.
time you got pulled over because you didn't come to a complete stop at the stop sign.
what he's
The
saying
third
is that
time because
anybody
you
that
ran a red light. The fourth time because you got too dark a tint, shit like that. The fifth time because they couldn't read your license plate, right? Those are the reasons they pulled you over. When I
Okay.
get pulled over,
It's because of color of your
infraction
skin.
is the last fucking thing on my mind. The reason why I got pulled over.
And I haven't had that happen to me, is what you're saying. I don't know that feeling.
Do you think you know that feeling?
You're goddamn right. I know that fucking feeling, Big Nick.
So
Think
every
I'm?
time
You
you
think
get
I'm
pulled
fucking
over,
stupid, dude? Big Nick.
yeah, but every time you get pulled over, do you think about either going to jail or
First of
your
all,
life
every
going?
time I've been pulled over was I haven't been pulled over in quite
Well,
some time.
hold on a minute.
I get what Big Nick is saying.
But
I get
yeah,
what he's saying.
I
I don't
have
know why Cap
straight up.
don't.
I have
I don't
straight
think
up
you
That's
been
know.
that that's
yoked
the
out of my
comparison I'm
car.
talking about.
I've
I
That's
been
don't
that
think
yoked
you
very
out of
know.
my
comparison.
car, scared as fuck, because I'm not in the right area that I need to be. Not whatever. I wasn't there fucking up. I was actually picking up my girlfriend who was working in a bar down the yonder, right? But this is downtown Daytona and the wrong side of
What if
town,
you
all that
got
other
pulled
stuff.
over in Butler, Pennsylvania?
Huh?
What is that?
What if you got pulled over in Butler, Pennsylvania? Had you been afraid?
Crypto trolling right now. Crypto is trolling right now.
No.
Let me jump in here real quick. I gotta address Nick real quick. Let me address Nick. Hang on, Cap. Let me address Nick real quick. I got a major problem with what you just said, Nick. Right? When you and Cap were going back and forth, you were clear about your intentions, that you wasn't trying to ruffle any feathers. You wasn't trying to create enemies. You didn't want any type of drama with that man, right? But you sitting up here claiming to be so pro-black and for your quote-unquote people, right? And I can not only speak for myself, but other people that have been on these panels with you in the past multiple times since we've crossed paths on the internet. You have brought nothing but drama to people that look just like you, right? Myself included. You attempted to, right? You've been unsuccessful, but you've attempted to.
Okay.
So when you sit here, and this is a problem what I have with a lot of individuals in our community. When you sit here and you're and again, I'm not pro confrontation. I don't want confrontation with anybody. But you seem a lot less reluctant to engage in confrontation with Cap or somebody like him, as opposed to people that look closer to what you look like, myself, Lewis, others on these panels. So make that make sense for me, bro.
I would more than be happy to. When you and I had bumped heads, was it because of contentious reasons? There was contention.
I can't even recall it at the top of my head right now.
Did we just jump on the panel? Okay, since you can't pull up a particular instance, did we just jump on the panel and go, fuck you, I hate you, EM, I want to beat your motherfucking ass. Fuck you, I hate you, Nick, I wanted to be, did we just jump on the panel and do that?
Well, hang on. Okay.
Was there contention there?
Right? Hang on. Generally, 9 times out of 10, how that would start, you would be in a chat trolling first, talking nonsense in a chat, and then you would come up on a panel, and then we would address you based off the things that you said in the chat at the time.
So there was contention there.
Yeah.
Right now, do it sound like what the conversation that Cap and I have? Is there any contention there?
Well, again, whether it is or not, whether it is or not, like when we're up there, hang on.
See, I'm a thinker.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Let me finish.
Let me finish. But there's no reason for Cap and I to be fighting.
But there's no reason for you. But the point that I'm making is when we're up here. But there is no point of when I'm up here, when Lewis or other people up here that you've had drama with, right? There's no reason for you to take the action and take the position that you take in a chat. You immediately become, disrespectful, and you know the shit that you do.
Okay, but you know what?
So when you come up here, we're gonna address you that way based off the things that you said and based off how you started that whole situation at that time.
I don't see how you don't understand the bad comparison, because those are moments of contention, right?
Based off your initial actions, bro.
Okay, fine. But my initial action based solely because you was a black man?
All right.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Dude, you brought it
No. It does matter because it does matter because
are you pointing the parallels that Big Nick is taking it easy on me because I'm white? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is no. What I'm saying is because I don't think
bullshit, dog. I don't like that.
Hey, my personal opinion, I don't think Nikki is being completely transparent. To be honest with you,
EM don't really mean any of this.
No.
Arguing.
No.
Because listen,
when he my point is,
talking, he said, "Why is it that I go at the black guys and I seem to be taking it easy with the white guys?"
No.
And then when I
don't need you to speak for me.
I don't use critical thinking.
I don't need anyone. I don't need anyone to attempt to speak for me.
Go ahead, EM. Rephrase your words.
The point that I am making is it's not an apples to apples conversation based on the topic tonight.
Then why? Then why bring it up?
But why is because again, why are you so eager when we're having a football conversation? We're not even having a serious discussion like we're having tonight, right? But you will hop your behind in the chat and disrespect people that look like you, and you claim you quote unquote so pro-black, right? Based off a fucking football, based off a fucking football take, right? But you won't. But you're less reluctant, right? And again, I don't think you being. I don't think he's being completely transparent right now. I think there are some things that he wants to say to Cap, but that's fine. You chose not to do that. That's fine.
Give me a second.
But you're less reluctant, right?
Watch this, Cap.
You're less reluctant.
I'm going to ask you again.
You're less reluctant to be disrespectful to somebody who you think. I think fundamentally, I don't think you're being completely transparent. There's a lot of things you want to say and get off your chest, but you're not. But you chose not to do that. But that's fine, right? Okay. But now, again, my question is, why are you bringing the smoke and based off football takes? Why are you so eager to engage with people that if you quote unquote so pro-black, bro?
I want to answer that. That's like the third or fourth time that you referred to black, right? And I'm going to ask you again because you just said, I listened very intently. You just said that I attack people who look like me, right? Isn't that what you said?
I said to myself, Lewis, and maybe one other individual as well.
Okay, but then you use the words of people. Then you use the words of people who look like you, implying.
Absolutely, I said that.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you this, right? And I hope you answer it honestly. Based on the type of things that I say and I think about and my personality, do you think I attacked you because you were black?
Nobody said that you did, bro.
Then that argument goes away.
No, it don't go away. No, it don't go away.
No, then why bring up the point that you look like me then?
No. The point is based off your action, you claiming up here to be about your people, right? Quote unquote about my people. But yet the drama that you bring on these fucking panels are with people that look closer, look more like you.
Let me show you why you.
But you got things that you want to get off your chest with this white man, right? But you don't want smoke with him. You don't want smoke with him. You don't want to bring drama with him.
White man. So I'm just a white man.
No, I'm just saying you just happen to be white, Cap. So all I'm saying is stop with that pro-black shit, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Addressing you,
EM, are you all about your people?
Nick in the chat is addressing you, EM. You might want to
are you all about your people, EM?
The other Nick.
Are you pro-black, EM?
What? I would say I'm pro-black. I would say that.
Okay.
I'm for the advancement of my people. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Mr. Pro-black. Are you down with Tim Scott?
He called you Mr. Pro-black, dude.
First off, let me say this. Hang on.
Have you said any negative words in your pro-black life about Tim Scott?
Can I?
You did it, Mr. Pro-black. That means since you're pro-black, you can't have issues with other black people. Is that the standard you're trying to put on me?
Can I please finish?
Standard you're trying to put on me?
Can I please finish? Can I please finish? Can I please finish?
About Tim Scott, EM.
Hang on. I am for the advancement, the betterment of my people, absolutely. But I'm pro-humanity. I want everybody to prosper. I want everybody to be blessed. Everyone.
How about Dr. Umar Johnson?
What's wrong with that, Big Nick? Why is he laughing at that, dog? Why can't he be pro-black and want pro-humanity, dog? I'm down with
because he don't see the standard. He don't see the standard he only want to apply to me. Right?
No. I'm going off. I'm going off.
But he asked me a question, EM.
I am going off your actions, how you've conducted yourself, right on these fucking panels. You don't
Tim Scott into it.
Based off your actions, right? You would rather, right, get disrespectful with people that look like you based on football takes.
Saying I can't marry a white woman.
Based off football takes, but you a hell of a lot less reluctant, and I think you foundational. I think you've got issues with Cap, right? For whatever reason, that's between you and him. But you're less reluctant, right?
You don't have issues with me. He just thinks I'm ignorant. I'm an ignorant white to black peoples. That's what he thinks, right?
Again, you're using look like you, and right as if I'm so pro-black. I'm attacking people who look like
No, I'm just going off what you said. You said you are for your people, correct? Did you not say that?
Do you believe?
Did you not say that?
Do you believe that our beef was because I wanted to attack a black man?
Nobody said you did. See,
Then why
you're
you
missing
keep
the whole
bringing that up
point,
then?
bro. You're missing the whole fucking point,
No,
bro.
you're missing
It's
the point.
going completely over your mind right now. I'm not going to get disrespectful. It's completely going over your head right now.
Yeah.
My point is, why are you so eager, right? Based off football takes now, because we've never had this conversation amongst you, myself, Lewis, as well as others. We've never had this conversation, right? This is a more in-depth, a more serious topic of conversation, right? But again,
Lord,
you're not getting, and again, I think foundationally you have some issues with Cap for whatever reason, but that's my opinion. But you're less reluctant to quote unquote turn up and be disrespectful and really take it there with him. And this is a more in-depth, much more serious conversation than Tua's fucking contract. But you take it upon yourself consistently over the years, right, to jump your behind in that chat and get disrespectful with people since you quote unquote for your people and quote unquote pro-black, but you ready to turn up and take it there and get disrespectful with people off football takes. No, I'm sorry. You cannot. Please try to attempt to make that make sense to me.
My turn. I just literally just timed it, man. That was 100. I mean, that was a minute and 47 seconds. My turn. Okay. Again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again.
I may say
The
goodbye.
standard.
Good night.
Again.
All right, John. We'll see you, buddy.
All right,
take
John.
care.
The standard that you're
All right,
trying to
we go,
place
John.
upon me is only for me. Because again, my brother, I am very pro-black. Black come before everything. I do my YouTube channel. If it benefits the rest of society, that's great. But I'm doing it for my people, right? That's who I really want to educate. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Just because I am pro-black doesn't mean I can't have issues with black people. It don't mean that I'm gonna pull up and
nobody
it don't mean
said
I'm gonna pull up. It don't mean I'm gonna pull up and try to erase your existence. It don't mean I'm gonna try to take away your pass to the picnic, to the barbecue. It don't mean that. But it mean at that particular time you and I had an issue. But if it came down to it, if all 47 million of us had to be in back to back to back to back, motherfucker, I'm gonna be on your back. But so what? We argue, we fight, and we fight. Okay.
My thing is,
But
listen.
but you just said to yourself that you are pro-black.
Right?
No. And you
I am for
really,
the.
you just said yourself.
I
that
am
you
for the
consider yourself to
advancement
be
of my
pro-black.
again. I am for the advancement of my people, but I want everyone,
But
no matter
are you
race,
pro-black? Are you pro-black?
Well, call it what you want. I mean,
Okay.
I'm pro.
Now,
call it what you want.
Do you want to go into partnership and make sure that Tim Scott advanced economically?
I want anybody that looks like me, right? Again, I want to reiterate.
I want to hear you say,
I want to reiterate.
Let me
right?
hear you say, yeah, as a black man.
I want to reiterate. Anybody that looks like me,
I
black,
don't fuck with Tim Scott.
right? I don't care who. I want the best for everyone, bro.
I want no prosperity for Tim Scott.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. I'm not here to discuss that with you. What I'm here to discuss with is your behavior, how you've conducted with me, as well as other people on these fucking panels, bro.
All right. So you're just a monolith. You're not a consistency. You can't say that because I mean you had words that reflects the rest of Black America. That's kind of selfish.
Yeah, don't you know when you're supposed to be quiet and not talk?
Man, get the fuck out of here with that.
But you indicating to me that because I choose to have hopefully an educational conversation with Cap both ways, and we want to hear each other, so we're not calling each other assholes and dickheads.
So
you have a problem with that.
no, I don't have a problem with that. No. My point is, again, you want to have you want to have productive dialogue with him on this particular about
a serious matter.
It don't matter what the topic is. Why do you take it upon yourself to jump your behind them chats and get extremely disrespectful, right? With people that look like you.
Now it don't matter what the topic
is.
It
don't. I never said it was about the topic. I never made this about the topic. I made it about your fucking actions. That's what I made it. That's the point that I was making.
Those aren't rollerblades. You on a fucking speedboat.
No. When did that come out of my mouth about I'm making this about the topic at hand, what we're
Because
discussing here today?
you
No,
said,
what I said
you
was
said,
your actions, bro.
well,
That's what
I
I made
listen
this about.
intently.
That's the point that I was making.
I listen intently, right? I listen
Well,
intently.
you're not
And
listening. You're not
I'm sure
listening
I'm not
enough.
the examples you gave was about a tour contract or Dolphins related.
No, I just said that was again. That was just an
Hey,
example.
somebody else. Okay, you're right.
I didn't.
I'm wrong.
I didn't
You're
say we
right.
were
I'm
debating
wrong.
anything about
You're
Tua's
right.
con.
I'm
I was just
wrong.
using that as an example.
My name is Steven, and I just want to suck up the master. So you are absolutely right, sir.
Damn.
What the fuck does that got to do with anything? What is that about?
No, because that's what you think. You think I don't want to go in and
No.
talk harshly to master. You think I'm scared to say something to that white fella, right? But when you might be
I don't know.
so right.
Hey, all I know is that you said I don't want no smoke with you, Cap. I'm not trying to create enemies with you, Cap. I'm not trying. I don't want no drama, right? But yet every chance. Well, you haven't done that recently, but in the past, you took it upon yourself to again, and based off football takes, and you wouldn't even be up on the panels, bro.
Ian,
You
what
would be
about
in the
you? You gonna
chats
bring up
because
football
you
takes
have a
again?
disagreement
There you
with
go, bring
people
up
that look like
football
me,
takes
right?
again. See, you don't even know
You've
you're doing
become
it. You just brought
disrespectful,
up,
bro.
you just use the example football again, right? A non-serious topic compared to what Cap and I were talking about,
Again,
right? But that's the example you use, right?
I'm not
However,
making this about the
listen to me.
topic, bro. You keep
Listen to me.
again. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, you're
It's
not
totally
listening to
going
me.
over your head, bro. You're not
No,
listening
it's
to what
not.
I'm saying.
It's not. I'm just not. It's not going over my head. I'm just not giving it the same value.
No,
I'm just
it
not
is
being.
going over your
I'm
head
just not.
because you keep saying you making it about the topic. I never said it was about the topic, bro.
But you keep bringing up a topic.
That's
It's an
again.
example. It's an example.
That is how.
But it wasn't
Again,
the
that's an
only topic
example
you
on how
bring
you
up.
became,
There has to be other
how you took it
examples.
upon yourself to
How
be
can I think? How
disrespectful.
can I not think? How can I not think that when I come into a dolphin-related live, right, and people are having dolphin-related dialogue, and I get into a disagreement with someone who at the time
It's
is
not
having
about disagreement. I said
dolphin-related
disrespectful.
contact, how can
What I
I
said
not
was
assume that
disrespectful.
the topic that he's getting upset about, that we're arguing about, that I'm putting not enough energy in, because right now he keep bringing up the same topic, right? So he wonders why, because I curse and scream and disrespect on a non-serious topic like that. But on the other hand, when I'm trying to have dialogue and some of the things that I say, other people might consider offensive, and that way you will not be able to hear each other if he's offended. So I like to clear the air to let him know what I'm going to say is not intended to be offensive.
That's
But I'm
fine,
going to
bro.
say this.
Yeah, again, that's not the point. Again, it is going over
I
your
just
head,
broke
bro.
it down
Now,
because you and
and
I can
again,
get
you're
into a conversation.
missing the fucking point.
We can get into those type of conversations where I can call you a bitch, or I can call you a punk, because the situation is not
Again,
serious. Who gives a fuck? The internet ain't real.
no.
The
Disrespect is
Dolphins don't have to
disrespect,
play
bro.
another game tomorrow.
Disrespect is disrespect.
Okay, man.
So fuck out of here with that nonsense you're talking about, bro.
Damn, bro. All this time you've been hurt.
No, I don't give a fuck, because you know goddamn well you ain't gonna say that to my face. We know that. But
There
I
you
don't
go.
give a
See,
fuck.
this is
But
what he wants.
you sit up
You're
here
right.
promoting all this pro-black shit, and I'm like, bro, how the fuck you gonna be pro-black when you sitting up
I'm
here
gonna give
telling
you
a
your
white man
flowers.
that you ain't got no
I'm
smoke
gonna
with
give
him,
you your
but
flowers,
yet niggas
Ian.
over the past, black people that look like you get disrespectful with niggas, right? That
I'm gonna
look
give
like
you your
you over
flowers.
football takes, bro.
I'm gonna give you your flowers, Ian. You're
You're
absolutely
sounding
right.
fraudulent right now, is my
No,
point that
but
I'm
I'm
trying to
giving you
make.
your flowers.
Based off
I'm
that
being
pro-black
humble.
narrative.
I'm being humble, and I'm giving you your flowers. You're
I don't get
absolutely right.
you ain't gotta give me shit. Just give me
I
you
would
ain't gotta give me
never.
nothing.
I would
You don't
never
have to
say
give me
that
a
in your
motherfucking
face.
thing, bro.
I would never say that in your face, because the chances of a meeting are slim to none.
No.
So you're right.
No. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Never say never. Never say never.
Never. I said
Never
it.
say never.
Never. I said it. Yeah. I mean, the probability is so fucking minute that I can say never. Period. So yeah, it's not serious to me. It's not for real. That's not real. having dialogue about a team when we
just
fucking
because
1,000
it's not
miles on
real
the
to
outside
you,
looking in.
just
So I
because
don't
it's
give a
not
fuck.
real to you,
And I
with you
guarantee
being you talk
I
with
guarantee
you
you, if there was a way for us to pull up
with
how we first ever started bumping
just
heads, I
just
guarantee you it was something disrespectful you said, Em,
just
because you have bumped
no.
heads with everybody on this
Well, yeah,
panel, not
well,
just me.
again, I'm not sitting up here saying that I don't get disrespectful, but I can say this, right? I don't ever start any disrespect with anybody. I just deal
Boy,
with
please.
all I do is deal
Boy,
with what's
please.
being brought to my
Boy,
doorstep.
please. Boy, please.
Period.
Boy,
110%,
please.
bro.
Just because I just because I disagree with your take don't mean I'm being disrespectful. Now I guarantee you 1,000%.
Nobody
I
said that.
guarantee you 1,000% you said something to me out the way before I even said
All
anything
right,
to you.
I'm done with
Because
this.
if you remember, I knew so little about you that I used to call you the other EM's name. So it was never
How was that
personal.
how was that relative to
Because
the topic at hand?
I would never just attack you when I have no
Really,
idea
bro?
about who you
Really?
are.
Really?
Yeah.
The first time we ever had any interaction, bro.
Right.
You was in
Tell
the
me a
fuck
disrespectful
when Larry had his motherfucking channel up, right?
Okay.
And we were discussing I remember everything. The Justin Herbert Tua narrative, right?
Okay.
And you disagree with my take, and again, you immediately took it, and I didn't even know who you were then. I still don't even know who you are, but I definitely didn't know who you were then, right?
Okay.
You took it apart. Now you didn't get as disrespectful as you had been after that, right? But you were extremely disrespectful in the chat. So I was like, okay, and I didn't even address you at that point.
How?
But the point is, again, and that's all water. Listen, that is all water under the bridge. The point that I'm here to make, right? I'm address you on your quote unquote pro black narrative.
You are receiptless.
And that's fine. That's fine. I'm receiptless. That's fine. I'll be receiptless. But the point that that's the only reason why I open my mouth, bro, is to address you on this pro black narrative. Because people that are for their people and that are, and they got respect for their quote unquote people, they don't get in their feelings, bro, and become extremely disrespectful in a fucking chat over football takes.
How does that make you feel?
I don't give a fuck. No, you know what I said. Give me that address. You know what I said. Give me that motherfucking address. I don't give a fuck. You didn't make me feel no type of way. I want you to say it when you in front of me. I want you to lie. I want you to stand right in front of me. That was my response. I don't give a fuck what you say.
So what would that say about my intellect to give information to a man who I know wants to physically harm me?
Well, that's the shit you own, right? Didn't you tell Lewis multiple times, right? Didn't you say to Lewis multiple times, right? You want to put your hands on him, right? Didn't you say that?
Who?
You said that multiple times to Lewis. You want to put your hands on him.
Right, but I never asked for no address.
And not to bring. Well, how you gonna put your hands on him if you can't arrange that meet and greet?
Exactly.
So you just talking. So you're admitting you just talking on the internet. That's what you're admitting to.
100%.
Okay, all right.
Now, how does that make you feel?
I don't give a fuck, bro. It don't matter to me.
We've been having this shit for 30 minutes. So
no. Again, I'm just addressing.
For 30 minutes. You interrupted the conversation.
Again, all I wanted to address was your pro-black narrative, bro.
We've been on this shit for 30 minutes.
Can I ask you a question? And I want your complete and unbiased opinion on this, right? You don't have a horse in this race right now. KP, can you hear me? KP, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Now, I'm sure you've overheard Nikki and our interaction right now, right? Do you see the point that I'm trying to make about anybody that sits up here and they say that I'm for my people, I'm this, I'm that, or whatever, right? But yet, every chance that you got, now again, it hadn't happened recently. He's gotten a lot better, and hopefully for him, it stays that way, right? For his own health. But when you sit here and again, KP, you've been up in these panels. You've seen how this nigga be moving in the chat. Pardon my language. You've seen how he's acted in chats and on panels or whatnot. You've seen that. How? I'm addressing KP right now.
Yeah, I know, but I also want to ask him a question.
Okay, well that's fine. So can you see the point that I'm trying to make here about how he's so eager? He's much more eager to engage. And again, him, myself, and other people, right? We've never had dialogue, anything remotely close to what we discussed here today, right? But yet, I think foundationally he's got issues with Cap, or for whatever reason, again, that's between two grown men. But you're less reluctant to address them in the manner that you're willing to address people that look like you. And we're not even discussing anything of a serious nature. We're talking about football takes here. You don't see a problem with that? That especially if you claim to be quote unquote pro-black.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure, honestly, but all of us have contradictions. We contradict what we say all the time, man. And there is something to be said towards us, being able to go off on people who look like us. Perhaps not necessarily Big Nick, but how black people in general. It's easy for us to go off on other people who look like us.
Absolutely, and again, which is the problem that I not only on the internet, but I'm talking about in real life. I've had this conversation with people that are in my real circle, my real world circle.
Right. I can't say Big Nick is doing that, honestly, but that is a dynamic that exists for sure.
Now, let me ask you, KP. Do you know who Willie D is from the Ghetto Boys?
Yes, sir. I do.
You ever watching his YouTube content?
From time to time. Not really. I'm a follower.
Would you say he's extremely pro-black?
Yeah. I think that's what he would call himself as. Yeah, he believes that's where he's at.
What is his takes on a very prominent black man by the name of Stephen A. Smith?
Oh, he got big problems with Stephen A. Smith.
What is his takes? This very pro-black man. What is his takes on his brother Jason Whitlock?
Yeah, it's another one he wants to get in the ring.
Steve Harvey.
Extremely disrespectful. Extremely.
So pro-black means that I have to get along with every black person in the world?
No.
Or in America?
No, nobody said that. Nobody said that. Nobody's saying that. What I am saying is have the same level of eagerness. That's all I'm saying.
You are saying that. You are saying that because you keep using the term pro-black, brother.
No, and we can agree to disagree, but you don't have to get disrespectful to the level that you have been.
Hey, we both done got disrespectful. Remember,
you goddamn right. And I meant everything that came out of my goddamn mouth, right? Okay, but we'll address that on another day. But the point that I'm making to you is when you sitting up here claiming to be so pro about your people, Nikki, right?
At any given time,
but you less reluctant to quote unquote again take it there with people that don't look like you. That's all I'm saying. Keep that same energy, bro.
So at any given time tonight, before I leave off, you can say, you know what, Nick? I know you swung first, but I swung too, so goddamn, I did say some shit. But you ain't said that until I just brought it up. It's a one-way street with me, brother. You don't even want to acknowledge your own shit until I just brought it up. So you got to keep this shit 100, brother. It ain't.
Wait, acknowledge my own shit. Well, what do you mean? I don't acknowledge. What you talking about?
You keep using. It's very incendiary terms that you keep using, right? You keep using the term black. You keep using the term.
Those are your words. That's what you said. Didn't you say that?
People who look like me.
Didn't you say that? Did you not say that? Those are your words.
I don't remember saying that tonight.
You didn't say that you was pro-black?
No, I don't remember saying that until you brought it up. I don't think I used those words at all.
Oh, okay. So again, KP, I hate to drag you into. Did you not hear him say he was pro-black tonight? He said he had a quote unquote very pro-black. That's what you said, and that's fine. There ain't no problem with that.
I have not used that term.
But you said that tonight.
Listen, there was no need for me to use the term. The term that I have used tonight was that I'm going to speak for black people, that I have that position, I have that card in my community to right now speak for black people. But I can guarantee you at no point in time that we have a discussion with anybody where I had to inform them that I was pro-black. I have not used that term, that phrase tonight. I haven't. There was no need. Who would use that phrase to? You think I was going to tell? Because the only people I've been having this conversation with, right, is Color and Cap for Life. I mean, not Cap for Life, but El Capitan. So at what point in time did I have to tell Color or El Capitan that I was pro-black?
You use that with me.
Before
You use
you
that
brought
when
this
we
into
were
me,
discussing,
because
when we were
you
dialoguing.
brought it out.
Big Nick,
Because
you
you
used it
accused
with
me of
EM
it.
when he asked you the question about it.
You accused me of it.
Again, based off what came out of your mouth. That's what I said. That's exactly what I
What didn't
said.
come out of
I
my
said based
mouth?
off what you said about
I'm
you're
asking you
being
when.
pro-black and you being for your people. That
I'm
is what
asking you
sparked
when.
my and I came in with the point that I made with you.
I'm
I
asking
started
you
everything off with that.
when.
What are you
I'm
talking about?
asking. I have not used that phrase. I didn't use
All
the
right,
El
okay, all right.
Capitan. I didn't use it El Capitan. There was no reason for me to use the
Nobody
KP.
said you used it with Capitan. I said you
Okay,
used
so
it
at
with
what point?
you used that when again. This is you do
So
realize this is recorded, right?
right, and you do realize that it's only been basically two demographics on this panel: white people and black people.
Okay.
Right. So you just agreed that I didn't use it to El Capitan. I
You
know
you
I didn't. I know
you
I didn't
use
use it.
that
I know I
with
didn't use it with Color. And why would I tell a black man that I'm pro-black?
you use that again. You use that when we were dialoguing, bro. What are you talking about?
Talking about when you confronted me about this whole situation.
Absolutely. I said since
I used it. I used it, EM, because you used it.
no, you said you are very
I
when
just
you
proved
asked
it
me
to you.
when
Your
when you
exact words,
when
EM, EM. I don't know if you. No,
didn't
I
you
mean this
ask me
with
was I pro black?
EM.
Did you not
I
ask
mean
me if
this.
I was pro black or not?
Listen. I mean this with
I'm
all
I,
with
I, I'm
all.
asking you. I'm asking you, Nick. Did you
I
not
mean
ask me
this.
if I was pro black?
I
And I
mean
didn't.
this
And
with all my ignorance that I have on the matter right now.
did you
Are you
not
doing any? Are
did
you
you
doing
not
any
ask me?
sentences right now?
Can I? Did you not ask me? Right? Am I pro black? And I said, Nick, do you
No.
consider yourself pro black?
Did you
You
not?
said
Did you
very
not?
pro black.
Remember I told you I listened intently. Did you not when you first
Obviously,
started?
you're not listening close enough, bro.
Okay. When you first started with this line of questioning and accusation, try to pull me down this particular road, did you not say, Big Nick? Well, you didn't say Big Nick. You said Nicky. Let me ask you a question. Why is it that you pretend to be so pro-black and for your people, but you are giving Cap a pass basically, and you attack people that look like you, me, Lewis, other people you may have named, but you originally said, why are you supposed to be so pro-black and
Correct.
for your
Correct.
people? So
Correct.
I then started
Correct.
using the term pro-black
So,
because
okay.
you injected the term into the
Okay,
conversation.
well, hang on, Nick.
So again,
Hang up.
when did you
Correct.
hear me use the
Correct.
term pro-black?
Correct. But you just said that those words didn't come out of your mouth. When you
I
asked
didn't
me,
say
was
that.
I pro black? I turned
No,
around and I asked you,
no,
do you consider
no.
yourself? You
Again,
said
you're taking
very
it out
pro
of
black.
context. Again, you're taking it out of context, right? Again, you're taking it out of context
How?
because right, you insinuated that I was up here saying that I was so pro-black. So at that point,
You said that you
at
what?
that point, I asked you
So
when
what is
did
for what is I'm all for my people and black people come first? What is that supposed to mean? How is somebody supposed to interpret that?
There you go again in that cigarette boat.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. How is somebody supposed to interpret that?
There you go again in that cigarette boat.
I am asking you. How is anybody supposed to interpret that?
Moving that goddamn
And I don't have a problem with you being that way. You can be whatever you whatever you want to be.
Okay, so you're asking me a question. How is anybody supposed to interpret that, right? But let's flip that around. How am I supposed to interpret by you bringing up the term pro-black that was relating to something I said? How was I supposed to say that's why he's saying using the term pro-black? All I know is that you brought up the term pro-black, and I agreed with you that I'm pro-black. Then I asked you, were you pro-black?
Okay, so
You
you agree. You just said you agreed that you're pro.
You brought up the term, and then you not only did you bring up the term, but you then tried to insinuate that I've been up here on the panel all night screaming pro-black, and I never used those words pro-black. Oh shit, that's called a corner right there. God damn, Nick, you good, boy.
Damn, Nick, are you saying you just packed EM up?
It was kind of a mic drop. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know. I think Ian might have got a phone call or his phone died. I don't think he would be that quiet for this long.
I'm finna run. I fuck with y'all. Finn's tailgate. I fuck with y'all. I'm out of here. God damn.
What the fuck?
Damn. No, he'll be back.
That was fucking
nuts. He knows we love him around here.
Damn.
He's in his feelings. He knows damn well we love him around here. I don't know why he's got to play all that.
I don't care. I'm here for the good conversations and the bad. Yeah, that was nuts. It kind of went some places.
Yeah.
Way longer. I only meant to do this for an hour and a half. We're coming up on 4 hours. So
from what I understand, Cap, I think he was sort of using your white privilege to keep Big Nick from speaking out against you because of your privilege.
I ain't buying it, Crypto.
Hey, guess what? Holy fuck. I guess I do have white privilege. Why did I even do that? That was crazy as fuck. Wow. Fuck, dude.
I'm going to just say something real quick about white privilege. I have to get this off.
That was fucking funny.
I understand, okay, that there is a moniker of built-in privilege for certain demographics in this country, probably certain white folks over others, to be honest with you, but still there. I get that, and I do acknowledge that and believe that that is true. It's obviously true. You know what I mean? But from the moment that I knew who I was in this world, I lost that privilege. I've never been afforded that privilege. Okay, not by law enforcement. This isn't me trying to compare, as Big Nick says. This is me trying to relate and help people understand that we're all facing the same ills of the modern bureaucracy.
There's levels to this
speak
shit,
to what the
right,
bureaucracy
Color?
did to black folk indifferently, to white folk discriminatorily in the past, and even still some of its effects today. Yes, I acknowledge that. Okay, but I'm trying to work to a point where, you know, because again, it's simply a matter of when I look at my bank account, and yeah, we could talk about money. We could talk about the fact that, you know, my living conditions, my health, the success I've had over my life, the way I've been treated by the bureaucracy. And I'm sorry. Whether I was born with that privilege or not, that privilege has been taken from me. And it has done nothing to serve the people who took it from me, claim to be helping. Because all they did was take my privilege and make me
you're basing that off
equally unliberated from this bureaucracy. It didn't help black folk. They didn't take my privilege and give it to black folk. That's why black folk are pissed. And I understand that. But they have to realize that that privilege was taken from me to give to them and never given to them.
I don't know what privileges I had that I didn't ever get.
I'm just
but
saying.
I do know this.
I'm talking
my bad, my phone died. I'm sorry.
You use them tonight, Cap.
I am talking
I guess
abstractly
so.
on the theory of white privilege. I'm not going to disregard that.
Yeah.
Look, I'll explain to you like this when it comes to the police, okay? Because I've never been one of those people that believe that there's a directive. Maybe there's a directive.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe there's a mood.
I'm willing to
but I
listen.
don't look at the average officer. Now, I have witnessed myself in Missouri, a white officer blatantly commit racism against a group of black kids. I witnessed it myself. So there's no denying that happens individually. Okay? And that exists and is probably rampant across the country. Okay? But having grown up in South Florida, where the demographic is a little more equalized, Okay. And having been not the most law-abiding white kid growing up, I was in fact profiled quite a bit by police. Whether somebody wants to see that as comparing to the black plight, whatever, it's a reality. Okay? Now, where I do see the white privilege in interactions with the police on your average violation, pull over.
Yeah, or if you want to talk about justice, if you want to talk about the judicial system and its rulings and such
No,
favors,
I'm talking about at the moment of an officer pulling
too.
over a black person as opposed to a white person and how they perceive that driver.
I was pulled over 5 times in a row
let me finish real quick.
That happened to
Let
me.
me finish, please.
That happened to me.
Please let me finish. Okay. Where I have personally witnessed the privilege that a lot of folks believe exists is when an officer approaches me and sees I'm a white person. Okay. They are more likely to treat me with respect and according to the Constitution and the law, because being white means that there's a larger chance that I have some rich father that will take their job. When they look at the average black person that they pull over, to them, there is no way there's anybody that stands up for them. So they disrespect that black person, thinking that black person has nobody to speak for them. That is where that white privilege exists, and I will agree with that wholeheartedly.
And y'all need to stop that bullshit. That's fucked up.
But this
Wherever
idea that I don't get
Let me
pulled
hop in
over,
this. Let me hop in this goddamn.
I don't get pulled over. Hold on. But this idea that I don't get pulled over because law enforcement doesn't assume something about me, that's just wrong. It happens all the time.
I've been fucking civil rights fucking violated once or twice in my day. I'm not gonna go into the things, but
to be honest with you, as soon as they run my name,
buddy and my old lady,
right? And to be honest with you, as soon as they run my name and they realize that I'm not some rich guy's kid, they disrespect me too.
Well, I don't know.
It's just that they don't bother to look up the black person first. They just assume that nobody will speak for that black person. And that I have witnessed and I do believe happens and is where the subconscious bias that KP refers to, that's where I believe it exists, is the fact that they don't respect certain demographics because they just assume, oh, that person's probably from a poor black family that nobody's going to speak for him in his constitutional rights. And so they treat him like shit.
All right, go ahead, EM. You wanted to...
Let me hop in this goddamn chat real quick. JR Black, hey, I respect better from you, my friend. Who said anything about being pro anything was an issue? See what I mean? Why people don't listen, right? They hear, right? But they don't listen. Nobody said anything about having a problem with him or anybody being pro anything. If you
just wondering why his pro-black isn't defined by his anti-white against El Capitan. Is that what you're saying, EM?
No, the point that I'm making is anybody, if you are comfortable in it, in your own skin, no matter what you look like, that is fine. If you are proud of your heritage, proud of where you come from, that is okay. Nobody said anybody had a problem with anybody being pro anything, specifically Nikki, right? Being quote unquote pro-black. That wasn't the issue. That wasn't the point that I was making. See, people are not, they hear, but they don't listen. But yeah, Black, I expected more from you, but I'm gonna give you a pass this time, but I expected better from you, my friend.
Yeah, JR Black. I don't know what you did. I understand what EM said, but he's feeling some kind of way, JR Black, and that's on you right now. He's gonna let you slide, though.
That he know the point that I was trying to make. He trying to evade the whole. He know exactly what. Again, and I think and I think everybody, you know, KP as well as Crypto understand exactly the point, the perspective that I'm coming from, right? So at the end of the day, bro, that was not the issue. The issue will never be anyone, whether you black, green, purple, whatever. If you are comfortable and proud of where you come from, goddamn it, salute to you, right? As long as you don't develop a mentality where you think you're better than somebody that don't look like you, that's where the problem start. But if you're comfortable from where and proud of where you come from, I salute to everybody, bro.
Hey, listen, I like cultural shit, dude. I wanna eat the food. I wanna dance to the music. I wanna fucking play the different cultural games and shit. I love all that shit.
I've been taught to not be proud of who I am.
I don't give a fuck about any of that. I want to know about it all, dog. Like I want to.
I'm dead serious.
Well, I was
taught. I was indoctrinated to hate my own people.
Well,
because of what happened in World War II.
They got some shit.
Yeah, but I think here's what Big Nick was trying to say, guys, and I think this is where the conversation got lost. Big Nick would agree with you, Color, but then Big Nick would then say, if he was still here, the demonization of black people is deeper than even just a historical claim, and I think that's what he was trying to get across. For instance,
he was trying to talk about the psychological part.
Yeah,
of it.
For instance, when Trump was assassinated, or the assassination attempt that happened yesterday occurred, right? Yeah. Reporters on CNN said that this was a black day, right?
It was a what?
This is a black day on American politics, right? Yeah. It's a black day on American politics, and he's a black man in American society. You see what the syllogy is?
Okay, but KC,
hold on.
The reporter on CNN referred to the day as having been a black day. Now that's a commonly used euphemism in American
society. I get that. They're like
an analogy
a black eye on society.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but what else did they say?
No. I was just it was just a quote from just a random quote from the coverage that happened on CNN.
Right,
nothing deep about it. But what he's pointing to is that this social grouping that he's been cast into without his control, being born into it, is a stigma that is beyond the day-to-day indignities that an individual might face, no matter what their background is. He's saying that the indignity that he faces is baked into the cake of who he is. He has no choice about it. It's something beyond his control.
Yeah, and that's fair, KP.
Yeah.
Here's the where I'm. Look, he just again said, "Mr. Me Too," and this is what I'm trying to say. How am I not supposed to have fragility when I do attempt to have the conversation?
No, Color. I think he's talking about. I see again. He's being disrespectful to me. He's jabbing at me.
I think Color. I think he was talking to EM.
See what I mean? Right? Y'all been having disagreements all night. He had a disagreement with Color. He had a disagreement with you, Cap. Not one time did this ignorant motherfucker get disrespectful with y'all. Not one time, right? Yeah. But yet he in the chat. It's the same shit that he does, and this is the point that I was trying to make to that idiot, right? When he was up here, look how disrespectful he is.
Okay, all right.
Based off a disagreement.
So
see what I mean?
Again, look, right? Crazy.
But he's supposed to be pro-black. But he's pro-black, though, right? He for his people. He for his people.
I knew he was talking to me. That's what I'm trying to say. He was speaking about earlier, saying that I'm trying to compare and make myself equal to their plight.
Because you mentioned that you have German heritage.
I do get profiled. So, in other words, instead of identifying the problem, that police officers are trained to assume things about people. I can't say that because I'm a white man who's trying to be Mr. Me Too. So I'm sorry, I just won't talk about it anymore. And if Robin DiAngelo wants to call that fragility, then I'm sorry, I'm an egg.
I don't know who Robin DiAngelo is, but I get you that it's somebody who's talking about fragility.
Right.
I will say this.
The conversation was a minute ago was between KP and I, and KP understands that reference.
I know he does.
Right back,
KP's
I'll be right back.
I am. That's for sure. More well-read. Okay, look.
She was the anti-racist.
Oh, I got you.
Well, can I add an anecdote here? I don't know if all of you watched the Roots series. Roots episode 5 details character named Chicken George, who is the grandson of the title character Kunta Kinte, right? But anyway, in episode 5, I'm bringing this up because many people watched it, right? Anyway, his owner, right, has given him the extra privilege as a slave to be the chicken trader, the chicken fighter, right? And he's earned all sorts of praise on the plantation for doing so. Anyway, on one of the journeys between the master and Chicken George, the master is referred to as poor white trash by wealthier whites, who I can't remember exactly, but wealthier whites refer to the guy, and he is aggrieved and offended, and his class has been challenged by other whites to the degree where he starts complaining about how much he's been discriminated against, and the world is against him. And he's doing that in the presence of his actual slave who's sitting next to him, having to interpret his master's, being upset with being
right. I got you, KP.
This is what Big Nick is trying to translate.
Agreed.
To you guys in this conversation. That it's a whole deeper level here about
I just want you to, I agree. I completely understand where Big Nick is coming from. I just simply don't think that is always the dynamic that's at play.
Right, and I disagree with him too in that, but you have to build bridges and coalitions.
I mean, that's where I agree. That's where I disagree with Ibrahim. That it's not always in play.
Right.
So I would say this: in a subject manner, with whether it's Big Nick, KP, Crypto, or Mr. Polk or anybody, and it goes into that sort of direction, I've got enough wisdom and self-understanding to know that I don't understand, and I am listening and trying to be understanding of whatever psychological type of insights you're going to give me to that, because I'm not going to understand it to the feeling, right? But to say that I have no empathy or any position to
that's going too far.
That's just not real.
Right.
And that's kind of where. Go ahead, Mr. Polk.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Cap. Go ahead and finish.
That's just not I'm not saying anything. Big Nick can feel how he wants to feel, right? And I know he's a kind guy. And although EM wants him to try to body me, I know Big Nick is being a kinder person to not try to invoke what he perceives to be a hard conversation to have with one of his white friends as a black man. And I'm telling you that I'm here to unburden that worry on you, dog. That's my deal.
Right. Well, I don't want to.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah. Before I answer that question, I'm just saying I don't want to keep speaking for Big Nick, but he would say.
But I mean it to everybody, though, dog.
Yeah.
I mean it to everybody.
He would probably respond if he was up here, though, that it's precise because you have the privilege to listen or not. Whereas he, an individual born into society, had no choice. He is black in society, and he faces not just the stigma that comes with it, but the everyday repercussions, the social reality of being black.
Right.
So he doesn't get a chance to check out of the black question.
No, I understand that. I understand.
Right.
I understand that, and I'm not asking him to live in that realm with our relationship, but I do want him to understand that there's no place in which, at least in an individual, and from most of the people I try to surround myself with, there's no place we're not going to walk with you as the friendship for a better society. Because I'm here for the healing, dog. Right? I'm here for the healing. I'm here for the understanding. And to me, it seems like a heavy burden that he and others have to carry in this manner. And that hurts me. That personally hurts me, that's a guarded up piece of a relationship that I don't think should continue to divide what I perceive to be good people and good friends. Right. And this can't be played in a massive status, but I believe it to be a good practice for us as good Americans and good neighbors and good friends to understand about each other.
Right. So KP, just the question I have is, I just kind of want to gauge your agreement or disagreement with this statement. is it possible that, you know, there's two dynamics at play here, but when it comes to white people in particular, is it possible that the mistake white people are making is thinking, because what you were speaking about a minute ago about that slave owner complaining about his lack of privilege next to his slave.
Yeah, Chuck Carter was the actor, by the way.
Right,
Yeah.
right. That, see, I've learned about that before. I've read about that, and it is one of the things that got me to help me understand the perspective that you know the systemic racism theories are coming from and all that, right? So it is very valid, but it caused me to form a question in my head, because what you're speaking about is a paradigm, okay?
Right.
And so whether it was wrong or right or disgusting or immoral, it was the particular paradigm of that time, right? That, you know, black people or slaves in general were seen as so non-human that a person that thought of themselves as a human could complain about their own plight next to that non-human, right?
So look, Color.
Wait, let me finish. So since you're speaking about a paradigm, okay, an immoral paradigm, obviously by today's standards, is it possible that the mistake white people are making is thinking that we have completely shifted into a new paradigm, and on the other token, a mistake that black folks might be making is that we're still living too deeply in that old paradigm?
Well, a quick answer to that question is, okay, as long as we have race and we fundamentally think of ourselves in as a race, in racial paradigms and racial groups, the race problem will exist. In other words, whiteness, right, or being white, that was a category that had
self-appropriation,
social and economic impact, right, to benefit a certain group of people at a certain time, right? And the dilemma we all face is that the privileges, whether you're conscious of them or not, that are granted to those people in the white group, they have to voluntarily dispossess themselves of that and become humans, like with everyone else, equal to everyone else on the same level. And that is the dilemma that all non-white people have faced when it comes to this race question. How do we get folks who've used the category to, in the case of the United States, in the case of the Western society, think of themselves, convince themselves that they are at the pinnacle of all things cultural, scientific, etc., and understand that human greatness, endeavor, capability has nothing to do with this category called race.
Right.
And
Now,
to be black, hold on, and to be black on the other side of this is to be fully aware of this dilemma, this dynamic, and be incapable of doing it. And you spoke to a mistake that black people have made. Yes, when black people in the 70s, in the so-called late end of the Black Power era, started to essentialize blackness, this is a huge problem within the African American community going on to this day. We have bought into the racial dynamic, and we see it as many of us, not all of us, see it as something fundamental and innate.
Well, very quickly on that point. Very quickly on that point,
it would be solved with war.
That's where my perspective comes in.
One side would have to wipe out the other.
Right. Well, I'm a guy that was taught exactly what you just said.
Right.
My whole life.
Because it had been our societal directive up to a certain point.
What I'm saying is, to me, when I'm trying to quote unquote relate, or as Big Nick says, compare the Mr. Me Too, whatever he wants to call it, okay? When I'm doing that and explaining to you my life experience, that's in order to show that some of us have, by choice or not, thrown those things away and had to live the way as a human, the way every other human does.
Hey,
Right.
Cap. Hey,
Yeah.
Cap.
And
Yeah.
that to me seems to be being disregarded.
That's exactly why I say the black
ask you a quick
essentialism has
question.
been a problem. That's exactly
right.
what black essentialism
Hold on a second.
has injected.
All right,
But
go ahead, Crypto.
My bad, Crypto. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. You guys can go back. It was sort of a bit off topic for what we asked before. The better way to look at it this way, because you made a statement about taxes, right? And I was going to tie this into an earlier topic.
Yeah.
If the government decides to not let you pay taxes, basically not paying into the treasury, which will be ultimately something you owe to them, right? If they give you a tax break, meaning now that they're withholding what would have been future revenue to them, how is that any different if they give a group of people or individuals and withhold the money that would have been owed to them in the form of a loan?
So here's listen, in the sense and how you're talking about the allocation of said tax funds and how it's distributed and the effects of me or anything like that is fine. And what you're saying is sound. What I'm saying inherently, I don't trust the money of the many in the hands of the few when it comes to the government all too often.
Right, I get that part, but they're giving you
Also, Crypto, you confused what I was trying to tell you. I wasn't disagreeing with what you were saying. The president does have that executive privilege.
Oh yeah, no, he
for the
does.
Treasury's money. What I was saying was that is a dictatorial power for which.
But that's okay. He can dictate a power like that because that's how the system is run. You can agree with it, you can like it or not. That is what it is.
I didn't
That's
get
what I
that
was
what
trying
you
to
were
say
saying.
earlier.
Yeah.
Look,
That type of power that is.
I would
saying
say
that it's
this to
okay
the
for them
tax
have
to
that
the
type
tax
of power.
question, Crypto. Simply put, and then I'm
I'm
going to
just
start
saying it's
wrapping this
basically
up.
withholding funds that would have
No,
been
I
in the
got you,
future
dog. Right?
treasury.
Like it's
and
kind of
both
like
sides.
it's kind of
almost
like
like
if
a tax break. It's no different from giving a
Whenever
normal
a
tax
president
break.
uses executive power, a president is in risk of overusing executive
that's
power.
right. It is
And
what
it's
it is, dog.
always
If it's
dictatorial.
beyond the scope of what
Executive
Congress
is
said.
just a
It's an
synonym for
executive
dictatorial.
dictated decision.
Yeah.
It
Right.
is what it is, right?
Yeah,
And
and
every
it's czar-like.
But
they have
but color,
czar-like ability.
but color. You got to
Yeah.
recognize that when there's a whole body of Christian nationalists, right, who demonize Lincoln as a dictator, not using it in the more general sense that you're speaking to. They use that to show.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
aware. I'm
they
aware.
did.
That's
They
why
did
I was
do that.
treading.
Yeah,
Right? I'm aware.
with
That's
the-
why I was treading lightly
Which
when
is
I was
which is
talking
what
about him.
again. I don't want to speak for anybody. I would
The
not speak
Emancipation
for Jesus
Proclamation
like
was a
Crypto.
dictatorial thing.
I think
No, I
that's
agree
what
with you,
Crypto was
JB. I
responding
agree with
to.
you.
That's
I
what
agree
Crypto
with
was
you on that.
responding to. So yeah.
All right, so we're gonna end this show because I've had
Yeah, yeah.
enough. I do want to end it on a couple of things. First being that there has been some leaked footage coming out of what Trump's next speech is gonna be when
That's
he's
the
talking.
convention. The convention
I guess
starts
it's gonna
this week.
in
That's
like
the convention
Milwaukee or
speech.
some. His next speech has been leaked. Here's the footage of the speech here.
That's the convention. But that's the convention this week.
Yeah, it starts tomorrow.
The attendant on my
Or
life
today.
has left me scarred and deformed. But I assure you, my resolve has never been stronger.
So I'm gonna play it again.
I can't knock the grip. It's a funny grip.
The
I can't
attendant
knock
on
it.
my life has left me scarred and deformed. But I assure you, my resolve has never been stronger.
All right, so
Right?
that's
So
the,
I do respect the grift though, Cap. But
Hell
I will
yeah.
say this. I
That
will
was
say this
creative.
though. I will
That was
say this.
creative.
There are some people on Twitter that were using that as a legit take. Okay. And even on YouTube,
I
I
didn't
was
see that on
watching a
Twitter
show
yet.
earlier today.
first of all, that
And-
shit's
and-
hilarious. I don't give a
Right,
fuck
right.
who you
It
are.
is right. I get it, and
Nothing.
it's a funny joke. I'm just saying there are people today that were legit using that as a take, and I just want to say to those people
I thought it was a serious
that is
thing.
no different than a football fan using Madden for a take. I'm just saying.
Hey, it is what it is.
Well,
So that's my first of two
well, it
takes.
sounds like Sharice got to tread lightly. Then.
So you guys have heard me shout out this show before, Kill Tony. If you're not watching Kill Tony on YouTube, you're missing out because the shit is fucking hilarious. And to me, when we talk about tough subjects like race, like privilege, like fucking presidential assassinations, like left, right, whatever the fuck you want to be on, this is a football show. So I get it. We've been all over this offseason on some harsher, heavier topics. It's an election year. Shit happens. But I feel like we've made it out, relatively all right, unscathed. But I like to err on funny. And to me, whatever differences that we have for whatever a myriad amount of reasons, the only way we're ever going to get together is in a joyous occasion, right? Because any traumatic scars or preconceived conditions or whatever case, when you have in any form of relationship, those things are only going to get pushed aside, grown through in a progressive manner through a joyful type occasion. It's rarely, not that there isn't like brotherhood formed in trauma, but that's not the kind of brotherhood we kind of want, right? We're more in a joyous occasion. It's a good thing, and to me, comedy is the best part of that. That's why I love comedians. That's why I love comedy. That's why I think it's better to make fun of the hard things. And yes, you can call it a cheap coping mechanism, but to me, it is the most effective one throughout all of whatever we have as humanity. And Kill Tony.
I'm proud of everybody in this freaking in our audience that came up on the panel tonight. I'm proud of everybody, man.
But Kill Tony is a great show. They're funny as fuck. And one of his regulars that he has on there that does performances on the show all the time is a young black kid from Orlando. His name is Cam Patterson. He's fucking hilarious. If you look up Cam Patterson, I Like Rocks skit that he did that made him famous on Kill Tony, you'll find out how funny he is. He's from Orlando, Florida, so he's fucking one of us. But he had this bit, and I'm gonna present it to you guys.
Orlando shuts down at 6:00. What you mean, Cap?
This is Cam Patterson. So watch Cam Patterson here.
Y'all see the president? Well, the nigga that's running, Trump. He got shot, dog. They shot him. This nigga done been shot. This nigga done went to jail. He done scammed people. And this nigga my uncle? Who the fuck? Who the hell? He's black. He's officially black now, bro. This is beautiful. They shot him. He was like, yeah, I'm having a fire. He was fine. He was doing like this and walked out with an American flag on him. Like this. He put one of these, like, I'm a real nigga. Fuck, nigga, I'm out of here. That's hard, bro. I wasn't even finna vote. I'm voting now, dog. He got it. He won. I wasn't even finna vote. I had no skin in the game. I like, that nigga got shot. He won. Fuck the bullshit. He had real ops, nigga. What the fuck? Joe Biden's biggest op is the stairs. That's it. He had real ops. Somebody really tried to listen. That's how you know he a real nigga, bro. Joe Biden has been trying to kill himself his whole presidency. So nobody had to kill this nigga. Nobody had to try to kill it. Trump been just ready to go his whole time. And like, we gotta fucking off his ass and missed. And just skip his ear and miss. That's crazy, bro. Hey, Mexican nigga, you fuck with Trump? Yeah? Hell yeah, that was good. Huh? You say amen? He not God, nigga, what the fuck?
So, yeah, guys, if you're not watching Cam's so funny, Cam Patterson on Kill Tony, you're fucking missing it out. Again,
the very end of that is exactly where I'm at, bro, as an atheist, man. I'm like,
it's like, whoa, funny, bro, man. Relax. He's not God. What the fuck? Again, guys, look.
Yeah, I think it's just for the record. I think it's sad. I think that entire comedy routine, and I'm being 100% serious.
Oh,
I think it's an indictment on where we are. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. Yeah, listen. Trump's base comes from what's called white working class voters, right? Okay. The big divide that you can tell in Trump supporters is Trump. Well, let me say this: if you look at the demographics who support him, when whites who go to college tend not to support him, whites who don't are his big supporters. And what a comedy routine like that shows me is that non-whites who also may not have gone to college are now similarly going to support Trump. And this is part of a bigger critique that. So I know I might sound totally off here, and I apologize if I'm offending anybody with this one, but there's something happening here where non-educated or undereducated non-whites, because of their comfort in modern American society, are making a huge mistake. But I that's just my own personal opinion about what I'm seeing.
Well, KP, it's as much of a culture war as anything else.
That's the same opinion I shared earlier.
And I know I sound like a dumbass elite in voicing it.
It's certainly an educated opinion. It's more of a social studies thing, because that's slowly been taken out of the school systems too.
Listen, Harriet Tubman. Remember what Harriet Tubman said about freeing? I would have freed 100 times more if they only but knew they were slaves. Right? I think the same dynamic is applying today when it comes to this political dynamic. I mean, we can support a dictator if we want, but I mean, I don't. And that's not any endorsement of the elite Biden, who by all means, based on his age and his coherence, needs to step down. But I know I've gotten really charged here at the end, but that's just where I stand. So
we'll talk about that at another time.
That's what I mentioned earlier, KP. But
I missed.
In the beginning. Maybe I'll talk to you about that a little bit backstage. We'll have a little bit more.
Okay.
But I'm going to drop this. It's been 4 hours and 30 minutes. I appreciate everybody hanging in.
Hey, thanks for hosting the space, Cap. Listen, all this work is valuable work in allowing people from various backgrounds to have a place to meet and talk. That's
all we can hope for, dog.
This is what we're going to do, man.
And KP, no matter where I disagree with you, I absolutely, wholeheartedly appreciate and respect your opinion.
Oh, no doubt.
And I'm absolutely, I really am proud of everybody that came through here tonight and everybody in our audience, because it could have gone a lot further south than it did. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll say and end on this, and I appreciate everybody, but all y'all are wrong. I'm the only one that's right. No, I'm just fucking with you guys.
Speaking of dictators.
Nah, listen.
Tyrant.
I know, right? I'm happy that, listen, we're not all going to agree. Fuck, we can't even agree on a goddamn football team, bro. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, you can't agree on the Dolphins.
That's the agreeable thing.
Right.
Is that we're not going to agree. That's what binds us, dog. That's what's making us the best. Is that what little bit of dialogue can be formulated into some good progressive action for the betterment of all of us as a nation, and not as a race, as KP you were trying to allude to, as a peoples of togetherness. That's where our pride should be, and that's where it's always been. That's what I've always assumed. It's only all this other stuff people are telling me different, and I'm like, yes, I understand that there's things I won't understand, but I gotta hope that we don't have to always understand, as long as we're looking at the bigger, longer play of us being a people. In that totality and having these differences, and that's what makes us great, right? That's what's making us I want to go and learn and educate. All of us do, and there shouldn't be this divide for any reason. I understand that there is, but that's hopefully the bits and pieces that we're looking to get.
And if people don't get it right away, I just wish people wouldn't believe the worst in everybody that might not get it or accept it right away. You know what I mean?
I'm not
that's
upset.
all I'm asking for is some grace.
I'm never upset.
And one other thing, Cap, I have to do this because even 6 months ago, the live show would have been shut down for what we did. Thank you, finally, to our host, YouTube, for allowing this conversation to happen without getting so butthurt that you got to delete it and not let everybody hear it. Thank you, YouTube.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Good call. Shout out to YouTube for allowing us to have the platform to be and exercise our freedom.
We're all
They
all
probably
right,
changed the
YouTube.
algorithm slightly not
We're
to
all right.
automatically shut it down.
Nobody's gonna go, unlive
No,
this.
no,
We're
we're good.
all right.
What'd you
Okay,
say,
we
Crypto?
made it through.
No, I'm saying either YouTube, that big giant conglomerate out there in Silicon Valley that
Right.
tends to get demonized a lot by all the people, a certain group. But
everybody.
they changed specifically the algorithm promptly to make sure it doesn't automatically default to
Well,
being
bro, I don't
That's
look.
good.
I've
called out.
critiqued YouTube Crypto because it was a reality. Okay,
Yeah, but
now
you know what?
the thing of it
Mistake
is, though,
you
I
made.
never
Well,
hold on. I never faulted YouTube for it being personal. I just look at it like you do about the algorithm, and it took time to adjust. And you got to look at a big conglomerate corporation like that as a yacht, is like steering a yacht.
Well,
yeah, their programmers have to get to work to know that the environment we live in to say, hey, I'm going to let this go. I'm
and
gonna let
shout
this go.
out.
Yeah,
Shout
the
out to
reality
programmers
is,
hold on,
6
Color.
months
I want to
ago,
end this fucking
keywords
show,
would have
Color.
got us
God
shut
damn it.
down.
Shout out to YouTube for cooking that algorithm to the best algorithm on the planet. Shout out to everybody who stuck through, and we'll talk football tomorrow. See you guys next time.